Chapter 383 Climate Transformation. In the past 2 weeks, in the galaxy where Gaia is located, the Climate Transformation Department has completely cleaned up the fluid secreted by the star-eating body on the surface of the star, allowing the restricted star light to be released again, making it regain some of its former appearance. This has allowed the climate of all planets in the galaxy to recover to a certain extent even without the help of the Climate Transformation Department. However, the intensity of the star has always changed significantly under the influence of the star-eating body. So if left unchecked, it will eventually. It is still necessary to actively carry out climate transformation to adjust the state of the planet, so that the planet, which has experienced 2 drastic environmental changes in a few years, can present the most perfect posture that best meets Chenming's needs. The north and south poles of the planet, the entire equator, and some areas determined by the planet's geographical environment structure and climate have been installed with devices that can release environmental transformation gases under the operation of the Climate Transformation Department according to the needs of climate transformation. In addition, the Transformation Department has also released a considerable number of artificial species that can be used to improve the climate for environmental stability. It doesn't matter how long they live. As long as they exist, they can stabilize and accelerate the spread of climate modification gases released by those devices to a certain extent, and solidify the effects of these gases on this land. While the Climate Modification Department was doing this, some planetary native organisms also appeared in the equatorial region of Gaia planet energy along with the implementation of the Climate Modification Plan. The equator itself is the area that the Climate Modification Department judged to be the most priority for climate modification. Compared with other places, this place can receive more and faster light from the stars. And it is also the first and most affected area by the change in the intensity of the star's light. It can be seen that the planetary consciousness of Gaia planet really understands that what Chenming and others do is for it, and actively cooperates to make the actions of the Climate Transformation Department more efficient. And at this moment, standing on the side of Gaia planet facing the star, Chenming near the equator where a large area of snow has melted can just see everything Gaia planet has done with his own eyes. The first things he could see that returned to the cold surface from the underground ecosystem were the luminous plants that were scattered throughout the underground ecosystem. When they were underground, they would take on the shape of moss or fungi to adapt to the underground environment. After they returned to the surface, they also adapted to the surface environment at the speed of light. They grew quietly in the equatorial region, which is still cold today. Not only did they reappear in the shape of surface plants, but they were also absorbing the special gases used by the Climate Modification Department to carry out the initial climate modification. This is not just simple absorption. Instead, after absorption, these artificial climate modification gases are reproduced using natural substances and released in batches. Just like green plants release oxygen through photosynthesis, these luminous plants derived from Gaia consciousness are undergoing some kind of chemical reaction to release modified gases. Under the monitoring of the monitoring station set up by the Climate Modification Department, it can be found that there is no deviation in the content of various components of the natural modified gases and artificial modified gases produced by these luminous plants. It can be said that they are exactly the same. On the basis of ensuring the content of the modified gas, Gaia has greatly expanded the application scope of the modified gas, which was originally limited by the environment and cost, catalyzing climate change. These things are very powerful. It seems that the climate modification is going well. Was I right before? The Climate Modification Director next to Chenming had just confirmed the data on the air composition content in different regions with the members of other positions on the planet. He also showed a satisfied expression on his face and responded, yes. As more and more luminous plants grow from the ground, the positive impact they have on the climate transformation process is increasing. The ability of these plants to absorb artificial environmental transformation gases, replicate and emit them is really eye-opening. Usually, people make natural substances, but I didn't expect that one day there would be such a plant that can replicate artificial substances into natural substances. This situation shocked the minister, but also made him extremely jealous, because he saw the possibility of realizing his project from these things. His idea was an automated climate transformation technology called the Seed of Life Project. It required a complete organism that could survive for a long time and adapt to the process of climate transformation. The organisms he put in this climate transformation of Gaia can only be regarded as semi-finished products, or even semi-finished products, because they can only survive for a period of time and play a very small auxiliary role in the transformation. Therefore, after seeing these Gaia plants, the minister couldn't help himself. He wanted to extract more samples. He wanted to study these samples. He wanted to study more about how Gaia produced such special plants and use them in his project. After hesitating for a while, the Minister of Climate Change decided to talk to Chen Ming about this matter. Mr. Chen Ming, have you heard about a project we are studying? I've heard of the Seed of Life. A very creative plan. The idea itself is very grand. That is, a plan to transform all transformable planets into habitable planets at a very low cost. The difficulty is naturally very great. At least after Chen Ming heard about the climate transformation plan and checked the results of the climate transformation department, he has not found any public progress. The Minister of Climate Transformation suddenly half knelt on the ground and pulled up a small grass leaf that emitted a faint invisible fluorescence from the ground. This is the luminous plant that has grown rapidly to the ground under the influence of the planet's consciousness after the snow at the equator of the planet melted, and its appearance has become more suitable for the surface environment. I want to use the ability of this planet to realize this plan. This planet has consciousness, and consciousness will correct the planet to a perfect fit for the growth of almost all creatures. This is the hope for the Seed of Life plan to continue. Chen Ming understands some of the relevant biological technologies. Since the plants on Gaia can transform this planet back to its former appearance and make it suitable for human survival, it is theoretically feasible to transform other planets. But these plants have changed to the present under the control of the planet's consciousness. It is useless if you just want to take away the luminous plants. It is also useless to just study these plants. You must find a way to communicate with the planet's consciousness. I am trying this, but the planet's consciousness seems to have become very weak because the state of life on the planet has deteriorated in the past few years. I can't even find it. And Chen Ming glanced at the minister and didn't say it directly, but his meaning was very clear. He and the Climate Transformation Department only had a cooperative relationship on the climate transformation project of Gaia Planet, and they were not close enough to let Chen Ming take the initiative to help them. The minister was a minister after all, and he immediately understood the hidden meaning in Chen Ming's words and said, I heard that you are recruiting people recently. Yes, but I don't think I told too many people. This matter has been spread to many places. I wonder if you are interested in opening a new project. I need you to tell me more about it. Chen Ming did not reject the Climate Modification Department in this regard. After all, they did a good job in climate modification. It's just that if the Climate Modification Department wants to get his help, they have to at least come up with something decent. Although his research center will definitely focus on ships, psychic energy and biology in the future. It has some biological connection with their climate modification technology. But it's just a connection. He needs more valuable information. At least to let him see the value of investing. You can't just talk nonsense and think about what he can contribute. Just like before Chen Ming discovered the special effect of the body fluid of the star-eating body, he directly told the Empire that he could build a Dyson sphere. Even if Chen Ming's own ability is outrageous, most people in the Empire will not believe such a thing. But when Chen Ming took out the body fluid of the star-eating body, what he said was really valuable. The minister seemed very confident about this. I believe that the technology of our project has great potential. He operated on his terminal for a few times, and it seemed that he unlocked some permissions, and then handed it to Chen Ming and said, this is what we have researched now. Chen Ming reached out to take the terminal, but did not use psychic power to control it. Instead, he followed the document that the minister had just opened and looked at the technology called Life Seeder. This is a movable giant biological culture dish, which condenses everything in the entire climate transformation process into this device. Whether it is climate transformation gas, or those organisms that assist in the diffusion of transformation gas, or everything needed in the later stage of climate transformation, all are installed in this device. Unlike a single device, it lacks something that connects all functions in series. A unique organism that can meet all needs, rather than an artificial short-lived organism that can only play an auxiliary role in climate modification. It can be seen that the research direction of the Climate Modification Department is very clear. That is, the path of biotechnology. After all, in terms of cost alone, the cost of organisms is relatively low. And from the completeness of this document, this life-seeding device is already in the stage of theoretical completion. But it lacks actual climate modification organisms that can be sown. As long as we can find the right organism, everything else will come naturally. Chen Ming's expression was obviously moved. This was also deliberately shown to the minister. But he didn't understand one thing. Why have I never heard that this technology is so mature? The minister's expression was a little helpless and sad. But he immediately calmed down and said, because I'm worried that it will be taken away by someone. You may not know, but many times, projects like ours, which are not important to the empire, but do have a certain gold content, and the researchers have no background, are of special use to many people. You're helping people get rich, right? Although Qin had never encountered similar problems along the way. After all, he was a psychic, and he had a strong psychic behind him. But he had experienced many similar things in his previous life. It can only be said that no place can escape these. Then you don't worry about me? The minister looked down at the blade of grass he had just pulled up, and said, this technology has been stuck for several years. This is our last hope. His tone showed obvious desire, and there was a hint of worry in his eyes. Qin responded ambiguously and asked, does that mean you have been looking for suitable organisms for several years? Yes. In recent years, we have been busy with this, and most of the funds have been invested here. We heard that the person you are cooperating with has very advanced biotechnology, and we also want to find him. But we don't have your contact information with him. We didn't see this opportunity until you contacted us. Qin shook his head slightly and asked, are you so obsessed with this? You should know that the Empire has no shortage of habitable planets. The universe is so big, and there will be many habitable planets waiting for the Empire to discover. This technology has no prospects at all. The minister seemed to hear the meaning of rejection from Qin words, and was somewhat disappointed. This is my ideal. I want to make every planet a habitable planet. I also know that this is unlikely, so I relaxed my goal. As long as there is the potential to become a habitable planet, I hope they can become habitable planets. Why? Because I want to do this. Qin frowned slightly. He could feel that the minister's last words were not true. But Qin did not hear any sense of danger from his words. He did this for some more personal purpose. After thinking about it, Qin asked again, are you willing to invest in such a place? Years and years of the same? They have no objection? Those who have objections will not stay. Our department has had no newcomers for about 4 or 5 years. And everyone who is still here is willing to invest in this project. While responding to Qin, the minister muttered to himself in his heart. They may have stayed because of the same ideals as him, because of the leisure time, or simply because they like it here. But in short, they stayed. Qin stared at the minister for a long time, thinking about the risks and benefits of doing so. He suddenly looked up at the sky, then at the sparse grass under his feet, and then made a decision. What else does your project need? The minister was stunned for a moment, thinking about Qin meaning for a moment, and asked with some surprise, do you agree? Yes. Tell me what else your project needs. I will help you prepare it. But you will need to do your best in the subsequent research. The minister couldn't help but want to laugh. But he still had to maintain respect in front of Qin and quickly controlled his emotions. But he couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth. By the way, what's your name? Minister? Tianjin. Qin agreed to the cooperation request with the Climate Transformation Department. He directly sent the matters about his research center, which were supposed to be given only to some high-ranking officials of the Empire and the Legion. When the research center is open to the public, a place will be specially arranged for them. At present, it seems that Tianjin intends to change jobs with the entire Climate Transformation Department. It's not impossible. The Climate Modification Department is a quiet department. Hundreds of people have been working on the theoretically extremely difficult automatic climate modification some time ago. And they have even come up with a key result. Now that the luminous plants on the Gaia planet have been discovered, it is normal to switch jobs here. In this era, it is not necessarily good to work for the government. For researchers with aspirations, it is most normal to go where there are resources. It's just that under normal circumstances, the resources provided by the government are the most sufficient. But since Qin can provide more, there will always be people who come to Qin side. Of course, there will definitely be researchers who only want to pursue status and money. So Qin is more curious about whether the Climate Transformation Department will lose some people who are more important to the research if they switch to this department. However, Tianjin said that he would do ideological work and give Qin a reply soon. Of course, the two of them will not do these things immediately. But Qin can try to do something about Tianjin's idea now. Qin asked Tianjin to wait for a while. and at the same time called his own high point over, and jumped to the orbit of Gaia. There was a special cultivation area on his spaceship, where some vegetables and fruits that Qianming thought tasted good were planted. Of course, the most important thing was his fairy tree. Qianming's purpose of calling the high point over was simple. He wanted to realize an idea he had mentioned before. Plant the fairy tree on this Gaia planet. Although Gaia was still colder than a normal habitable planet at this time, the fairy tree, as a psychic creature, was not that fragile. The characteristics of the fairy tree itself should help Qianming achieve some goals. The location where the fairy tree is planted is right under Qianming's feet at the equator, where the climate of Gaia is the most stable. There is no need to consider the soil, air quality, and water quality, as long as the fairy tree is planted. He believes that the planetary consciousness will come to help him take care of the fairy tree. Qianming brought the fairy tree out from the highest point and placed it in a deep pit that had just been dug on the ground. Before he asked the robot responsible for digging to fill the hole, he saw the soil deep underground was wriggling. Of course, this was not the soil really moving, but some Gaia plants were pushing the soil under the soil to wrap the roots of the fairy tree. The fairy tree can soothe people's consciousness, and of course, it can soothe the consciousness of all living things. When the fairy tree was planted on the planet Gaia, Qianming finally felt a grand, but extremely weak, consciousness that was close to dissipating in terms of existence, appearing near him. That was the consciousness of this Gaia planet. Tianzhan, who was standing next to him, was focused on the Gaia plants that were filling the deep pit where the fairy tree was planted, and he didn't notice that Qianming was communicating with the Gaia consciousness. Soon, in the place where the fairy tree was planted, a Gaia plant with the characteristics of fairy leaves grew out of the renovated soil, quickly grew into a mature plant, bloomed, bore fruit, and withered. The flesh also quickly rotted into mud, leaving only the seeds on the stump, which fell in front of Qianming after shaking a few times. Qianming picked up the seed and held it in his hand. He could feel that the inside of this seed contained a certain dormant planetary consciousness. It was just a weak consciousness that only retained the instinct to maintain vitality, and would die after a period of activity. This was exactly the creature that Tianzhan needed, meeting all his needs. But it was not perfect enough. The consciousness contained in this seed might not be able to adapt to different planetary environments. Therefore, this seed still needed to be specially cultivated and reproduced in the laboratory to create a creature that was truly suitable for the life-seeding device. Qianming handed the seed to Tianzhan and said, "This is what you want. The rest is up to you. If you don't have enough seeds, you can come and get new samples at any time. I'll have to worry about the climate transformation of this planet in the future." The location of this planet. Qianming pointed to the top of his head, outside the atmosphere that is now slowly recovering. The wormhole connecting to the origin galaxy is rotating around it. Whether it is this origin galaxy or the Gaia galaxy that is now connected to the origin galaxy, they are close in physical distance and can almost be said to be in the same galaxy. They are very important. Qianming is considering the origin galaxy as the foothold for his expansion of the world before the wormhole. Then this galaxy, this Gaia planet, is the foothold for his expansion of the world after the wormhole. However, Qianming is not in a hurry to develop outward for the time being. It is more important to gain a firm foothold. He also needs to deal with the things in the origin galaxy. As for the Gaia galaxy, he has sent some reconnaissance fleets to conduct preliminary reconnaissance of the surrounding information, confirm the general situation of each galaxy and whether it is dangerous, and divide a development priority. When he has the energy to do fine control over this aspect, he will start developing. Moreover, Qianming has recently had some opinions on the rough resource mining method of the Zerg. He needs a more refined development method. As for how to do it specifically, he already has an idea, which can be used when he starts to develop the planets around the Gaia galaxy. In addition, Qianming has done another thing in the past 2 weeks. That is, when communicating with the survivors, he determined the tone of a transaction once a month. Apart from this, the rest of the things in the 2 weeks are not worth mentioning. Everything is very stable, and it is slowly developing towards the situation that Qianming wants to see most. And time has begun to pass rapidly again without knowing it. 2 months disappeared in the blink of an eye. Chapter 384 changes. 2 months later. Origin Galaxy. Gaia. Research Center Number 1. Although it is called a research center, it is actually a city with complete functions. Qianming, who is at Research Center Number 1, has just finished his work. He sent the data on the research progress of his battleship in the past 2 months, and the report on the design of the battleship to several other leaders of the project team. More than a month ago, Qinming had built Research Center No. 1 with the help of Yue. After a month of internal advance opening, Qinming's Gaia Star No. 1 Research Center was officially opened to the public a few days ago. The news that he built a new research center and had research resources that the Empire did not have had spread long ago. The news that he was setting up a research fund in the Empire and recruiting researchers and research teams on a large scale had also spread in the circle long ago. People were still coming to this city one after another. The conditions given by Qinming were relatively loose. As long as they can pass the online review and identity check, it is not a problem to bring their families here. The ancillary facilities he prepared in the urban area outside the No. 1 Research Center, which covers an area larger than the research center, are specially used here. Researchers from outside and research teams formed by outsiders can come to Qinming's colony. So his own extraordinary research institute has of course moved here a long time ago. At present, it is mainly managed by Lu Kong, his deputy, who was promoted by him personally. The main battleship project team that was previously in the Empire also moved here. Anyway, as Qinming said before, he has no shortage of energy resources. His Stargate can be connected to the Stargate of the Legion for 24 hours. His colony and the Legion headquarters can be physically only one door away. The Stargate will only be temporarily closed if it needs to be connected to other places. But this will not affect Qinming's continued opening of the Stargate, allowing people to travel through it at will. There is a little idea to keep the connection with the Legion Stargate. The Stargate is in the capital of the Legion Star Field, and people who want to come from there must be checked by the Legion. If there is a problem, the Legion will not drive people away directly, but will turn around and notify him to do the final review. It can be regarded as an extra layer of insurance, plus more people to help Qinming. The Legion is also happy to do so. After all, the Stargate leading to Qinming's colony can be opened in any place with a Stargate, and no place will refuse Qinming's request. But since Qinming is willing to open it here, they certainly can't drive people out. For them, it is definitely beneficial to maintain close contact with Qinming's colony that is purely for scientific research. So the Legion even wanted to provide the resources for opening the Stargate by themselves. But in the end, Qinming still provided them. After all, Qinming's energy resources are really free, but they are still very expensive for the Legion, unless a certain technology that has just started recently has a key breakthrough in a very short time. This situation should continue for some time. After all the people in the battleship project that Qinming was in charge of moved to Qinming's colony, the overall research situation was better than before. This project team itself was built by the cooperation of multiple research groups, and they were research groups in different directions and disciplines. Many technologies were not well understood by each other. In addition, the people who could participate in Qinming's project team were definitely the most advanced in technology, and they always looked down on each other. The cooperation situation was not too ideal. If Qinming hadn't relied on his own resources and abilities to suppress those people, the project team would have been overturned long ago. This also led to the slow progress of the project in the early days. However, the entire project team has been running in for more than half a year, and finally there is some cooperation. Now that they are in a scientific research environment specially created by Qinming, rather than an environment temporarily put together by multiple different organizations to cooperate in the battleship research project, the efficiency will only be higher than before. In 2 months, we have made good progress. For example, it took the project team half a year to deal with the corpse of the Patriarch, preserve the special organs, and determine the direction of the main control system of the spacecraft. There is nothing else. For example, there is no progress in the energy source, engine, armor and weapons of the spacecraft. But fortunately, now, these aspects have basically set the tone. It is expected that the basic framework of this battleship will be built within a few months, and the corps now will have the prototype of the spacecraft. With the foundation, the subsequent complex and diverse tests can make more refined modifications to this special battleship. Just like what Qinming just did. He integrated and sorted out the content of the past 2 months of research and sent it to the respective persons in charge. After that, he will gather everyone for a meeting to make things clear. This project has invested countless people and countless efforts. Now it is not just Qinming's own battleship project, but a test site for the entire empire to test the most advanced ship technology. But these things are not for the present. Now he has to go to the next door and do something else. Ming got up and left the office and the building where he worked. Like an ordinary researcher, he used the ready-made commuter system on the terminal to call his shuttle and set his destination. Although he could use psychic power to go there directly, Ming suddenly wanted to go there slowly. He personally commanded the Yue to build the city according to his needs. He also lived in the city for several months. But he seemed to have never done so before, and had never experienced life in the city personally. So, since there was no rush for what he was going to do, he might as well take this opportunity to take a look at the city he had built himself. The shuttle took off. In order to prevent some unexpected situations, a large number of ground orbital defense facilities were built on the planet. And there was also an orbital defense system in space. Therefore, no matter what spacecraft it was, it needed to go to a special area to enter and exit the planet's atmosphere. Otherwise it would be attacked. Although Ming had absolute control over those defense facilities, he didn't need to deliberately go out of the ordinary at this time. This also makes it easier for him to observe the city that belongs to him. Ming is already familiar with the layout of the city. After all, the entire city was designed bit by bit according to his needs. And he watched it being designed bit by bit. He knows some knowledge about urban planning. Although he knows about industrial city planning, the knowledge is interlinked. And he has some experience. His participation in the project is far greater than any other person sitting in a similar position. However, it is one thing to see it on the blueprint, but it is another to see it in reality. When the shuttle was launched, the first thing Ming saw through the window of the spacecraft gave him a feeling of emptiness. Although there were tall buildings in the city, the empty streets, and only a few sparse spacecrafts flying in the air gave him such a feeling. At the beginning of the design, the number 1 research center was a city that could accommodate tens of millions of people. Originally, a city of this size would not be so easy to build in just 3 months even with Yue. Generally speaking, there must be a city center first, and then gradually expand from the center to the periphery. But with the help of Ming's spiritual power, everything is so logical. Very quickly, and also outrageously. This also leads to the current number 1 research center being outrageously empty. Although Ming's review standards for people who can come here have been much looser than before, there are only a little over 10,000 researchers working here, counting some people who have decided to settle down and bring their families over. The total number is only about 30,000. There were no human figures anywhere. Only robots responsible for maintaining the city were running. Ming had tried his best to place the people in the city together, but the effect was not good. But it was not a big problem. His number 1 research center had only been open to the public for more than a month, and less than 2 weeks to the public. So it was normal that there were few people. Ming could no longer remember how many people there were in the empire. Even if the researchers only accounted for a small part of the empire's population, it would definitely be enough to fill his colonies. There is no need to rush. Just do what needs to be done. The shuttle circled over the city, and after reaching the area where it could enter and exit the planet, it flew straight into space. In a blink of an eye, the shuttle broke through the atmosphere of Gaia and saw the starry sky outside, as well as the half-body of the plane Nightmare floating in the starry sky and orbiting Gaia. Next to the half-body, there was a space station of about the same size as the plane Nightmare's body, which half surrounded its body for easy research. This space station, like the city on the surface, was built by Ming using psychic energy. However, he was only responsible for the construction process, and the subsequent maintenance was left to Yu Hui and various mechanical devices, robots and other means to handle. Although the destination of the commuter shuttle that Ming took was not the Nightmare space station of this plane, Ming chose to slightly change his authority and let the shuttle change its direction and arrive at the port of the space station. Of course, Ming's own space station can be entered and exited at will, and he soon saw the current appearance of the space station. The situation here in the space station is much better than on the ground. Although the port is not too lively, it is still popular. After all, this place is not as big as the cities on the surface, and a group of people organized by him have come here before. He stayed at the port for a while. Ming was about to leave when he suddenly saw the director of the psychic power driving a small car out of the passage leading to the interior of the space station from the port of the space station. He came to Ming and jumped off the vehicle inside the space station. The director of the psychic power said to Ming, "I just received the things you sent. I was wondering when you would call people together to prepare the back. Why are you here now? Come here again. I just stopped by and took a look." You know, I've always been very concerned about this project. Chen Ming has always been paying attention to the development of shift psychic shield technology based on the psychic shield of the plane Nightmare. After all, the Zerg really needs shields. And the research progress of the psychic shield project can be said to be very ideal. The principle of the plane Nightmare, using psychic energy to create a passive gravity shield, has been figured out. And the laboratory is trying to replicate it. With the psychic theory technology exchanged from the survivors some time ago, it is only a matter of time to produce actual results. It won't be long before the finished product of the psychic shield generator that can be tested will appear in Chen Ming's hands. With his psychic power to optimize the psychic shield generator technology that can be used, it will mature immediately. The Queen will also obtain this thing soon, and use it to generate shields for the Zerg fleet. Although the Queen's psychic power is to strengthen the body. Judging from the results of the psychic shield research team, the effect of the psychic shield is based on the nature of the psychic power, not whether the psychic power has such a function. So there is no need to worry about not being able to use it. The psychic shield generator technology optimized by Chen Ming's psychic power will also be returned by Chen Ming later. He no longer hides his ability to optimize this part of the technology, because now at least no one in the Empire can do anything to him. He just tries to optimize the technology he needs. As for whether some other advanced and valuable technologies are optimized or not, he doesn't care. The Empire can't force him. It can only support him and wait for him to actively optimize some technologies that are not meaningful to him but will be valuable to the Empire. He didn't mind optimizing a few things every day. A few things every day wouldn't take much time. So after learning about Chen Ming's attitude, the Empire even set up a warehouse specifically for Chen Ming to prepare the technologies that needed to be optimized. This was also good for Chen Ming to a certain extent. At least, he could find some interesting things he had never heard of. It can only be said that Chen Ming occasionally did some fancy things. And the exchanges between the Empire and the survivors obtained new technologies, as well as the application of various technologies developed by the Empire. The Empire is currently in an era of technological explosion, whether it is Chen Ming's psychic shield, or psychic technology in other places. Especially the more extensive psychic knowledge at the Fanchao Research Institute. They are all developing rapidly. And the various disciplines that the Empire has exchanged technology from the survivors have made new progress, and can break through the shackles of the past. In the mechanical war that has entered its final stage, the Empire has already occupied most of the mechanical star field. And the state of the entire Empire can be said to be very good. At least it's better than before. Of course, this has nothing to do with Chen Ming for the time being. He just habitually follows a train of thought to think about a bunch of things. Now he is still chatting with the Minister of Psychic Energy about his sudden visit. And the Minister of Psychic Energy also believed Chen Ming's excuse of stopping by to take a look, and said, Olden has been keeping a close eye on it, so you don't have to worry too much about it. To be honest, you are really too busy. There are things you need to do everywhere. I think you should find a chance to rest. Chen Ming immediately said, I'm fine. But why do I feel like you're going to give up? I feel like your psychic power hasn't changed for a long time. You're a psychic. Psychic power is the most important thing. And you're using all your energy on other things. Are you really okay? Chen Ming's psychic power has actually changed. He has been using the Scarlet Rift in his own consciousness space to enter the Scarlet Dimension and seize the power there. He has never stopped. Whether it's been 6 months or 2 months. As long as his condition was good enough, he would think about stealing something from the Scarlet Dimension to improve himself. He even encountered the eye that was peeping out from the crack when he was constantly sneaking into the Scarlet Dimension. Even now, when he encountered that eye, his mental power almost collapsed. Fortunately, his part of the phase power helped him. After that, Chen Ming's mental strength was the same as when he first entered the Scarlet Dimension, with a very obvious qualitative change. Maybe the next time we meet, there will be a different result. However, the change in the quality of pure mental power is not so easy to see. Moreover, most of the improvements gained by entering the Scarlet Dimension are purely improvements in psychic knowledge. Only when Chen Ming has the spare time to acquire the Scarlet knowledge, he will go back to absorb part of the Scarlet power and enhance this part of his own power. But he will not mobilize the Scarlet power easily. So it is normal that others cannot see the change. He also knows clearly where his bottleneck is. So his behavior does seem to be not caring about the psychic power itself, but caring about other things. Don't worry. I have a plan. After Chen Ming said this, the director of the Psychic Power Institute certainly didn't say anything more. Okay. You don't need any advice from me anyway, so I'll continue to be busy. No! The director of the Psychic Power Institute, who had just turned around, suddenly stopped his action, took out the terminal, clicked a few times, and sent the document to Qinming. Take a look at this. Qinming didn't take out the terminal. His psychic power could help him directly see that the Psychic Power Director sent a report. It was on this plain nightmare space station that a research team wanted to use a device that was not on the space station to study the plain nightmare corpse. The equipment was not difficult to get, and the #1 research center had it. But the problem was that it was not on the space station, and there was no extra space in the space station to install this new equipment. So the research team applied to bring some of the materials of the plain nightmare corpse to the ground, and they needed to use the fixed equipment of the research center to study it. There were still many issues involved in this matter. So even if Qinming did not come to rely on himself today, the director of the Psychic Institute would hand over the application to Qinming to decide. Qinming first retrieved the applicant's information and looked at their past experiences. This group was a previously unknown research group. They have been quietly conducting research related to antimatter technology. Just a few days before Qinming's research center was open to the public, they published a structural optimization plan for antimatter fuel storage devices. Both the Empire and Cinda offered them olive branches, but they eventually took the initiative to choose Qinming. Originally, Qinming would have recruited them to the main battleship project team at most, but their team leader said that they were actually more interested in the plain nightmare project. Although antimatter technology and plain nightmare seemed to have nothing in common, Qinming still arranged them to the plain nightmare project out of respect for these researchers with reliable research results. After confirming that the team members who applied for this had no identity problems, Qinming seriously considered the possibility and impact of doing so. At present, the plain nightmare project team has developed a technology that can stabilize the plain nightmare corpse from turning into a black hole without Qinming's personal work. And it is feasible to study the theory on the ground. It won't be too dangerous. If there is any danger, Qinming can rush to solve the problem as soon as possible. However, for Qinming, it is better to consider solving the problem from the root rather than solving it once. For him, passing this approval and ensuring safety after the approval is far less easy than expanding the space station and providing more space to install equipment. So Qinming directly activated his spiritual power. He has no shortage of materials, design plans, mental strength and free time. Of course, he could directly expand the space station further. The space station that originally only half surrounded the body of the nightmare of the plane completely surrounded the body in just a few tens of seconds. Qinming had installed everything that should be installed inside the new space station area, and even the afterglow core that was responsible for this area was sent to the responsible place by Qinming. Okay, I will reject this application. You let him apply to install new equipment in the new area of the space station. Anyway, there is still money. Come to me if there is a shortage. Okay. The director of the Psychic Power Institute turned around and left. Qinming did not stay on the space station any longer. He boarded the shuttle again, left the space station, and began to orbit Gaia. Not long after, the shuttle had circled to the other side of the planet. And here, there should have been the wormhole that Qinming had spent a lot of time and energy to migrate to. But now, the location of the wormhole has been covered by a huge space station, and the wormhole itself is in the center of the space station. Qinming's psychic power has stabilized the space station, combined with some of the Empire's own technologies. It is theoretically feasible to build a space station near the wormhole. And from the perspective of the well-functioning space station now, it is actually feasible. The construction of this space station was originally purely for screening and recording people passing through the wormhole. However, the actual situation is slightly different from what Qinming thought at the beginning. The shuttle quickly entered the port. Qinming's spacecraft was allowed to pass by default. But Qinming did not go directly to the core wormhole of the space station through the port, but found a ship position and stopped. After getting off the ship, what Qinming could see was not a space station with only cold equipment. It was a space station with a full atmosphere of life, similar to the central city of the pirate space station where Qinming had been. Chapter 385 High-Frequency Electromagnetic Radiation Beam. When Qinming's shuttle arrived at the space station outside the wormhole, he had already taken the initiative to announce the existence of planetary consciousness on Gaia. Although the Empire had never discovered such an existence, this was not too secret and important to be announced. Qinming's initiative to say it would actually promote research in this area. After all, Ming was really curious about how such a planetary consciousness was born. Therefore, whether it was the army closest to Ming, or the faraway Fanchao Research Institute, or even some other organizations, they basically sent psychics to confirm what Ming said. After Ming confirmed the background of each psychic, he basically let them go. As long as they were under his supervision, they were allowed to study. The result was of course obvious. The value of planetary consciousness and the specialness of Gaia itself was higher than the value of any planet ever discovered by the Empire. So some psychics stayed with Ming and left some accompanying personnel. They had to stay for a long time to conduct research. These people always need to be arranged with accommodation, and they can't always live in the spaceship dormitory. And Ming's climate transformation of Gaia has not been completely completed. It is not suitable to build too many buildings on the surface. At most, only some buildings that need to be landed for investigation or research can be built on the planet. Therefore, whether it is outsiders or the Climate Transformation Department and some other staff who are busy here on Gaia, most of them need to temporarily live on the other side of the wormhole opposite to the Gaia Galaxy, in the urban area attached to the Origin Galaxy No. 1 Research Center. Although the actual distance is not far, it is just a matter of going through a wormhole to the upper orbit and then going to the lower orbit. But it is always a bit troublesome to go back and forth every day and enter and exit the planet's atmosphere. So someone applied to Ming to expand the wormhole space station and transform the wormhole space station into a place where people can live temporarily. Ming was not an unreasonable person. It just so happened that this wormhole space station had been running for a while and had basically no problem with stability. So he agreed to this request. He isolated the wormhole and the space station frame a little, and renovated the wormhole space station in the Origin Galaxy and the wormhole space station in the Gaia Galaxy, expanding a large area of additional areas. Ming made some changes so that people could live in it, and opened up a certain range of renovation rights to those who were qualified to live here, and equipped several robots. They can make changes at will without affecting the framework, function, and safety of the space station itself. As a result, in just over a month, the wormhole space station has become what it is now. Not only the wormhole space station in the Origin Galaxy, but also the wormhole space station in the Gaia Galaxy on the other side is the same. I can only say that this is also good. He has seen enough cold space stations, and an environment like this is more in line with his perception. And this also gave Ming an idea of the future planning of Gaia planet. He wanted to make Gaia, the planet behind the wormhole, a comprehensive planet and the real capital of his star field. Gaia's ability to regulate the ecological climate can affect everything from the macro to the micro, and almost every corner can be taken care of. It can almost be said to be the most suitable planet for human beings and all things to survive. As a psychic, Ming still uses a body created after birth, and can feel the positive impact of Gaia on him both physically and mentally. For ordinary people, even if their perception is not so sharp, they can still enjoy a feeling on such a planet that is unprecedented compared to other planets. So Ming is considering making the functions of the planets more independent, so that each planet can specialize in its own functions. In simple terms, it is to truly turn Gaia, which has the No. 1 scientific research center, into a pure scientific research planet. Treat Gaia, which is still undergoing climate recovery, as a planet that helps the next door to carry the population. Although the population of the research center is not even enough to fit into one street, it will be beneficial if the future direction is well planned. There are wormholes in the galaxy, so that the Gaia Galaxy and the Origin Galaxy can be regarded as the same galaxy. The convenience brought by this can be fully utilized. The cultivation of technical talents is not only from people who are originally researchers. It just takes a long time, and it is not something that can be seen in a short period of time now. But Ming thought so, and planned to do so. The reason was the same as he had always thought. He needed a colony, or a colony group, or a star field that could continue to exist after he left, rather than an organization that would collapse without him. This was what he wanted. Ming did not stay on the space station for too long. His identity might be unknown to many people who did not pay much attention to current affairs in the entire empire, but it was unlikely that no one would know him in his territory. So he walked around the space station twice and then left. He turned around and boarded the shuttle he had come in, followed the port of the space station, and entered the wormhole. He passed through the wormhole and arrived at the other end of the wormhole. A planet with almost transparent azure and deep blue appeared in front of him. This is exactly what Gaia looks like now. In 2 months, Gaia has returned to its former appearance from a snowball. Gaia plants have grown in every corner of the planet, and every inch of blue is the external manifestation of Gaia plants covering the planet. And every piece of blue is proof that the planet's ocean has regained its vitality. The existence of Gaia plants can almost be said to have directly advanced the initial stage of climate transformation, which may have taken several months to a year, by 80%, allowing the climate transformation gas that originally took time to spread to expand to the entire planet at an unprecedented speed, penetrating into every inch of land and every drop of water on the planet. Of course, the overall climate of the planet is still cold, and recovering from the severe cold is not just something that environmental modification gases can do. It also requires cooperation in other aspects. For example, returning the material in the ovules of the star-eating body to the star itself, and more work to be done by the Environmental Modification Department. The ovules of the star-eating body have been thoroughly studied by Chen Ming and the Special Star Research Project team of the Fanchao Research Institute in the past 2 months. The return of stellar matter is more difficult than the absorption of stellar matter by the star-eating body. The difficulty lies not in the way of returning, but in the speed of return. He needs to slowly release the substances in the egg sheath, and it is estimated that it will take about half a year to completely return the stellar substances. He still needs time to let this thing proceed slowly. Of course, although it is said to be slow, in fact, the changes in the stars are still very drastic, so that the work of the Environmental Transformation Department will be affected, although they have previous experience and the cooperation of Gaia Planet Consciousness. They generally just need to do it step by step. However, the drastic changes in the state of the star require someone to monitor the state of the star at all times to adjust the specific implementation plan for the subsequent environmental transformation projects. At present, about half of the staff of the entire Climate Transformation Department are responsible for this matter, and the other half are studying the Seed of Life plan. There is nothing wrong with doing this. There are enough people left to do what they should do, and Chen Ming will not restrict them from doing anything. It's just that the minister, as the general person in charge, needs to run back and forth frequently, busy with the Seed of Life plan and paying attention to climate transformation. Chen Ming could see what the minister did. He wanted to realize his ideals, but he didn't want to betray Chen Ming's trust. As a result, he had to run back and forth every day, and he could only rest for 3 or 4 hours every 2 days. His mental state was very poor, and he even relied on drugs to support himself. Using drugs was barely considered normal behavior. When some research projects reached a critical environment, many researchers would take drugs to stay awake and their brains highly flexible in order to speed up. Just like Chen Ming used a neural overclocker to keep his mental state in good condition. But it would not work if he continued like this for a long time. And the minister seemed to be planning to do this for a long time, if it were not for the soothing effect of Gaia on the human body and consciousness. And if he occasionally took a nap for an hour or 2 next to the fairy tree in the name of research, he would have been unable to resist. So Chen Ming simply acquiesced to his behavior, which was a small back door for him. His purpose today was to come here to check the progress of climate transformation and the growth of the fairy tree. The progress of climate transformation is obvious. The planet's oceans have been completely thawed, and Gaia plants have covered the entire world. If you don't pursue perfection, Gaia is now a habitable planet with a relatively cold climate. But Chen Ming pursues perfection, so he has to continue. Everything is normal. As for the fairy tree, as Chen Ming's shuttle left the wormhole space station of the Gaia galaxy, it gradually landed above the equator of the planet. You can also see that the fairy tree, which was only half a person's height 2 months ago, has now grown to 3 meters, the height of a floor. It may not look too high, but compared to the past, the growth of the fairy tree in the past 2 months is obvious. This is the Gaia planet. The existence of the fairy tree is good for it, so it will naturally feed the fairy tree in return. Just as Chen Ming's shuttle was approaching the fairy tree, he noticed that there was another shuttle docked near the fairy tree. It seemed that he had met Tianjian, who came to get Gaia plant seeds given by the planetary consciousness at a fixed time every day. This was also a matter that Chen Ming decided after communicating with the planetary consciousness. After all, these seeds can be used to study the Seed of Life project, and the composition of the seeds can also be used to determine the climate status of the planet. Of course, Tianjian would actively come to pick up seeds every day. Chen Ming's shuttle landed next to the shuttle on the ground, and saw Tianjian standing under the fairy tree. looking relaxed but obviously not in a good mental state. How are you doing recently? Very good. Never been so good. I'm asking how you are? Tianjohn's expression was slightly embarrassed. But he was unwilling to use part of his energy, which was currently being put into the two things he was doing. To rest. Qinming didn't have much to say. And as usual, he advised, take more rest. There is plenty of time to do the project. And if you fall down, you don't know how long you will have to rest. And you will lose all the money you earn every day. Tianjohn could only give Qinming a somewhat stiff smile and said, I know. And Qinming suddenly reached out and plucked a handful of fairy leaves, put one in his mouth, and stuffed the rest into Tianjohn's hands. Tianjohn looked at the fairy leaves that filled his hands, and some of them even fell on the grass beside him, and said uncertainly, This is not good. Qinming pointed to the fairy tree and said, It is willing. Tianjohn looked in the direction Qinming pointed, but he could only see the fluorescent white branches and leaves swaying in the cold wind. Since Qinming said so, he couldn't refuse to accept it. After meeting with Tianjohn, Qinming did not stay on Gaia. Instead, he took off on a shuttle and went to the next planet. There are 5 planets in the Gaia galaxy. One is Gaia, and the edge of the galaxy is a frozen planet with a severe climate. One of the other 3 has signs of life. But unfortunately, this planet did not recover after Qinming began to return the stellar matter, and the planet's climate gradually recovered. The entire planet has lost its vitality. The remaining 2 planets are ordinary planets with certain resources that can be developed. Therefore, Qinming arranged some mechanical tribes on one of the planets. His idea was also very simple, which was to give the mechanical tribes he had a chance. To be honest, the situation of the mechanical tribes was not very good, because their expansion speed was not good enough compared to the Zerg, or it was not good enough at all. The expansion of the Zerg was too terrifying. Everything in the world could be devoured, transformed, and became the cornerstone of the Zerg's expansion. As for the expansion of the mechanical race, at least metal materials are needed. The Zerg around the Origin Galaxy has already expanded to a very terrifying extent. But the development of the mechanical race can only be said to be that the mechanical colony that Qinming left behind as a bridgehead at the border of the Empire has almost developed the galaxy, and also slightly developed several surrounding galaxies. It is simply not comparable. Therefore, Qinming thought about it, and simply did not want that bridgehead. Move the mechanical race away. The significance of the bridgehead is to provide protection for Qinming to transport things to the Empire. But since Qinming can now maintain a connection with the Stargate of the Legion 24 hours a day, the significance of this bridgehead is not great. On the contrary, development will be restricted near the Empire. It is better to bring the mechanical race to a new place. Start from a mechanical colony planet, and develop from scratch. The mechanical race alone will definitely not be able to compete with the Zerg. So Qinming also plans to merge the mechanical race with Yue. Although the combined number of the two is still not as large as that of the Zerg, and there will be some minor problems in labor resources. Qinming has already thought of a solution, and he does feel that the pace of Zerg expansion is too rough, and he really needs some refined development methods. When the 2 colonies are completely stabilized and there is a stable rear area, it is time for him to officially start a new plan. The mechanical race and Yue are at least the capital for Qinming to establish himself in the early days. It is impossible for him to give up the development in this area. Qinming's purpose of this trip has been achieved. Just when he was about to return to the #1 research center, a phone call came in. Qinming picked up the phone and talked to the person in charge of Fan Chao who called him. He probably knew that Fan Chao was going to hold a technical conference. It seems that there is progress in the Dyson Sphere project team. Since Qinming brought back the body fluid of the Star Devourer, the Dyson Sphere project has been put on the table again and was taken over by the Anti-Super Research Institute. As far as Qinming knows, they have a psychic who can quickly carry out and complete a scientific research project. Just like before, after Qinming proved the conflict between the phase space and the Scarlet Dimension, Fan Chao made a device that can send a small space station into the phase space in 1 day. Fan Chao was able to research this large-scale phase space technology in 1 day. I didn't expect that it would take 2 months to work on the Dyson Sphere technology. Although Qinming didn't know the ability of the psychic, the Dyson Sphere project seemed to be really underway. The reason for calling him over was clear. It was to optimize the equipment made by Dyson Sphere technology. Qinming would definitely go and see this kind of thing. Although his Zerg could devour planets as energy, they could not devour stars. Even though the Queen could make Zerg units secrete star-eating fluids, allowing Zerg warships to enter the shallow layer of stars for a period of time, it was still not enough to devour and transform the energy of stars. Planets would be gone if they were eaten. So the existence of Dyson spheres was still valuable. I'll be there in a minute. After giving this reply to the person in charge of Fan Chao, Qinming hung up the phone and thought about what else he needed to do. So he took out the communicator to communicate with the survivors. He hadn't used this thing for a while, since Qinming discovered the Star Devourer. And the survivors took the initiative to expose their discovery of Qinming's discovery of the Star Devourer, and their secret surveillance of some places. There wasn't much communication between Qinming and the survivors. The survivors didn't seem to make any moves, and quietly conducted 2 transactions with the Empire. In the 2 transactions, the Empire took away the survivors' battleship-level ship design technology and energy weapon design technology. And the survivors took away the Empire's painting art discipline technology and music technology. Other than that, nothing happened. The survivors seemed to be a little more honest. Thinking of this, Qinming felt that he didn't have any reason to look for the survivors for the time being. So he put away the communicator and prepared to go to the Fan Chao Research Institute. At the same time, the space station of the survivors, the communicator that was in contact with Qinming, was quietly placed on a somewhat rusty metal table. In the darkness of the space station, a voice said, "Qinming still hasn't contacted us. He doesn't need us. But we need him to find us." In their estimation, if another civilization discovered a small group of people left behind by a completely decayed civilization, not to mention trying every possible way to find them and rob them, at least they will try to get something out of them. In this way, they will have the opportunity to create a situation that is favorable to them. But who would have thought? Human civilization is as aggressive as if it has no civilization, as if it doesn't care about them at all, and continues to trade once a month according to the agreement between them, and nothing else. It can only be said that after all, the most critical communicator is in Qinming's hands, and Qinming doesn't move every day. At most, he would send out some spacecraft to conduct a very shallow reconnaissance of the surrounding galaxies, and would not set foot in any danger, at least not before his colony was stabilized. This led to the current dilemma of the survivors. They were thinking about how to make Qinming ask for something from them, or have some ideas about them. In the darkness of the space station, there were more voices than last time. We need to create opportunities for contact. The more contact we have, the greater our chances. Most of the Guardians exist in planetary orbits or dormant on the surface. His current reconnaissance method will not trigger the Guardian response mechanism at all. Even if it is triggered, it will not pose a threat to him. The human empire is almost catching up with us in some aspects thanks to the ruins left by our civilization. Is there any Guardian who can withstand the attack of those biological warships? Take the initiative to attack, and still pose enough threat? The space station fell into silence. At this time, the survivor codenamed Nano, who was in charge of communicating with Qinming, said, "Ghost." 3 days later, Qinming cooperated with the Empire to complete some experiments and modular equipment optimization work of the Dyson Sphere project. Even if the Empire did not ask him for this kind of thing, he might take the initiative to join in the fun. By the way, Qinming also roughly listened to Fan Chao's plan. It can only be said that everyone involved in the project has a lot of ideas. There is no real Dyson Sphere shadow, but there is already a Dyson Sphere plan in a habitable galaxy that may be theoretically feasible. Because the Dyson Sphere is a giant device that completely covers the star and confines all light to the Dyson Sphere for conversion into energy. If a Dyson Sphere is to be built, the galaxy will become like a star-eating body, or even worse. Therefore, the location of the Dyson Sphere must be a galaxy with few resources and no habitable planets. The theory of habitable planet Dyson Sphere. When building a Dyson Sphere, the star is not completely covered, but a track is left at the intersection of the star and the galaxy's ecliptic plane. In most galaxies, the planets in the galaxy exist on the ecliptic plane of the galaxy. So as long as a track is left on this interface that allows the star energy to continue to radiate, all the planets in the galaxy can normally receive the light they could have received. Although this will lead to lower energy output of the Dyson Sphere, it can allow habitable planets in the galaxy to continue to exist, which is a means to increase resource utilization. It is indeed a good idea, but a little too ambitious. However, the Empire and Fan Chao were not carried away, and decided to advance the Dyson Sphere plan step by step from the basics. The Empire's actual implementation of the plan had nothing to do with Chen Ming, and he didn't want to have much to do with it. The more you enjoy, the more you have to bear. Everything he touched would be controlled by him, and he didn't want to bear the responsibility of maintaining the Empire's Dyson sphere. So he ran away and returned to his own world. Anyway, when the Dyson sphere project goes smoothly, he will find a way to make this thing himself. It's hard to say how long it will take. And just a few hours after Chen Ming arrived at the Origin Galaxy, he received a piece of news that he didn't know whether it was good or bad. Near the Gaia Galaxy, the stars in the neighboring galaxies, where he sent the fleet to detect and left the detection equipment, showed a special high-frequency electromagnetic radiation beam. Chapter 386 Ghost. The high-frequency electromagnetic radiation beam detected by the detection device, left by Chen Ming, is not too rare in the universe. After all, stellar activity means that a large amount of radiation is emitted by the star. Such a high-frequency electromagnetic radiation beam can only be regarded as one of the various natural phenomena that stars have. There is nothing noteworthy about it. However, at this time, the high-frequency electromagnetic radiation beam observed by Chen Ming is not just an ordinary high-frequency electromagnetic radiation beam. Its existence is also accompanied by a special law. That is, the time interval between two bursts of high-frequency electromagnetic radiation beams from the star is shortening at the same time interval. It is expected that the interval between the two electromagnetic radiation beams will be completely zero after 3 hours. And this situation is not just happening on one star, but on 3 stars at the same time. Of course, there is not a triple star system in one galaxy, but the stars of 3 relatively close galaxies appeared at the same time. There is nothing wrong with the stars in these 3 galaxies themselves. They are just different types of stars that are more common in the universe. But when put together, they are quite special. They are A-type stars, G-type stars, and N-type stars in astronomical terms, which just cover the types of stars that can be roughly divided into strong light, weak light, and intermediate categories on the spectrum. And their color differences are also very clear. The blue-white color of A-type stars, the yellow-white color of G-type stars, and the red color of N-type stars. The appearance of stars of 3 different spectral intensities in 3 galaxies at such a close distance is very special in itself. And the situation of periodically releasing electromagnetic radiation beams to the outside world is even more outrageous. Not to mention the periodicity of the radiation beam emission. This almost made Chen Ming 100% sure that something would happen in the galaxy. And he had to go and take a look. Chen Ming immediately got 2 high points and made a jump with his own ship. They arrived at 3 different galaxies and began to scan the electromagnetic signals in the galaxies, confirming that the data he had just received from the reconnaissance equipment he had left behind was correct. The stars in these 3 galaxies were releasing electromagnetic radiation beams at the same frequency. Moreover, the radiation beams emitted by these 3 stars coincidentally all point to a galaxy that is not too far away. According to the results of the preliminary reconnaissance conducted by Chen Ming's fleet during this period, there are no stars in that galaxy. Only a pulsar placed where the star should be. Pulsars can be considered a type of neutron star. Neutron stars are stars that collapse at the end of their lifespan after a supernova explosion caused by gravitational collapse. When the mass of the star does not reach the limit of forming a black hole, they are smaller than black holes and are formed when the star's lifespan ends. A small number of neutron stars periodically release electromagnetic pulses, which are pulsars. Neutron stars that should be releasing electromagnetic pulses are strangely absorbing electromagnetic radiation beams from distant stars. This situation made Chen Ming, who had not encountered anything for more than 2 months, suddenly recall the period 2 months ago. So he immediately took action himself, controlled the highest point to jump, and immediately arrived at the pulsar galaxy. His spacecraft had just arrived at the edge of the galaxy and had already been subjected to a large amount of radio radiation. Once these radiations penetrate the armor and hull of the spacecraft, they may damage the electronic circuits of the spacecraft and even cause harm to the personnel inside the spacecraft. But Chen Ming is not afraid of this. The High Point is a special exploration ship after all. At the beginning of its design, it has taken into account the situation of encountering stars of different types, different ages, and aging. Pulsars are obviously also within the scope of consideration. Therefore, the outer layer of the armor of the High Point spacecraft has a special star protection coating that can be used to prevent various types and intensities of radiation. If necessary, Chen Ming can even activate the shield at the highest point. which can also defend against radiation to a certain extent. Moreover, he still has psychic energy to repair the spacecraft. In addition, the body he is using now is also made with advanced biotechnology, and is not afraid of radiation at all. Even if this place is a life-forbidden zone, it is not a big problem for Chen-Ming. He immediately let the spacecraft continue to move forward and continue to the interior of the galaxy for a more detailed investigation. However, he was not too stubborn and chose a route to keep the spacecraft hidden behind the planets in the galaxy that were completely lifeless and would not be swept by the terrifying pulses emitted by the pulsar. He also released some smaller spacecraft, which were equipped with reconnaissance equipment, and began to focus on the radiation value and approach the pulsar. These small spacecraft were new spacecraft he had just made, and he had never used them before. However, there should be no problem with the spacecraft technology, because there are pulsars in the Empire. Research on pulsars has been going on. And of course, there are similar spacecraft technologies. This type of spacecraft can almost completely isolate the huge amount of radiation emitted by the pulsar, and detect the galaxy of the pulsar without interference. Chen-Ming just happens to have such technology, and it can be used now. In this way, he can record the situation inside the galaxy and the strange electromagnetic pulse signal emitted from the distant galaxy. However, several spacecraft flew around the pulsar and found no other abnormalities. Only the electromagnetic radiation beams emitted by the three stars were absorbed by the pulsar. Apart from that, there was nothing else. Chen-Ming had no idea what caused this situation. Even after he recorded almost all the data in the galaxy and sent the obtained data to the Fanshao Research Institute, it was still the same. They had never had any similar records there, but hoped that Chen-Ming could get more data to send to them for research. So it seems that Chen-Ming has to deal with this matter by himself. Chen-Ming had no choice but to make some necessary preparations according to the situation 2 months ago. Then he only did one thing. Wait. Wait to see what will happen to the pulsar. Wait to see what will happen to the information of the three stars of different colors. And wait to see what will happen here. After waiting for almost 3 hours, Chen-Ming did not wait for what he expected to happen here, but he waited for the pulsar to change. At the moment when the interval between the periodic electromagnetic pulses emitted by the three stars dropped to 0, there was suddenly only silence in the channel of the electromagnetic frequency band he left in the three galaxies. The stars returned to normal and no longer emitted electromagnetic radiation beams. Although there has been no further confirmation and investigation, Chen-Ming felt that the three-star systems should not need to be monitored for the time being, because at this time, the small spacecraft he sent out from the highest point discovered that a Leviathan appeared on the surface of the pulsar in the galaxy. It was a giant blue jellyfish that looked like a certain type of blue jellyfish, about the same size as a scavenger robot. It had 8 tentacles of varying lengths, and its structure was very simple and clear. It flew out from the north pole of the pulsar, near the area where the planet periodically released huge amounts of radio pulses, and was rapidly rising into the sky, trying to escape the planet's gravity. That was the area where the entire pulsar emitted the most radio pulses. The radiation carried by these radio pulses could pose a threat to the entire galaxy, and even neighboring galaxies. And such a Leviathan that could emerge from here would probably have similar power. Combined with the fact that Chen-Ming detected the same pulse on the three stars of different colors near his Gaia galaxy, he seriously suspected that this guy would go directly to those three galaxies after escaping the gravity of the pulsar. And the distance between those three galaxies and Chen-Ming's Gaia galaxy is not too far. The possible consequences are absolutely unacceptable to Chen-Ming. He absolutely cannot let this dangerous Leviathan that releases huge amounts of radiation threaten his colony. Just when the jellyfish Leviathan had not had time to escape the gravity of the pulsar, a large area of jump fluctuations enveloped its head. The Zerg fleet that Chen-Ming called arrived here in just a dozen seconds. Just like before, the first attack was just a tentative attack. Chen-Ming still arranged 200 Zerg Hercules-class battleships. Half of them were equipped with arc weapons, and the other half were equipped with various weapons for testing. After all, Chen-Ming encountered unknown enemies, and he had no idea what kind of weapons their armor or skin were resistant to. We have to give them a try to see what kind of weapon is the most suitable. The Zerg fleet was affected by the terrifying radiation of the pulsar as soon as it entered the galaxy. Although the Zerg biological warships have gained very strong plasma resistance and high temperature resistance through the effect of the star-eating fluid, the radiation resistance has also increased to a certain extent. But ordinary stars do not have such a huge amount of radiation compared to pulsars. This put the Zerg fleet in a disadvantageous environment right from the start. Every inch of the Zerg organs were burned by radiation, and were also recovering with the supply of energy. As long as it is not seriously damaged, the Zerg warship can barely maintain stability. But fortunately, Qin Ming still put some effort into the electronic system, so that the control system of the non-biological weapons equipped by the Zerg warship was not disturbed too much and can continue to operate. The Zerg fleet can still launch a surprise attack on Leviathan under the burning of radiation in the galaxy. The purple arc that penetrates the vacuum connects the Zerg warship with the Leviathan above the pulsar. The gorgeous energy beam enveloped the body of Leviathan, and countless live bullets followed and bombarded Leviathan's body. There were also various weapons unique to the Zerg warships that were also bombarding the Leviathan. However, when all the fancy light pollution dissipated, the jellyfish-like Leviathan was almost unharmed, with only some scratches left by live ammunition weapons. And these injuries soon disappeared completely from the data just captured by the spacecraft. It was not just the Leviathan's own physical strength that was very terrifying. There were also environmental factors involved. The harsh environment of the pulsar caused most weapons to be severely interfered with. Energy weapons will be dispersed by the radiation energy of the pulsar, and live ammunition weapons will be distorted by the gravity of the pulsar. Explosive weapons will be detonated by radiation before they can hit the target, and the Zerg's biological fighters and biological missiles will never be able to get close to the pulsar, let alone hit the Leviathan. The only weapon that can really hit the Leviathan is the arc weapon. But in this battle, Qin Ming encountered a situation where the arc weapon was completely ineffective. This Leviathan seemed to be born from the pulsar. All the arcs could not cause substantial damage even if they hit. Even when the Zerg fleet's arcs hit for the second time, the Leviathan seemed to have triggered some kind of reaction, and its jellyfish-like body also burst out with violent pulses like a pulsar. Although the pulses released by the jellyfish Leviathan are far less attenuated than the pulses emitted by the pulsar, the pulses it releases are range-bound. The destructive electromagnetic pulse directly penetrated the paint that Qin Ming specially placed on the weapons, causing all the additional electronic equipment on the Zerg warships to overload, and no weapon could continue to operate. The electromagnetic pulse even triggered a violent pulse activity of the pulsar, and the radiation value in the galaxy instantly increased by at least 50%, causing severe damage to the bodies of every Zerg warship. In the grand electromagnetic pulse fluctuation, the Leviathan suddenly entered a jump state and disappeared in this dangerous galaxy. Qin Ming didn't even have time to stop it, so he could only find a way to catch up. But he immediately found that he didn't seem to need to specifically analyze the jump data to track the disappeared Leviathan, because the spaceship he stayed in the 3 galaxies that emitted electromagnetic radiation beams had seen the disappeared Leviathan appear in the galaxy with blue A-type stars. Qin Ming immediately asked the damaged Zerg fleet to return for rest, and asked the Queen to prepare a new fleet. After waiting for a while, and making sure that the Queen was ready, he jumped to the edge of the blue A-type galaxy. The high radiation value alarm was issued when he came up from the highest point. It seems that in just a few minutes, Leviathan has spread its radiation throughout the entire galaxy. Obviously, if this thing runs to the Gaia galaxy, it will cause a terrible impact. Qin Ming's heart sank, but he suddenly found that something seemed wrong. There seemed to be a unique connection between the star and Leviathan. It seems that their spectral frequencies are the same, which allows the star to establish a strange relationship with Leviathan at this time. This relationship is not that the star is supplying energy to Leviathan, but that the star is draining Leviathan's energy. The energy level and radiation emission of Leviathan were reduced by more than half compared to the pulsar galaxy. Qin Ming immediately realized that this was a great opportunity. He quickly asked the fleet prepared by the Queen of Zerg to jump over, wanting to kill Leviathan while it was weak. But the development of the following events was somewhat beyond his expectations. Before the Zerg fleet arrived, the Leviathan in the galaxy once again erupted with a violent electromagnetic pulse. And just like before, it jumped again and disappeared in this galaxy, appearing in the yellow-white G-type star galaxy. This time, perhaps because of the different spectral frequencies, the star did not actively absorb its energy, but it actively released energy into the star. Before Qin Ming could figure out what it was going to do, he saw it jump again and appear in the red M-type star galaxy to do the same thing. Just when Qin Ming was ready to be on guard in case its next jump destination was the Gaia galaxy, Leviathan chose to return to the blue-white A-type star galaxy. Its power was once again absorbed by the star, and it itself became weaker than before. All this happened in a flash, so that when Leviathan came back again, the Zerg fleet just happened to jump here at this time. Qin Ming directly ordered the Zerg fleet to launch a full-scale attack. No longer holding back. Just to kill the Leviathan as quickly and efficiently as possible. Because he saw a scene from another perspective that made him extremely confused. To be precise, there are two pictures. Just after the blue jellyfish-shaped Leviathan returned to the A-type star galaxy, the surfaces of the two star systems it had just visited showed unexpected and violent fluctuations. Along with a sudden increase in the radiation value in the galaxy, two more Leviathans emerged from the stars. They were the same as the blue jellyfish-shaped Leviathan, only different in color. The light of the star seemed to dim a little at this moment, and the two newly appeared orange and red jellyfish Leviathans were also struggling to escape the constraints of the star's gravity. The appearance of the three-color Leviathans made him realize that he could not delay any longer. Even though he observed that the two Leviathans would still be disturbed by the stars when they were in the galaxies, with their corresponding spectral frequencies. But he did not dare to bet whether the three Leviathans would rush together. He had to get rid of them all as soon as possible. Qin Ming continued to give the Queen the order to summon more Zerg fleets. The main Zerg fleet in the A-type star galaxy rushed towards the blue Leviathan that had just returned to the galaxy and was heading towards the star, with the arc weapons completely ineffective. Qin Ming could only equip all Zerg warships with live ammunition main weapons learned from the mechanical race's live ammunition type spine cannon based on the previous battle situation and his own speculation. The Zerg fleet's surprise attack seemed to have worked, and countless scars left by live ammunition appeared on the body of the blue Leviathan. Scratches, bruises, and penetration wounds could all be seen on its body. But this did not affect Leviathan's actions at all. It was as if all the injuries were just decorations with the name of injuries, and it continued to move towards the star without being affected at all. In the process, even if the star is still draining its power, it will completely repair all the injuries on its body. Live ammunition can hurt Leviathan, but it cannot cause real meaningful and effective damage. It has no fatal parts and no weaknesses. If you want to solve it, it seems that the only way is to completely destroy it. Qin Ming can distinguish the priorities of things and knows what is really important. If the fleet cannot win, there is only one way left. Qin Ming once again issued an order to the Zerg fleet. Thousands of Zerg battleships started their jump engines the moment they received his order. During the jump, the organs inside these Zerg battleships were all transformed into activated energy crystals, just to burst out the most terrifying power at the last moment. The jump waves of thousands of battleships surrounded the moving Leviathan, and when the first Zerg battleship broke away from the jump and appeared in front of Leviathan, the continuous explosion and fire completely enveloped Leviathan. A violent electromagnetic pulse suddenly burst out from the center of the fire. The aftermath of the main battleship's self-detonation was swept away from this area. Leviathan had no intention of continuing to entangle with the Zerg fleet reinforcements that might arrive at any time. Suddenly, it accelerated and touched the surface of the A-type star, sank into the interior of the star, and could no longer find any trace. The self-detonation of thousands of Zerg warships seemed to have caused no effective damage to it at all, and was even less effective than the live ammunition weapons just now. This outrageous gap made Qin Ming frown. Although he still had more Zerg warships, self-destruction might not be a good choice. And this was just one galaxy, and there were Leviathans in two other galaxies waiting for him to deal with. He looked at the other two galaxies again, and the two Leviathans, one yellow and one red, that had just struggled out of the star were now gone. It wasn't that they ran away, but that they had already hidden in the star when Qin Ming ordered the Zerg fleet to self-destruct. They hid themselves and did not make any further moves. This was also a point that made Qin Ming very worried. However, Qin Ming's expression gradually calmed down. If the Zerg's fighting power was not enough compared to the three-color Leviathan, then he could actually choose another way to fight. That is, he would go on the field himself. Qin Ming clenched his fist. A layer of biological armor protection instantly appeared on his arm. Pure biological armor has no advantages over the armor of the Zerg battleship except flexibility. But if combined with Qin Ming's own strength, he can do far more than the Zerg fleet. There is just one problem. The three Leviathans are hiding in the star, and Qin Ming currently has no means to enter the star directly without being affected. He must at least wait for his research project on the Star Eater to make progress before he can enter the interior of the star. So he can only wait. Waiting for the Leviathans that suddenly appeared to leave the star, giving him a chance to kill them. Meanwhile, Survivor Space Station. In the dark environment, those few voices were still communicating directly. The ghost played a role, but not much. No, it was enough. With the human technology level, it is impossible to observe the status of the ghost in depth. They can't find that the blue ghost status is already very bad. They just think that the ghost is waiting for an opportunity to move. If they are smart enough, they won't continue to waste resources on self-destruction. But I never remember that the biological warships of the Thorn Zerg have such capabilities. I never knew anyone could raise these creatures. Not even us. The space station was quiet for a while, and the survivors didn't seem to want to talk about this topic. What we have to do is to find a way to continue to use the ghosts to put pressure on humans. Let them know that they have no means to destroy the ghosts, and can only rely on us. Qinming doesn't seem to mean that. He doesn't seem to have considered us at all. Was what you did before correct? Nano didn't respond to this question, but said, then take the initiative to bring up this matter during the next transaction, and let the ghosts drag it until the next transaction day. Chapter 387 Negative Matter. Qinming borrowed dozens of devices from the Climate Modification Department to monitor the state of stars around stars. They were evenly installed around the stars of the 3-star systems where Leviathans existed, ensuring that the monitoring of these devices would not miss any corner of the star. As long as the Leviathans hidden inside made any move to show their heads, these devices would immediately transmit the news to his mind. As long as the radiation level in the galaxy did not drop, the threat of the 3-color Leviathan would hover over his head. He must be prepared for early warning and be ready to respond at any time. Unfortunately, he really can't do anything with the 3 Leviathans for the time being. He can only hope that the project team studying the Star Devourer will make faster progress. As soon as possible, the structure of the Star Devourer must be thoroughly understood and replicated. As long as this technology is available, it will no longer be impossible for Qinming to directly enter the interior of the star, and the Leviathan hidden inside the star must die. So Qinming was thinking, should he go to the Star Devourer project team to urge them? After all, if he wants to deal with the Leviathan hiding in the star in advance, the key lies in the Star Devourer projects. But after thinking about it, Qinming decided to forget it. The project team is currently on a space station in the close orbit of the star in the Gaia galaxy. Before, Qinming had not been there when he was strolling around, but he knew that the Star Devourer project team on that space station had thousands of people in different fine projects. And they also worked part-time to provide real-time star data to the Climate Transformation Department. He went there to urge the progress, and he didn't know how many people would be in a mess. And more importantly, he didn't have any targeted weapons. Qinming was more inclined not to do it himself unless there was a direct danger. He was worried that Leviathan might go directly to the Gaia galaxy to cause trouble, so he wanted to solve it himself. But since Leviathan chose to hide for some reason, he might as well wait and see. See if Leviathan will make any moves recently, and see if he can take advantage of these few days to get some new weapons and equipment that adapt to the jellyfish-like Leviathan. After waiting for the same 3 hours as before and confirming that the 3 Leviathans had no intention of coming out of the star, Qinming quickly summarized what had just happened. Then he sent the news of the appearance of the new Leviathan back to the Empire. To be honest, in addition to worrying about the possible losses that the Leviathan might cause him, Qinming was actually quite looking forward to what kind of benefits the Leviathan's corpse could bring him. He had encountered a total of 3 Leviathans before: Scavenger Robot, Planar Nightmare, Star Devourer, or Star Devourer according to the survivors, are all similar. The Scavenger Robot gave him a broken nanoforge, a nanorobot self-optimization program, and a behemoth with a combat power of at least Leviathan level. Although the nanoforge was not dismantled by Qinming, it can still play its due role. Qinming's industrial buildings on the non-habitable planets of the Origin Galaxy and Gaia Galaxy were built with it. The self-optimization program is still on Qinming's own research list as before. As for the combat power of the Scavenger himself, Qinming did not expect too much, and the things that were taken from the Nightmare of the Plane were more in line with Qinming's own needs. He learned new spatial abilities from the Nightmare of the Plane, including 2 different methods of maintaining spatial stability and forcibly tearing space. And he also got half of the corpse of the Nightmare of the Plane, which can be used to study other technologies. For example, the psychic shield technology that he cares most about has already had practical theoretical results. It may take time to manufacture a psychic shield generator at the technical level, but from the perspective of a psychic, replicating a psychic shield is not a difficult task. Qinming has now mastered the psychic shield technology that he can use personally, which is one of the sources of his confidence in fighting Leviathan alone. As the last Leviathan that Qinming solved, Star Devourer's technology is a little less developed. But just looking at the existence of star devourer fluid, it can create a Dyson sphere and provide an extra layer of protection for the Zerg fleet, which is already very good. If he does not return the stellar matter in the egg sheath, there may be more. Star devourer means, in addition to the ongoing projects, Qin Ming was just about to think about what the 3 jellyfish-shaped leviathans might bring him after being dealt with. The person in charge of Fan Chao took the initiative to contact him and said, "Mr. Qin Ming, our researchers have just read the information you sent. So in their opinion, the jellyfish-shaped leviathan may be some kind of electromagnetic or radiation life form. So the arc weapons carried by the Zerg fleet will be ineffective. From the data you sent back, only live ammunition weapons have caused real damage. Live ammunition weapons may be the best choice to deal with such life forms. But there are probably no live ammunition weapons that can deal with leviathans of this size. But there is a project team on the Plane Nightmare that we are working with that may have some effect." Qin Ming immediately recalled the sub-projects on the Plane Nightmare space station and asked, "Psychic gravity weapons?" The person in charge of Fan Chao said, "Yes. Our researchers analyzed your video and believe that large volume and large mass physical attacks might be effective. Psychic gravity weapons can give live ammunition additional gravity, which is a significant improvement on live ammunition weapons. With the high-precision video you brought back, we can use the data in the video to simulate and confirm whether those weapons can really cause damage to Leviathan. I have no objection." After Qin Ming accepted Fan Chao's invitation to cooperate, he stayed in Fan Chao's research institute for 5 consecutive days. He had to admit that the research environment here at Fan Chao's research institute was much better than his. It was a research institute directly under the Empire, and it had been in operation for many years. It was not as academic as Qin Ming's research center, which had only been open for less than half a month. But Qin Ming had nothing to be discouraged. He always believed that he could build his colony. However, during the collaborative research, something unexpected happened to both Qin Ming and Fan Chao. On the first day of the collaboration, Qin Ming and a research team from Fan Chao spent some time together to conduct an in-depth analysis of the video and various data he brought back, combined with Qin Ming's own direct experience of fighting Leviathan. They combined the judgment and came to a conclusion. That is, although this Leviathan does have an entity, its entity is more similar to the Nightmare of the Plane, an entity transformed from the existence of other levels. It sounds a bit abstract, but if you think about it carefully, you will find that this conclusion is most likely correct. The reason lies in the earliest situation, when Qin Ming recorded it. The birthplace of the blue jellyfish Leviathan is a pulsar, and pulsars are a type of neutron star, with a density so terrifying that it is close to a black hole. How could a Leviathan born on such a planet be harmed by ordinary live ammunition? How can live ammunition harm a Leviathan that was born on a neutron star with a density close to that of a black hole? But the fact is that the live ammunition fired by Qin Ming's Zerg fleet really caused some visible damage to the body of the blue jellyfish Leviathan. Although the damage was quickly recovered, it was obvious that its body density and strength were not that high. Is this reasonable? This is completely unreasonable. It's just that both Qin Ming and the top researchers of the Fan Chao Research Institute subconsciously ignored this point before. After all, Leviathans like the Nightmare of the Plains can be damaged by live ammunition. So no one thought there was anything wrong with live ammunition weapons hurting this Leviathan. But the situation of the Plane Nightmare is very special. It is the product of the existence of the black hole dimension that materializes after entering the normal universe. It is not a black hole itself. Even if its body can be transformed into black hole matter, it is actually only related to the black hole dimension and does not have the density of a black hole. Therefore, the difference in existence between the Plane Nightmare and the new jellyfish Leviathan may only be that one is in another dimension, and the other is a thing in an existing dimension. So after combining these news, Qin Ming and Fan Chao both believed that the entity of Leviathan was not important. That was just its concrete appearance. It might actually be some kind of electromagnetic, radiation or optical creature. After all, it gave birth to 2 similar creatures of different colors. The only difference between them is the color of light. That is, the frequency of light. If you want to hurt it in the true sense, you can't start from its entity, but from its essence. So the next day, Qin Ming and Fan Chao's people completely overturned the direction of research that had been decided at the beginning, and changed the direction of researching what kind of weapons are suitable for attacking Leviathan. After a few days, we have a rough direction. We start with the 3 aspects of stopping the electromagnetic frequency band. absorbing the radiation band and forcibly changing the frequency of light. Fan Chao originally wanted to say that large-scale energy hedging might be effective. But seeing the actual results of Chen-Ming's subsequent thousands of battleships self-destructing as if they were free, this approach does not seem to work. Maybe there is some special protection method, or there is some special property that allows Leviathan to ignore the damage of self-destruction. We still have to use several newly speculated methods to target Leviathan. Although this makes the previous research basically worthless. The research that is meaningless in itself has no value. At most, Chen-Ming will have to spend a few more days on research. Fortunately, there has been no movement from the jellyfish Leviathan in the past few days. Otherwise, Chen-Ming would have to go into battle himself if he hadn't come up with the targeted technology. Chen-Ming, who is currently in Fan Chao, still plans to continue to work on the targeted weapons. Some of Fan Chao's researchers are not psychics and need sleep. But he can go for a long time without rest when necessary. After all, he is not physically tired. And the only thing that is really tired is his spirit. As long as the spirit can hold on, it is not a problem to stay awake until the end of time. But just before Chen-Ming did this, he suddenly received a message from the Afterglow Corps, which is responsible for the control of the Plane Nightmare space station. A research team has an application to submit to him for his personal approval. Along with their application, they sent a brief version of their research report. After seeing the content of the research report, Chen-Ming noticed that this was the application of the group that had applied for research facilities with him a few days ago. And from the content of their research report, with the help of the equipment they had applied for before, they conducted several batches of experiments on the space station. Finally, they successfully analyzed a special substance that objectively existed in the corpse of the Nightmare of the Plane, but was not discovered until now. This group called it negative matter. According to the report, the research team believes that negative matter can be regarded as a special kind of antimatter, but it will not annihilate when it comes into contact with normal matter, but will fuse. The properties of the fused object will change. Although there is no structural change, it will become more resilient overall. Almost everything is the same, which is very valuable for research. Chen-Ming immediately found this thing very interesting. It happened that most of the members of the research team he was working with went to rest. Only a few people working on the night shift were still processing the data left over from the daytime. Chen-Ming can go there in person when he has time. Anyway, there is no result here for the time being, so it doesn't take much time to go to the space station. After Chen-Ming greeted the people, he directly arrived at the Plane Nightmare space station with psychic energy. He went to the newly expanded area of the space station and found the research team working in the laboratory separated from this area. The team that received the notice of Chen-Ming's coming was already waiting at the door of the laboratory. After Chen-Ming indicated that there was no need for such a grand ceremony, the team leader asked the team members to do their own things. And he took Chen-Ming to their usual workplace and showed the results of their research. Some materials fused with negative matter stored in the vacuum isolation layer include a pure iron block with a mass of 1 kilogram, soil of the same mass, and other materials of the same mass, etc. And a control group with the same materials stored in the vacuum isolation layer. Through the data left on the console next to it, Chen-Ming can easily see that the properties of the materials in the experimental group have changed in quality from the same materials in the control group. Although the change is extremely subtle, it does exist. And next to this console is a detection device that this team made with the help of Yue, which can be used to detect negative matter. And the object of detection is the entire space station. From the results displayed by the device, the entire space station has been completely infiltrated by negative matter. But Chen-Ming cannot perceive this substance specifically. No matter how much he tries with his own perception, he cannot perceive the existence of this negative matter. And if it is just data on paper, it is far from explaining anything. So Chen-Ming turned to the team leader and asked, "How did you find it?" The team leader shook his head and said, "We didn't find it. But this material found us on its own initiative. We just applied for a batch of materials a few days ago, but found that the materials changed within a few days after being transported from other places. We originally thought it was a material problem, so we applied for a new batch. But the result was still the same, except for the problem. The problem was exactly the same. Then, there was the third batch of materials. This time we asked the cargo ship to wait outside the space station. We went up and tested it ourselves and found that there was no problem before we asked. No, let Yui deliver the things. But So we suspected that the nightmare of the plane might have a substance similar to antimatter that could not be observed. Then we borrowed some equipment from other teams to test it more. And we confirmed that this substance did exist. Chen-Ming looked down at the floor of the space station under his feet, stimulated his own spiritual energy, and personally felt the quality of the materials that constituted the structure of the space station. It turned out that it was really as the team leader said. The physical strength of all the materials on the space station had changed. This kind of negative matter really exists. And it has been integrated into the entire space station. Even though he cannot feel this negative matter directly, it does exist. Chen-Ming's eyes suddenly turned to the control group in the vacuum isolation layer next to him. Negative matter cannot spread in a vacuum. Right? Yes. So we put these things here for comparison. Okay. Chen-Ming was relieved a little. Because so far, the Plane Nightmare space station has only transported things from the outside to the inside, and has never taken things out. Therefore, the negative matter carried by the Plane Nightmare should only be found on this space station. At most, there might be some on the Shining Civilization spaceship that Chen-Ming pulled out from the Plane Nightmare. However, Chen-Ming did not drive that spaceship everywhere, and it was also left on the Plane Nightmare space station as a research object. So your application. The team leader immediately said, we hope to reach the ground to conduct a slightly larger scale experiment. Since the space station has been fully integrated with this negative matter for such a long time, and nothing has happened, we think that we can temporarily treat this matter as not too dangerous. We want to conduct larger scale experiments, and based on the conclusions drawn from the experiments, we can then conduct stable testing and subsequent research on negative matter. Chen-Ming confirmed, are you sure it is safe? Yes. Please see our experimental log. The team leader pressed a few buttons on the operating table next to him, and put out a log with hundreds of pages of dense writing. The contents are all the results of various fusion experiments. It can be seen that there is no problem with any experiment. It can only be said that it was also thanks to Chen-Ming that a large amount of surplus space was created when expanding the space station. And Chen-Ming specifically gave them more space because this group applied for it first. So this group has sufficient experimental sites, and almost all places have been used by them. And from these experimental logs, this group has some more detailed results that are not written in the brief research report. For example, they judge that negative matter is most likely the medium of the black hole dimension, similar to the medium in the phase space that blocks the radiation energy dissipation. Humans are currently unable to explore the black hole dimension, but can indirectly explore the black hole dimension through negative matter and indirectly study the black hole, and after the matter is fused with negative matter. In addition to the change in physical properties, these substances will also have a unique stability in the spatial dimension, a stability that is more difficult to be affected by transition fluctuations, as if it is stabilized in place by some force. They also found that negative matter has no direct effect on living things. They only fuse dead things. And it seems that there is no harm at present, only benefits. Such valuable negative matter forced Chen-Ming to consider the idea of setting up an experimental site on the planet. But the fact that the negative matter studied by this team is related to the black hole dimension is still a bit too dangerous. Chen-Ming is unlikely to arrange them directly to the number 1 scientific research center area. However, Chen-Ming also immediately thought of an alternative method. He could arrange the team to the satellite of Gaia. The satellite of Gaia is also a habitable planet, and Chen-Ming has not yet figured out what it will be used for. Since there is a demand, why not just build a new experimental site for this team to test? Chen-Ming has no shortage of resources, so it is no problem to build a separate test site. So Chen-Ming agreed. However, he also gave very strict conditions. That is, the entire security and transportation process of the experimental material will be handed over to the Yuhui Center. The entire experiment needs to be carried out under surveillance. The Plane Nightmare material is prohibited from being taken out, and all situations that may cause a large-scale leakage of negative matter beyond expectations have been restricted by Chen-Ming. And Chen-Ming also said that it would keep a close watch on the team, both for the safety of the experiment and for their own safety. The team leader had no objection. So Chen-Ming turned around and left the space station, and began to prepare the environment for studying negative matter. The team leader quickly gathered more than 20 team members and said, Director Chen agreed. We can proceed to the next step of research. After a short cheer, the team leader said, take safety measures to prevent those substances from leaking out for no reason. The team members agreed without hesitation. Although the negative matter produced by the body of the plane Nightmare in their research is not dangerous, but very stable. But no one knows whether there will be other impacts in the future. So this is the safest way. Pack up. We will go to the ground tomorrow. Time flies, and it is the next day. The team leader and team members have arrived at the surface of the Gaia satellite. Here Chenming specially prepared a complete and safe experimental site for them. A double-layer dome. This is the building where Chenming used to stay, with very good internal and external isolation. And this double layer is a modification made by Chenming to evacuate the space between the two domes. After all, it seems that vacuum is a very effective means of isolating negative matter. Otherwise, the nightmare of the plane in the black hole would have spread negative matter throughout the universe. The team leader was standing on a hill near the dome and observing the dome environment. At the same time, he was also watching an extremely heavy spaceship slowly landing on the ground, under the protection of a large number of mechanical bodies. A fragment of the plane Nightmare's body stored in the vacuum isolation room was transported to the laboratory in the dome. What are you looking at? A team member's voice suddenly sounded behind the team leader. The team leader responded without turning his head. I am looking at where the safety measures may not be done well. If negative matter leaks out, even if nothing happens, we are doomed. If I really find a problem, I plan to apply to the higher-ups for additional reinforcement. The team member said indifferently, Team leader, you are really too worried. You have never been like this on the space station. With such a big body lying there, I don't know how much negative matter it emits. If something was going to happen, it would have happened a long time ago. How could it wait until the planet? The team leader's eyes suddenly became a little confused, but soon returned to normal. Indeed, but safety measures must be taken, and it is best to make them stricter. The team member shrugged, as long as you are happy. It shouldn't hurt to arrange it a little safer. Chapter 388 Leakage. Not long after Chenming left the satellite, he received another message from the afterglow core of the Gaia satellite. It was the same team, and it was a new application. The leader of the team applied to install a few more layers of magnetic levitation vacuum partitions on the ground connection part, and then wanted to isolate a separate space inside the dome to create a partition area. Chenming approved it, and turned around to continue doing his own thing. He had just taken off, and had not yet left the gravitational orbit of the planet, and was still in the origin galaxy. Since he had returned from Fanchao, he might as well go to the Star Devourer space station next to the star in the galaxy. There were already signs of research on weapons against the new Leviathan, so he must pay attention to the Star Devourer project that could help ships enter the star. It was not enough to thoroughly understand the current project progress by looking at those brief reports every day, so he had to go there in person. The Star Devourer itself has many projects worth studying, and there will certainly be a project team that uses the technology obtained from the Star Devourer for combat. Under the entire combat project team, there will be different combat teams such as the surface, ocean, and space. Under these combat research teams, there will be several smaller teams of different types and tendencies, and the personnel composition is quite complex. The project team on the plane Nightmare space station is basically the same. Although it looks troublesome, it is also troublesome to manage. But the benefit is just here. When Chenming needs something, he can quickly find the right person to do the right thing, and he doesn't have to worry about everything. Of course, he still has to be careful not to make a big scene. He just came to confirm the progress of the technology he needs, not to interfere with other people's research. So after Chenming's spaceship took off, he didn't wander around, but flew directly to the Star Devourer space station. After getting off the ship, he immediately went to the project team that was most in need of researching the Star Devourer armor of spaceships. Chenming's arrival attracted a little attention. However, he moved quickly and immediately left the public view with the project leader and went to the leader's office. When the leader learned that Chenming wanted to know about the status of the project, he smiled and told Chenming that they had just made a breakthrough yesterday. The star-eating armor studied by their project team is currently named Artificial Star-Eating Interlayer Armor. It is installed outside the armor and between the armor and the hull, and does not need to be too thick. It is enough to isolate the heat energy of the star and allow the warship to enter the star after installing the Star Devourer armor. As for the breakthrough he mentioned, it is mainly that the test of theoretical data has been fully completed. The rest is to manufacture the actual finished product and test it. In the normal research process, the perfection of the theory does not mean that it is almost done. In fact, only when the theory is perfected can the subsequent actual tests begin. There is still a lot of work waiting. But Qinming still left there very satisfied. Because when the theory of a technology has been successful, he can use his own psychic energy to create the product of such technology and directly conduct subsequent tests. Even from the data, not all stars can enter and exit stably at present. After all, there are many types of stars, and the internal temperatures of different stars are also different. But not to mention the hottest A and B type stars. At least the stars of the following levels can enter and exit freely after the ship is equipped with the Star Devourer armor, as long as they are not directly penetrated from the outermost armor all the way to the hull. The armor can continue to work. As for the star-eating armor with higher protection strength, it was just a matter of Qinming's psychic optimization. The armor technology was no problem. The only thing left was the weapons against the jellyfish Leviathan that he and Fan Chao were cooperating on. Qinming did not stay in his territory for too long. He just had a brief chat with the heads of several important projects, and then returned to Fan Chao to continue his previous work. And a few days passed again. The Empire, like the previous 2 months, asked Qinming what technology he needed in a star system before starting the transaction with the survivors. The Empire can let Qinming choose the technology he needs, and they will prepare the technology for trading with the survivors. But Qinming refused. He didn't want to have anything to do with the survivors, because he felt more and more that there was definitely a big problem with this group of survivors. Some time ago, they were able to discover the existence of the Star Devourer, knew that he had fought with the Star Devourer, and took the initiative to promote that they knew the Star Devourer's weakness. This means that they must have discovered the situation in which he had a conflict with the three-color Leviathan later. After all, the distance between the star-eating body's galaxy and the galaxy where the three-color Leviathan last stayed is not too far. This is definitely not difficult for the survivors and the Shining Civilization's technology. But the survivors did not contact him at that time. Qinming had waited for several hours before, not only for the Leviathan to appear, but also for the survivors' call. However, there was no call. The possible hidden situation really made Qinming very worried. Of course, it is also possible that after he rejected the survivors last time, the survivors did not intend to stick to him this time. But Qinming clearly felt that the survivors were very concerned about the matters related to the Empire and him during the transactions conducted by the survivors. He had lost in the battle with Leviathan, and there was no follow-up. So the survivors should be very interested. But the survivors still didn't. So Qinming just kept paying attention to the survivors, but never got involved with them. As long as he could find any flaws of the survivors, he would rush over and kill the troublesome survivors completely. He is still monitoring the three-color star and the Leviathan inside the three-color star, while developing new weapons for Leviathan at the Fan Chao Research Institute. With his help, the progress of weapon development can be said to be very fast. At present, several targeted new weapons have been developed and can be put into practical use. Qinming also thinks it is almost done. Anyway, after a technology has no problem in theory, the remaining large-scale installation is his own business. He was ready to face Leviathan. After thinking about it, he decided to deal with the one in the red M-type star with the lowest temperature first. It was also the Leviathan that the blue jellyfish Leviathan finally guided out. Qinming had prepared the fleet and weapons in advance. But just when he was about to leave, he received an emergency notice from the afterglow core of the Gaia satellite. Negative matter leaked. At this time, without any hesitation, Qinming immediately used his psychic energy to reach the sky above the dome he had specially set up on the satellite. When he just arrived, a heavy atmosphere that he had never felt before was shrouding the dome, giving Qinming some psychological pressure. Although there was nothing wrong with the dome at first glance, but in his psychic perception, the vacuum isolation layer at the bottom of the dome was damaged. A large amount of negative matter would penetrate into the satellite through this gap. The range that is expected to be affected is at least 1/3 of the size of a satellite. This is not something Qinming said casually, but he really felt this way. Before he had a concept of negative matter, and really came into contact with a large amount of negative matter. The moment he arrived here, he really felt the existence of negative matter that he had never been able to touch before. He could feel that everything that was fused with negative matter and controlled by him was so heavy at this moment. Although it only takes a while to get used to this heaviness. But who knows whether this situation is good or bad? Qinming glanced at the surroundings of the dome from the sky, and all the project team members had appeared outside the dome at this time. They were not in trouble. This may be considered good news. No matter what the specific cause of the leak accident was, Qinming activated his psychic power again and appeared in the laboratory inside the dome, and quickly came to the place where the vacuum isolation layer at the bottom of the dome had the earliest problem. This is the area where the bodies of the nightmares of the planes are stored. It is tightly protected by various isolation facilities and security facilities. It is clearly protected in this way. But there are still problems. Is this an accident or man-made? With doubt, Chin-Ning once again used his psychic power to sense the condition of this facility he personally built. After entering this facility that is now completely infiltrated by negative matter, Chin-Ning feels that the heaviness of this area is getting more and more serious. And he can also more clearly sense the path of the leakage of negative matter. Although this made him feel very uncomfortable, it also allowed him to quickly perceive what happened. After some inspection, Chin-Ning came to a conclusion. The cause of the accident was that too many safety facilities were installed on the storage facility, causing all the negative substances to be piled up in it. The density of the negative substances was too high, and eventually the equipment was overwhelmed and leaked. Chin-Ning once again called up the list of project team members and checked the information of each of them in detail. There is nothing wrong with the information, and everyone's identity is innocent. He sighed slightly. It seems that this matter can only be like this. It is considered man-made, and it is also considered an accident. He can't pursue anything. So after Chin-Ning used psychic energy to repair the damage to the facility, he removed some of the safety devices installed on the equipment that stored negative matter, and a new diversion device for negative matter was built, which can store some negative matter separately. After the device that detects negative matter confirms that the density of negative matter exceeds a certain limit, all the negative matter in this diversion device will be sent to the Plane Nightmare space station. Anyway, there is no shortage of negative matter there. After finishing this task and confirming that the laboratory's condition has returned to normal, Chin-Ning turned his head and looked at the research equipment in the central area of the laboratory that was still running. There was a large amount of data jumping on it, which was automatically recorded by the computer. Chin-Ning felt that this was no longer a question of how much valuable data could be recorded, but whether there were enough people to study these valuable data. And the negative matter had already completely spread out. In the few tens of seconds since he came here, the planet has already merged a large amount of accumulated negative matter. Although this made him feel that the entire planet had an extra sense of weight. In a sense, it was not a purely bad thing, because he could indeed feel that the entire planet was stabilized in space by some force. But there were many places on the planet that had not yet been infiltrated by negative matter and were still in an unstable state. This unique structure is very valuable for research. It is almost possible that a small project team that was originally just extended from the Nightmare of the Plane can even compete with the Corpse project team of the Nightmare of the Plane with this situation. However, we have to wait for 2 days to see. Chin-Ning needs to analyze the situation of the planet in detail, see if it can be done, and whether it is too dangerous. Chin-Ning can't blame the project team for what happened today. Negative matter itself is dangerous, so it is definitely okay to build more safety facilities. Even if the team does not install new security facilities, the facilities may leak after the density of negative matter slowly accumulates. But it will be a few days later. After all, the ground is not like space. Although there is a corpse of a whole plane nightmare in space that continuously emits negative matter, there is no double restriction of a small space and a vacuum environment like on the ground in space. Chin-Ning can't stop them from doing this. Right? So in the end, Chin-Ning could only deal with today's affairs and go outside the dome to talk to the team leader. It can be seen that the team leader was also very nervous and scared. He seemed to have never expected that negative matter would leak, and he stuttered when talking to Chin-Ning. The team leader repeatedly assured him that he would not do anything extra in the future. Chin-Ning let him continue to do what he was supposed to do. After all, he had been on the space station close to the corpse of the nightmare for so long, and it was nothing for him to continue working on a planet that had just merged with negative matter. He also agreed decisively. After Chin-Ning left, the team leader returned to the team members. The team member who knew that the team leader wanted to install additional safety equipment immediately said to the team leader, "Don't do anything unnecessary." I know. A trace of confusion suddenly flashed in the team leader's nervous eyes. But he quickly stood still calmly. For a moment, his expression was completely free of the tension and anxiety when he was called out by Chin-Ning when something happened before. The team member in front of him seemed to have noticed this. And just when he was about to say something, he realized that the team leader seemed to be fine. And it seemed that he had just seen it wrong. The team leader did not talk much with the team members, but turned his head to look at the dome. The only thing he saw was the body fragments of the nightmare of the plane that were replaced in the new dome. Chen Ming, who had just left, observed the situation of the team members from a distance through the dome's monitoring for a while. After not finding any problems, he chose to put the accident that had just happened aside for the time being. Chen Ming turned around. He still planned to continue to cause trouble for Leviathan. The episode just now did not affect his thoughts, and even made him more eager to solve Leviathan as soon as possible. He can face troubles, but he doesn't want to face multiple troubles inside and outside at the same time, when he is not sure whether the internal problems will have other impacts later. Solving the Leviathan that has a clear impact later is the most important thing he has to do. The reorganized Zerg fleet led by Chen Ming soon appeared inside the N-type star system. The radiation value in the galaxy is several times higher than when Leviathan just appeared before. Obviously, Leviathan hides in the star not because of his deterrence, but because they are doing some special behavior. Chen Ming did not waste any more time. A Hercules-class ship equipped with new weapons rushed straight to the star. The ship penetrated the material on the surface of the star. Under the protection of the Star Devourer armor, the Zerg warship successfully entered the interior of the star. The biological sensors of the ship could only see a blood-red color inside the N-type star. Fortunately, the volume of this N-type star was not large. After a search, Chen Ming still scanned the traces of Leviathan inside the star. At this time, the red jellyfish-like Leviathan is still fighting against the star. The situation is still the same as before. The same frequency spectrum allows the star to absorb Leviathan matter, especially in the star. The matter on Leviathan's body has always been missing, but correspondingly, the red jellyfish Leviathan is also absorbing the star's matter at this time. And, unlike when it left the star, when the jellyfish Leviathan is inside the star, its efficiency in absorbing star matter is higher than the star's efficiency in absorbing it. So after staying in the star for a while, the Leviathan became more active than before, which is why Chen Ming discovered that the radiation in the galaxy was stronger than before. This scene made it difficult for Chen Ming not to doubt whether the jellyfish Leviathan and the Star Eater were related. Of course, this was just Chen Ming's random thought. In fact, the way the Star Eater absorbs stellar matter is completely different from that of the jellyfish Leviathan, and there is no close connection between them. After discovering the Leviathan, Chen Ming immediately prepared the Zerg fleet. However, he took a quick look and found that all the weapon systems of the Zerg battleships that entered the star were indeed, as expected, and could not be used in the star. Otherwise, the weapons would be destroyed and might not even have any effect. So Chen Ming still followed the previously planned plan and directly controlled the battleship to rush towards Leviathan. But it was different from the previous battle with Leviathan. This time, the battleship did not slow down when entering the range, nor did it convert the warship's organs and tissues into energy crystals. It simply crashed into the body of the red Leviathan. The effect was very obvious. It was so obvious that after the Zerg warship hit, a huge piece of the outermost astral armor was directly damaged, and the internal biomass and metal fusion armor also showed obvious damage. But this is nothing. A warship is nothing. The key lies in the situation of the Leviathan, and the body of the red Leviathan was indeed dented with the impact of the Zerg warship, and there was even a large scratch. But just like the damage caused by Chen Ming's fleet firing live ammunition, these injuries recovered almost instantly. The collision actually had no effect. Even the Zerg fleet that hit it was burned violently by an electromagnetic pulse that could be easily detected on the surface of the star the next moment. At a close distance, it didn't even have time to self-destruct before it was completely burned. As the star-eating armor on the spacecraft was destroyed, the entire battleship soon melted in the scorching heat of the star. The red Leviathan did not make any further moves, and had no intention of leaving the star to destroy the other warships that Chen Ming had deployed near the star. It seemed that ordinary means were meaningless. Although Leviathan hid in the star for some reason, it still had the ability to easily destroy Chen Ming's warships. In this case, the more it wanted to do something, the less Chen Ming would let it do it. Soon, another Zerg warship emerged from the fleet composed of the last battleship brought by Chen Ming. However, this Zerg battleship is different from most battleships, and the one just now. It is much larger than ordinary battleships, and is even close to the size of the Titan-class battleship in design. A battleship of this size is of course an abnormal existence. Its structural strength is forcibly supported by the psychic power of the Zerg Queen. If there is no psychic power, its structure would have collapsed long ago. It does not carry any weapons, only armor and empty chambers inside the battleship. But the chamber was soon not empty. Qin Ming's psychic power acted on the battleship, and he continuously used the resources at his disposal to create something on the battleship. A kind of artificial substance that he had just discovered and developed not long ago. And it was also the most promising artificial substance in the Empire today. Artificial star-eating fluid. Although Qin Ming did not master the star-eating power of the star-eating body, he at least used the corpse to master some other abilities. Star-eating fluid can suppress the spread of stellar radiation, which is something Qin Ming is very clear about. When a huge amount of stellar fluid is released from the interior of a star on a large scale, it will inevitably interfere with the normal existence of the star, and further affect the situation in the galaxy. However, there are no habitable planets in these 3 galaxies, and there is no sign of life on the planets in the galaxies. Qin Ming doesn't care what will happen to the star at all. He can use this method without any psychological burden. Qin Ming letting his spacecraft enter the star is only the first step, and finding a way to let the ghost come out to fight is the key. Almost all the technological means currently mastered by humans cannot be effective inside the star, including weapons. So he must do this first. The manufacturing ability of psychic energy continues to work. After this huge and bloated Zerg battleship entered the star-eating fluid in its body has accumulated to the extreme. But Qin Ming continued to create new star-eating fluid inside until it was about to touch the red Leviathan. At the moment when the strength of the battleship could no longer support it, the entire battleship exploded. This was not a self-destruction, but a blowout caused by internal pressure. A huge amount of stellar fluid was released into the entire star, although this huge amount is nothing compared to the star. For Leviathan, which is close at hand, these stellar fluids are enough to interfere with the stellar matter near it, and this interference obviously stimulated Leviathan. It finally took action, turned around and left the star, emerged from the surface of the star, and stared at Qin Ming's fleet. The radiation intensity in the galaxy increased again, and electromagnetic pulses appeared again around Leviathan's body. Chapter 389 Fear. The red jellyfish Leviathan left the interior of the star under the pressure of Qin Ming. The Zerg fleet that had been waiting for a long time immediately surrounded it, and this time Qin Ming was going to kill it directly. So all the Zerg fleets had entered the phase space at this time, and they could not be observed in the normal universe at all. They quietly lurked beside the Leviathan that was heading towards the small number of Zerg fleets in the normal universe, and aimed all the targeted weapons that Qin Ming had specially prepared for a long time at it. Qin Ming prepared for nearly 10 days, and the 3,000 Zerg fleet immediately opened fire at Qin Ming's command. However, only 1/3 of them, that is, about 1,000 battleships, opened fire, and all the bullets fired by these 1,000 battleships were live ammunition. And they all used live ammunition weapons. At this almost face-to-face distance, all the live ammunition weapons fired by the Zerg battleships easily penetrated Leviathan's skin. But for some reason, most of the bullets did not penetrate from the other end of Leviathan's body, but remained in Leviathan's body. Although this caused numerous piercing or tearing wounds on Leviathan's body from the previous situation, this was meaningless except for wasting bullets. The body of Leviathan was not the key to its existence. But as the bullets that washed Leviathan like a metal storm continued to hit, the intensity of the electromagnetic pulses that were periodically emitted from Leviathan had begun to decrease visibly. Unable to release electromagnetic pulses strong enough to burn capital ships on a large scale, Leviathan lost its greatest threat to large-scale fleets. The reason for this is very obvious. The live ammunition fired by the Zerg fleet is not ordinary live ammunition, but special ammunition with Qin Ming's characteristics. 10 days ago, when Qin Ming first started to study the weapon against Leviathan, he didn't know much about this Leviathan, and could only roughly determine that its properties were related to electromagnetic, radiation and light frequency. So when researching, Qin Ming deliberately made 3 major types of weapons: electromagnetic weapons, radiation weapons, and optical weapons. The design of electromagnetic weapons is the most troublesome, because ordinary electromagnetic pulse generators have no chance of being effective. Qin Ming would not use this kind of thing to fight against Leviathan, which can emit electromagnetic pulses that affect this galaxy. So he considered another way. The reverse way. Electromagnetic signal blocking device. This is a common device. However, what Qin Ming made was not a signal blocker used in the examination room, but an electromagnetic signal blocking device that he spent time to cooperate with Fan Chao to research in order to fight Leviathan. He can strongly interfere with specific electromagnetic signal frequency bands, which should have a good effect on the jellyfish Leviathan that can release ultra-high-intensity electromagnetic pulses. However, in Qinming's needs, it is not forced interference through other electromagnetic signals, but through the absorption of electromagnetic signals by devices made of special materials. After all, the reason why Qinming thought about weapons to block electromagnetic signals was that Leviathan had stronger electromagnetic pulses, and he could not confront it head-on. This leads to a requirement for such a device to be used at a very close distance to be effective. Under normal circumstances, this kind of thing is more used on oneself to shield electromagnetic attacks. But now it is obviously not a normal situation. And Qinming's psychic power also allows him to not abide by many normal situations. He only needs to find a way to stuff the device into the live ammunition that the main battleship can fire. This is not a difficult task. At the beginning, he was able to use the optimization psychic power to stuff the jump engine that was originally needed to be stuffed into the battleship into An Wuping's body. And now he could also stuff the originally complex device into the live ammunition intact. Miniaturization of structure has spiritual power. Mass replication has spiritual power. But manufacturing cost cannot be solved by spiritual power. On the contrary, the cost has increased dramatically because of the miniaturization of the device, and the need to install it in the real bullet to carry a very large force. But for Qinming, what is cost? With the support of the entire Zerg, each real bullet fired by his battleship has a small electromagnetic interference device inside. After hitting the target, the barb that is fixed inside the target will pop out from the warhead and immediately activate the device carried. At the same time, Qinming's psychic power will further work, using metal liquid to connect a large number of live ammunition together to prevent the device from being discharged, and can also continuously provide energy to all devices. Not only is it a function, his metal liquid will also be transformed into a truly large-scale electromagnetic interference device, further increasing the effect of electromagnetic interference under such a wave of offensive hidden in the phase space. Unless Leviathan simply changes its body, it must bear such damage. Although Leviathan's body is not important, it is still its concrete external manifestation, and it cannot easily get rid of this body. Even though the electromagnetic interference device left by Qinming in its body has almost completely restricted part of its power, it still has no signs of doing so. At this moment, the Zerg fleet also changed its formation in an instant. The second fleet has locked onto Leviathan. A battle of this scale does not require each warship to perform individually, but only needs to obey the commander's absolute orders. At the same time when Qinming ordered to open fire for the second time, the second batch of Zerg fleet also fired a new batch of live ammunition. This time the live ammunition was different from the previous batch. After hitting the Leviathan, most of the bullets did not penetrate the body of the Leviathan, but exploded directly on the surface of the body. A large amount of grayish-dark fluid was sprayed around. These fluids quickly wrapped the Leviathan in them, forming a sticky wrapping layer. At first glance, it seemed to have no effect, but these grayish-dark fluids became brighter at a speed visible to the naked eye, and their color turned into a fluorescent green that looked very dangerous. The color of the Leviathan's body, which originally emitted bright light, turned extremely dim. This was the second type of weapon that Qinming specially prepared, the radiation weapon. When the design of this weapon was just proposed, Qinming and Fan Chao still prioritized the idea of hedging and using stronger radiation weapons to cause damage to Leviathan. The Empire happened to have a radiation-type weapon, which was the main weapon of the radiation-class battleship snatched from Yue, the Microsiever-class light radiation cannon. This thing is a pure radiation weapon. The Empire, whether in the past or now, is still fighting with Yue very vigorously, and has a lot of inventory on hand. Qinming also has it. For him, as long as it is not the main battleship itself, he can call on the main weapons at any time. But it is obviously irrational to go head-to-head with Leviathan, so the idea of using microsieverts was still passed, and Qinming chose a more stable way to manufacture weapons. That is, to use radiation-absorbing devices to manufacture weapons in reverse. It just so happens that the Empire also has something similar, a man-made material called radioactive viscous fluid, which is specifically used for radiation environments. It can absorb radiation and use the absorbed radiation energy to emit light for warning. The effect can only be said to be very obvious, but it is not enough to completely make Leviathan lose its combat capability. As Qinming's 2 rounds of attacks poured out, the jellyfish Leviathan was not a fool. It must fight back. But just like when the 2 Leviathans were attacked from the phase space before, it could not find the source of the attack at all. At this time, Qin Ming's Zerg fleet also prepared the third round of weapons. They fired without any hesitation. The third round of weapons was not the live ammunition that Qin Ming had installed, but a projector that the Zerg biological warship had built in. It projected not the needles made of the Zerg's carapace, or the activated active energy crystals. It was a crystal that looked very special. As long as there was a light source, it would be colorful from any angle. Tons of such crystals were fired out, and they shattered and exploded the moment they hit Leviathan. Countless cone-shaped crystals pierced into Leviathan's body, and under the illumination of the stars and Leviathan's own light, they formed a colorful area. The body, which was originally smooth and had been rapidly repaired after 2 consecutive rounds of attacks from Qin Ming, suddenly formed an extremely rough tumor-like object at every place where the crystal fragments pierced. Each tumor-like object has a color that is mixed together, but not completely integrated. This is because the crystal fragments in the phase space cannot be expelled from the Leviathan's body. The Leviathan, which originally looked colorful only because of the broken crystals, suddenly became colorful in the true sense. This is the weapon that Qin Ming prepared to disrupt the frequency of light waves. There are a total of 3 jellyfish-like Leviathans, each with a different color, and the change in the frequency of light waves will inevitably affect them. This is indeed the case. As these crystal fragments penetrated, Leviathan's body structure was close to collapse. Leviathan could ignore all the previous injuries, but it was just this simple injury caused by the crystal fragments that Qin Ming specially found that made Leviathan completely unable to bear it. And all of this just now was done in the phase space. Nothing can be seen in the normal universe. All you can see is that Leviathan, which was originally very normal, suddenly suffered a series of injuries. And in the blink of an eye, it was already dying. But it's not enough. Qin Ming could feel that Leviathan was close to death. But there was still something missing. And he couldn't kill the beast. These methods could only weaken its power to the greatest extent, but could not completely end it. And as Leviathan's breath weakened, Qin Ming's robots left on the Zerg fleet felt a danger coming from all directions. The power Qin Ming controlled told him that the space around the Zerg fleet was distorting. This is not just the space station in the normal universe being distorted, but also the phase space being distorted together. At this time, the jump engines of all Zerg warships have lost their function, and any active jump will directly lead to the destruction of the warships. And if there is no jump, then soon this distorted space will completely crush everything in this area. It is this jellyfish Leviathan, like the nightmare of the plane. It has mastered some of the gravity power, and gravity can tear space to its extreme. This is the talent brought by being born on a neutron star, and it is also the basis for the ability of Leviathan to jump before. However, its spatial power is obviously weaker. It obviously cannot tear the space apart, but can only cause a certain distortion to the space. And this has been noticed by Qin Ming. Qin Ming made a decisive move, and the spiritual energy fluctuation surged out, easily blocking the power that could distort the space. But Qin Ming did not feel that the danger disappeared. Even the sense of danger reached its peak at the moment he blocked the space distortion force. The originally bloated and pitted body of Leviathan suddenly swelled up, and the giant beast that had been dimming at this moment burst out with unprecedented power, like a last ray of light from the normal universe. Thinking about the phase space where the Zerg fleet was located, a violent space shock burst out. Qin Ming had never expected that it would have the spare energy to do so. However, he still reacted and stimulated his psychic energy again to suppress Leviathan's dying struggle. Qin Ming tried his best to suppress the space shock, but the remaining aftershocks of the space shock still crossed the barrier between spaces and directly acted on the Zerg fleet. Each Zerg warship seemed to be directly hit by a giant beast of Leviathan size, and was completely shattered in the aftershocks of the shock. Gray-green blood and biological tissue fragments of Zerg warships floated in this area. If Qin Ming had not reacted in time, I am afraid that no Zerg warship would have survived. But even if he reacted, this main fleet of more than 3,000 people was still destroyed in an instant, and could no longer pose an effective threat to Leviathan. After this explosion, Leviathan seemed to have completely lost its combat capability and turned back to the star. As long as it could return to the star's power would help it clear the burden on its body, and all traces left by the Zerg fleet would be completely cleared, even if the star had been draining its power. As long as it returned to the star, it could in turn use the star's power to replenish itself, and it could also restore its original strength after resting. It was obviously unlikely that Qin Ming would organize the Zerg fleet to launch a new round of attacks again. He sighed, Nothing can be done. Chen Ming, who was originally observing the war in the galaxy from the highest point on the edge of the galaxy, clenched his fist slightly, and the flowing metal liquid wrapped around his body instantly transformed into a biological armor that looked slightly heavier than before. We still have to use some external force. As Chen Ming finished speaking, he disappeared from the spaceship and appeared next to Leviathan. In Chen Ming's hand appeared something he had obtained a long time ago. The Purgatory Core. This is the prototype of the last weapon he prepared. But he did not put it into service. After all, the cost of this thing is not on the same level as all the other weapons he prepared. Even if it is the pirated Purgatory Core that Fan Chao reproduced some time ago, it is still difficult to supply the Zerg fleet. So Chen Ming simply planned to use the one in his hand to complete his idea. Chen Ming's psychic energy stimulated the Purgatory Core. This device, which is one of the top technological crystals of the Shining Civilization, carried Chen Ming's will and acted on the body of Leviathan, completely extract all the heat energy around it. The entropy control power of the core of Purgatory can transfer entropy to other places, creating an extremely low temperature environment in the original place. This is an extremely low temperature on a cosmic scale, a space close to absolute zero. When the temperature of an area drops to the extreme, even light will slow down its pace. Leviathan is no exception. And this Leviathan, which is suspected to have an inseparable connection with light, showed a terrifying phenomenon when it encountered this extremely low temperature environment. Its body broke. The restriction on the speed of light caused a physical break in its body structure. And then its entire body was torn over a large area. Its body was falling apart, and it seemed to have reached a dead end. However, Chen Ming's perception told him that this Leviathan was still alive, and it was still breathing its last breath. Just doing this would not take its life. Moreover, Leviathan was constantly releasing radiation and heat energy from its body to the surrounding space, restoring the surrounding environment so that it could continue to travel to the star. Chen Ming's mental power was enough to fight against Leviathan. He could rely on the accumulation of mental power to drag Leviathan to death here. But he didn't plan to do that. He still had 2 Leviathans to deal with, and he couldn't waste time on doing this kind of thing. And he had another thing in his hand that could be used. The Destruction Core. Ever since Chen Ming snatched the Destruction Core from the Mechanical Clan, he had never used this thing. Although the Destruction Core was slightly weaker than before because it helped Chen Ming actively build the Calamity Core, which was the key to his power. But that was taken out of context. When it was held in Chen Ming's hand, it would not affect the effect it could bring. As Chen Ming's spiritual power was activated, the aura of destruction covered the broken body of Leviathan. For a moment, Chen Ming actually felt fear from it. He felt fear from Leviathan. Chen Ming's current power was mixed with a part of the power from the Fear Spirit Stone, and he could definitely sense this fear. Is Leviathan afraid of the Destroyer? No. It is simply afraid of destruction. Any sentient creature, whether carbon-based or hydrogen-based, as long as it has self-awareness, will inevitably fear destruction. And this fear was transmitted to Chen Ming's perception through Leviathan's powerful consciousness. But this did not make Chen Ming hesitate at all. Destruction still fell on Leviathan. Its concrete body was completely destroyed. And its life, which was born from the fusion of electromagnetic and radiation, began to dissipate after the death of the body. Chen Ming raised his eyebrows slightly, and immediately activated the psychic energy again on a large scale, building a psychic field restraint circle in the surrounding space, preserving the corpse of the Leviathan in the state of electromagnetic radiation fusion that could not be directly observed by the naked eye. Although a lot of it still dissipated, at least half of the corpse was preserved by Chen Ming. The first red N-type Leviathan was confirmed to be destroyed. Chen Ming heaved a sigh of relief after confirming this. And at the same time, he looked at the destruction core with some confusion. He didn't think much about it, but just put it away. He also put away the Purgatory Core by the way. When he saw the Purgatory Core just now, he immediately thought of a person. Hui. Half a year ago, Chen Ming went to meet him on purpose under the introduction of his boss. At that time, Hui gave some compensation, and then Chen Ming never saw him again. It is estimated that Hui should have gone into hibernation, and he should not be seen in the last few decades or more than 100 years. Chen Ming was a little emotional, but he still didn't relax completely. He still had to go and hunt the next Leviathan, that yellow jellyfish. Chen Ming didn't consider using warships at this time. The enemies encountered after leaving the Empire were very terrifying. The main battleships couldn't play a role. So no matter how many of them piled up, it might be useless. Just like the last wave, the main battleships could only play a supporting role. And the destroyer was the one who really solved the Leviathan. So Qinming decided to do it himself. And this time, he didn't need to use the previous means to force Leviathan out of the star. Because Qinming had just arrived in the galaxy through psychic energy. A frenzied electromagnetic pulse swept directly from the star. Along with this electromagnetic pulse, there was a subtle fear. Qinming just appeared here. And fear seemed to have entangled this Leviathan. This seemed to mean that there was some way for the three Leviathans to communicate. It also meant that Qinming might need to speed up his actions further. He wanted to avoid the possibility that the remaining Leviathan would escape or come to support him directly. Kill it with force. Qinming made up his mind and disappeared without any sign. He appeared on the surface of the star in the galaxy and smashed into it like a meteorite. Ordinary meteorites would only melt if they smashed into a star. But Qinming rushed into it with the momentum of destruction and locked onto the yellow jellyfish Leviathan without any hesitation. When Qinming directly used his psychic power to act on the Leviathan with several weapons he developed, he dragged the Leviathan into the abyss of weakness at the fastest speed and highest efficiency, and let the destructive wave hit the Leviathan's body directly. The indescribable fear that could make people with sensitive perception empathize with it once again appeared clearly on Leviathan. Exactly the same as before. Qinming couldn't help but think about the reason for Leviathan's fear again. And he seemed to find that things were not that simple. The consciousness of these three Leviathans might be linked. But the death of one Leviathan did not mean real death. And this fear did not seem to be directed at death itself, but only at destruction. The source of the destruction core is that the mechanical clan used cloning technology to forcibly create dimensional infection, and then transform the source of dimensional infection, and finally condense the power of the dimensional infected entity into such a destruction core. Leviathan may not be afraid of destruction. It is afraid of the source of destruction. Scarlet. Chapter 390 Relics. Qinming was very concerned about why Leviathan was afraid. But he didn't care about Leviathan's fear itself. The destruction had completely swept the weak yellow Leviathan's body, dragging it into the abyss of death. After confirming Leviathan's death, Qinming immediately repeated the previous action and preserved Leviathan's body in a state of electromagnetic radiation fusion. This type of unique creature is also very valuable for research. It seems that there will be 2 new Leviathan space stations in the orbit of his colony. Put the body aside for now. Qinming's goal remained unchanged, and he still prioritized getting rid of the next, last, and earliest blue Leviathan. He didn't waste time, and used his psychic power to instantly send his body through the scarlet dimension to the vicinity of the A-type star, near the area where the monitoring equipment for the star was installed before. His consciousness followed closely, and through the special nature of his own psychic power, he returned to his body, and saw a blue-white blazing star that was far more magnificent than any star Qinming had seen before. Although the armor made of star-eating fluid can resist the power of G-type and N-type stars. However, facing this A-type star, which is almost the strongest star in the universe, there seems to be no suitable way to get in. That's why Leviathan didn't leave directly. But he doesn't need to defend himself completely. As long as he is not destroyed by the star in an instant, he can do something that he couldn't do before. The biological armor on Qinming's body suddenly began to become more and more bloated, and a layer of translucent armor that didn't look strong appeared on the surface of the biological armor. He came to the edge of the star, in the hellish temperature of the surface of the A-type star, and broke into the star. The star-eating fluid on the surface of the biological armor was being consumed madly. But at the same time, it was also being generated madly because of Qinming's spiritual energy. The mutual impact made the star-eating fluid armor on the surface of Qinming's armor form a unique dynamic balance. After maintaining the stability of this layer of armor, Qinming no longer continued to test the performance of the armor, but immediately rushed towards the Leviathan he perceived. As Qinming entered the star, noticing that Qinming could already withstand the high heat of the A-type star, Leviathan immediately took action to respond. However, its action was not to use the advantage of the half-home field at this time to cause trouble for Qinming, but to leave the star from the other side of the star from the other side of the star where Qinming entered. It wanted to escape. Qinming discovered this scene through the monitoring devices that had been arranged at the other end of the star. It immediately stopped moving towards the star and activated its psychic power again to send itself to the other side of the star, near the monitoring devices. Just after that, there was only a blue afterimage left in his eyes. That was the trace left by Leviathan releasing a huge amount of electromagnetic pulses to jump. Qinming had seen its jump ability and speed before, and knew that its escape ability was very terrifying. In just a moment, it might have jumped out several times in a row. But as long as it jumps, it must leave a trace of the jump. Even if its jump method is different from using the jump engine, but using its own gravity ability to jump, it is still the same. Qinming copied the miniaturized biomass jump engine installed in Wuping's body on the biological armor. He locked the coordinates of Leviathan's jump and made the next jump. Compared with the huge warship, the human body can simplify the jump process to almost nothing. Even if Leviathan uses jump to escape at a speed far exceeding that of ordinary warships, Qinming himself cannot completely get rid of Qinming when he uses the jump engine to jump. Qinming can also say with certainty that no one and nothing can get rid of him in this kind of cosmic tracking. After more than a dozen jumps, Qinming followed Leviathan's trail through more than a dozen different galaxies. And every time it arrived at a different galaxy, Leviathan would always leave some trouble for Qinming who was tracking it. Whether the jump trajectory passed through a star, or one of the jump coordinates was within the event horizon of a black hole, or the jump trajectory passed through the territory of a group of dangerous creatures in the asteroid belt. In short, it would definitely try to stop Qinming on the jump path and prevent Qinming from tracking it. But Qinming was not thrown away at all. Instead, he got closer and closer to the Leviathan in the front during these dozen jumps. There was almost nothing in the normal universe that could stop Qinming. Soon, Qinming had already caught up with Leviathan and was in the same galaxy as Leviathan. Leviathan still wanted to continue to escape at this time, but Qinming would not give it the opportunity to continue jumping. The dimensional ability belonging to the source of his power was activated, and a force locking of space crossed the physical space distance and locked the space around Leviathan. Qinming also performed this short distance jump and appeared next to Leviathan. The destruction core lit up in his hand, and the aura of destruction was about to cover Leviathan's body as before. However, before the destruction core could take effect, a surge of gravity suddenly erupted from Leviathan's body. The space lock that Qinming set up with his own power was instantly broken, and Leviathan disappeared in front of Qinming in an instant. Destruction is much easier than construction, and destroying the stability of a space is much easier than ensuring the stability of a space. This is especially true when the destruction core still acts on this space. It is precisely because of the use of the destruction core that even if Qinming has blocked the space, when using the destruction core, the Leviathan will find a chance to escape. There are always places where any power is not suitable for use, just like now. But this does not mean that Qinming can. He still has his own power. Qinming did not delay or get discouraged, and continued to jump and track. After only 3 jumps, he saw the blue afterimage again as before. At the moment when the next jump ended, the space around Leviathan was blocked by Qinming again. And this time, the space around Leviathan was no longer just blocked, but distorted after the blockade. Just like just now, Leviathan distorted the space where Qinming's Zerg fleet was located. This can be regarded as the ability that Qinming just learned from other Leviathans. It is a relatively mild attack method. At least it is milder than the method of tearing space that Qinming learned and mastered from the nightmare of the plane. The distortion of the nature of space twisted Leviathan's body into a knot, and it was further twisted to break it completely. Leviathan wanted to fight Qinming, but without the disguised assistance of the destruction core, it was not even able to resist the oppression of Qinming's psychic energy, let alone want to fight Qinming. This is not the restraint of ability, but the pure crushing of psychic power. The talent born from the pulsar was no match for Qinming's spiritual power that he had grown up with. As Qinming once again imitated the method used by Leviathan before, he used his own spatial ability to violently shake the space where Leviathan was located. Leviathan's body was completely crushed, but it was still alive. The composite life form of electromagnetics and radiation had its body crushed, which did not mean much damage. Qinming had to continue to increase his strength, but continuing to increase the power of space may cause space to tear. When Qinming blocked the wormhole for escape, he had already felt the possible consequences of space tearing. Some things from other dimensions would rush over like sharks smelling blood when the space barrier was weak. If it wasn't necessary, he wouldn't use this power. Then there was only another way. The bloody crack in Qinming's consciousness space opened slightly, and the bloody light gradually covered his consciousness space. This was the first time that Qinming used his part of the Scarlet Power in an actual battle, not in a test. Scarlet power can be classified as dimensional power. In a broad sense, dimensional power is common. That is, Qinming's ability to use space, stabilize space, tear space, distort space, and oscillate space. The power belonging to the dimension itself will better reflect the characteristics of the dimension. For example, the dimensional power of the phase space more reflects a unique isolation, isolating all dimensions except the normal universe, and is also a crushing situation for the normal universe. Its power will have a sharp nature when it works. The power of the scarlet dimension. It has a ferocious corrosive nature. There is an endless amount of knowledge in space itself, and this knowledge will corrode and corrupt everything. And the power of scarlet that Qinming possesses will naturally have such a nature. Although scarlet is the existence that Qinming is more worried about. But at this moment, using the power of scarlet is safer than using the power of the basic dimension. Because the scarlet power is a power that is completely assimilated by Qinming. And the behavior of space power tearing space will attract things in the scarlet dimension. The scarlet dimension infection will incubate things in the normal universe and turn them into pure twisted flesh and blood. When Qinming uses the power of the scarlet dimension, some special effects will also occur. When the scarlet light approaches Leviathan along Qinming's psychic power, the scarlet power that originally seemed extremely docile in Qinming's hands suddenly bit at the remains of Leviathan like a mad dog. Leviathan's body was distorted as if it was infected by the dimension. The broken body had a feeling of mechanical rust when it twitched. It was not just the metal rust on the mechanical parts, but the structure itself was also rusting. Soon, some chaotic and irregular mechanical parts with their own logic, like those created by a psychopath, were stuffed into the flesh and blood with the most violent means, forcing the flesh and blood to operate. Leviathan's body was infected and corrupted. Although dimensional infection requires human clones, the expansion of dimensional infection requires flesh and blood. But when the dimensional infection reaches the final stage, these are no longer important. In the past, the entire planet would turn into flesh and blood due to dimensional infection. Now Qinming's ability can advance this process. Anything, whether it is alive or dead, whether it has a physical form or cannot be seen, will be affected by the scarlet power. All this is not as scary or dangerous as it seems. Everything is under Qinming's control. It's just that such an ability is absolutely impossible to use in the eyes of the Empire. Qinming has mastered this power for a long time. But today is the first time he has used it. Leviathan has already entered a period of decline under the influence of scarlet. Qinming could also feel that Leviathan's fear was getting worse. He still couldn't figure out what organ this jellyfish Leviathan used to think and have this fear. But he did feel it. Combined with the situation of the previous two Leviathans, it is clear that there is only one possible reason why these Leviathans are afraid of scarlet. That they have been exposed to scarlet. Then how did they come into contact with scarlet? Qinming didn't understand. He could only collect the body of the third Leviathan, who was completely dead with doubts. And just as the unobservable body of the jellyfish Leviathan floated in space, the survivor space station, Nano took the initiative to announce a message: the ghost is dead. The three ghosts were killed by Qinming only 1 hour apart. The nearby guardians have no more to use. It would be a waste to actively attract them out. But we no longer need to rely on ghosts. There has been a large-scale leakage of negative matter in Qinming's colony. This is our opportunity. A voice in the darkness asked, have we reached the other end of the wormhole? No. But some humans have mentioned it. The negative matter of the plane nightmare is not so easy to leak out. So through this incident, we can be sure that there is a traitor in the human empire who knows a lot. When talking about the traitor, Nano's tone seemed different from before, and the atmosphere of the whole darkness became even more gloomy. But in the darkness, another voice seemed to say soothingly, that's their betrayer. The survivors were silent for a while, and suddenly another voice asked, what's the reason for betrayal? We will know soon. Why do you say that? Because he already knows us. When a civilization encounters a survivor of another civilization, even if it is a survivor of a civilization that has been destroyed and is known to almost everyone in this civilization, the ruling class of the civilization would never reveal the existence of the survivors. Only the top leaders were qualified to know. Because as long as a civilization is not completely extinct and its culture is preserved, it has the possibility of turning over again. It may even overthrow another civilization. No matter who the betrayer is, no matter where he hides, he will definitely find a way to bypass the limitations of the communicator in Qinming's hand and find a way to contact the survivors. How long will it take? See what's going on with Qinming. It's just a satellite. At least half a month of human Earth time. At most half a year of Earth time. The chaos at that time will give him a chance. And it will also give us a chance. When the survivors seem to have found an opportunity. Gaia Galaxy. Wormhole Space Station. The leader of the negative matter research team was having lunch in a restaurant on the space station on this side of the wormhole. In the blind spot of the restaurant's surveillance that he blocked with his body, there was a terminal that belonged to him with a notepad opened. It was filled with drafts of his research on negative matter during this period, as well as memos of various research projects. The content was written in great detail, as if he wanted to write down everything he remembered. At the end of the memo, a cursor was flashing, marking the text that had just been entered. The team leader suddenly hesitated and swiped on the terminal, looked at the contents of the notepad, and then closed the notepad. A trace of confusion flashed in his eyes, and he instinctively took 2 mouthfuls of the noodles in the bowl. After feeling a surprisingly full stomach, he stood up, paid the bill and left. Before he left the restaurant, he slightly pinched his brows and said to himself, "Is the work intensity a bit high? Why do I always forget things?" Although Qinming has a certain monitoring of all the territories he controls, the monitoring he maintains is the monitoring of various unknown external things and various unauthorized psychic things. It is impossible for him to monitor everyone in his territory all the time. Moreover, he was busy bringing the corpse of the 3-color Leviathan to the orbit of the Gaia planet. He recorded all the data of this situation and prepared to send it to the Empire, asking them to send people over according to the situation. While handing the work to others, Qinming could also find an opportunity to dig into the corner or something. However, this time Qinming delayed the matter a little, because this was the first time he saw the Leviathan that seemed to be born. Although he was not sure whether these 3 Leviathans existed there originally, or were just born. This situation made him curious about the galaxy where the Leviathan was born. What would cause Leviathan to be born? So Qinming specially dispatched a new fleet to investigate both the 3-color star system and the original pulsar system. As a result, the fleet actually gained something. There was nothing in the 3 ordinary star systems. But in the pulsar system, there was a planet that had been irradiated by radiation and various pulses for tens of thousands of years. The fleet found a relic that should belong to the Shining Civilization, because the entrance to the relic found the text of the Shining Civilization, and some pictures and statues of insect creatures that the Shining Civilization liked. Part of the rock on which the text was carved was damaged, so Qinming could only recognize one word: memorial. This relic exists underground, and it is not difficult to find under normal circumstances. But the existence of the pulsar has caused serious interference to most of the reconnaissance equipment. It also made the fleet almost ignore this underground building. But the result is good. And such a relic also made Qinming immediately cheer up, because the location of the Shining Civilization relics discovered by Qinming is behind the wormhole. He still clearly remembered what the survivors said when their ancestors escaped from the disaster that led to the extinction of civilization. They relied on the sacrifice of people to escape the attack of the plane nightmare, and they have been paying attention to the sacrificed spaceship. And when Qinming picked up the communicator, they contacted him directly. This shows that no one from the Shining Civilization can avoid them when entering or leaving. Not to mention that they took the initiative to come to promote when Qinming was fighting with the Star Devourer before. This further shows that they have a high level of control over the information around them. Although their actual combat effectiveness is not necessarily high now, they definitely know a lot. Therefore, the remains of the Shining Civilization here are either related to the survivors, or the survivors are lying. As for the possibility that the person who left these remains might be a member of the Shining Civilization who came in early to develop, Qinming directly ruled it out, because from the scavenger robots in the Origin Galaxy, the Shining Civilization obviously intends to start developing the world behind the wormhole from this wormhole. And the wormhole is also the passage that connects here with the universe around the Empire. It may not be the only way, but since Qinming has not found another way, he will treat it as the only one. In addition, there are a few words carved near the rock at the entrance of the ruins. This ruins can basically only be a ruins that was born after the demise of the Shining Civilization. Qinming must go there in person to see and find clues about this ruins on the planet in person. So after sorting out the process of fighting with Leviathan, Qinming once again came to the Pulsar Galaxy, arrived at the planet that was illuminated by pulses and radiation day and night, and came to the entrance of the ruins located underground. The words were still on the door, and Qinming could only see the word memorial. judging from the state of the galaxy. When this relic was still a normal building, it was very likely destroyed by a supernova explosion at the end of the star's lifespan. Of course, it is also possible that the people of the Shining Civilization insisted on building something on the pulsar, and then it was destroyed by the pulsar's pulse. There is not much difference. Anyway, judging from the situation when Qinming walked into the building, it doesn't matter which one it is. Although the remains of this building exist underground, there is no lack of various technological equipment. But when Qinming came in, he found that almost all electronic equipment was destroyed. All the data of all electronic equipment was also destroyed. When Qinming tried to repair them, he also encountered the same time problem as the scavenger robot and the nanoforge. Things that are too old cannot be repaired to the past. Qinming had no way to recover the data and determine the time when this place was destroyed. However, looking at the environment and layout of the building itself, Qinming felt that this was some kind of art exhibition hall. At this time, many parts of this vertical underground building had collapsed. Many storage spaces had been damaged, and the various artworks inside had long been damaged and disappeared. But there are still some art collections of Shining Civilizations preserved. Most of them are related to insects. There are some simple text introductions under each artwork. However, these texts have long been completely unrecognizable due to the wear and tear of time. It can only be said that although it may be a humanoid creature, the aesthetics of the Shining Civilization are very different from those of humans. As Qinming walked into the central area of the building, he found a central stone pillar with a spiral structure leading to the underground in the center of the exhibition hall, in addition to a lifelike giant centipede-like creature carved on it. A string of time belonging to the Shining Civilization was carved in the area next to the centipede. And this time, if converted, is about millions of years ago in Earth time. Of course, the buildings in this relic were definitely not carved millions of years ago. It seems that only a certain period of time was carved on the central stone pillar, and then the cultural relics or artworks of this period were arranged around it. Going down, thousands or tens of thousands of years will pass quickly to the next era, and cultural relics will continue to be placed. Going down, the time is getting closer to the present. The time span is getting shorter, and the area of each layer is getting larger. There are more modern cultural relics, and even some technological products are gradually appearing inside. Of course, like the building itself, most of these things are damaged beyond repair. Only some simple works of art, such as some gorgeous stones carved into the appearance of various zergs, have barely been preserved intact to this day. This underground building does not look like a building that can only exist independently, nor does it look like a building that can be easily built. Going down here, it looks less and less like an art gallery as Qinming guessed. Instead, it is a memorial hall carved on the stone at the entrance. Qinming felt that there were many things about the Shining Civilization that were difficult for people to understand. After thinking about it, he simply stepped out of the fence that had been corroded and disappeared, and jumped down to the bottom of the building. Here, some mechanical equipment and mechanical units collapsed on the ground. They seemed to continue to develop before they fell. However, they did not develop successfully, and only the wreckage was left here, and some mechanical units that were stuffed into display cabinets as cultural relics or artworks. It seems that this area is the area where the cultural relics of the last era of the Shining Civilization are stored. In this lowest area, the time engraved on the stone pillar is about 30,000 years ago, according to human time. At this point in time, after the survivors came to the wormhole. Chapter 391 Probe. The memorial hall that Qinming discovered stores a large number of artifacts that belong only to the Shining Civilization. The latest relics are from an era after the era that the survivors themselves said. This situation makes the survivors' previous statements seem somewhat untenable. Qinming is now basically certain that the survivors must not know that there are these things in this place. Otherwise, he would not have been allowed to come into contact with them. It must be extremely well protected. And it is definitely not something that Qinming can find by just wandering around with a few spaceships. This means that the survivors are lying. It also means that Qinming's previous suspicion that Leviathan is related to the survivors can be regarded as a wrong guess. If Leviathan is really made by the survivors, it is impossible for them not to know that there is such a place in the same galaxy. Although Qinming still has some doubts that these Leviathans are related to the Shining Civilization. After all, the Scavenger, a robot that can be regarded as a Leviathan-level robot, was made by the Shining Civilization. There are spaceships of the Shining Civilization in the plane Nightmare, and the survivors of the galaxy of the Star Devourer are monitoring it every day. There is even such a memorial-like place in the galaxy where the current Leviathan first appeared. But these cannot serve as decisive evidence. All situations can be explained by coincidence, which is not far-fetched. Then how Leviathan came about made Qin even more curious. And Qin has something more curious. What is the true history of the Shining Civilization and the survivors? Why did the Shining Civilization perish? Why is their civilization memorial here? Why don't the survivors know about this place? What role do the survivors play in it? Have they really lost their past history, as they once said? In fact, if the survivors say so, they have lost their past history. That can indeed explain some things, such as why they don't know about this place. But there are also many situations that cannot be explained. That is, why did someone they don't know build this place? Haven't they been building the only way to get here? Also, where did the people of the Shining Civilization who built this civilization memorial go? Qin wanted to try to find the past history through this relic. But even the text of the most recent history has been corroded by time and cannot be recognized. The text used to record the history of the cultural relics is too small compared to the text carved on the rock at the entrance. There is no possibility that it can be preserved after tens of thousands of years. It is impossible to figure out what happened in the past just by relying on the relics of the commemorative era. Qin could only temporarily suppress his doubts and continue to search for other valuable things in this memorial hall. By the way, Qin had already noticed the existence of electronic mechanical structures inside this memorial hall when he entered. These structures were rusted as he thought, although he could not use ordinary repair psychic energy to restore them to their original appearance. He could use deep repair psychic energy to optimize the now completely damaged facilities and let them operate in their current state. Metal liquid gushed out from the void around Qin, gradually covering the entire underground memorial. Let the previous one pass. But now, let's not say it's completely repaired. At least it can't be allowed to deteriorate further. At least all the relics of the Shining Civilization that Qin sees now must be preserved. As the metal liquid spread, every inch of the ruins was observed and recorded. 4. These relics carrying culture and history are very important. Even if it doesn't mean much to Qin, he is willing to spend a little more effort to preserve them. And I don't know if it's an accident or a coincidence. When Qin's metal liquid took photos of every corner of the ruins, he found that this memorial hall was not only the vertical passage he saw now, which was dug by the mechanical units, and the layers of cultural relics around the passage. There is also a hidden area deep underground, and the entrance to this area is in a corner of a certain layer close to the bottom of the entire memorial hall. Qin immediately came to the location where the secret passage was discovered. He saw with his own eyes the passage that was carved directly out of the rock layer. Following the passage all the way to the deepest part, he could see a closed and rusted metal door. After Qin used his psychic power to control and open the door, a slightly larger hall appeared in front of him. This hall was only part of the underground building, and there were many closed and rusted metal doors around it. It can be said that the entire underground environment is made of metal. At this time, the whole hall looked empty, even a little empty and uncomfortable, with nothing to attract attention, except for the walls and the ground, which were also completely rusted. The rust of some metal buildings outside was not as serious as the area hidden in the hidden corner deep underground that Qin saw at this time. It made people wonder what happened here. Qin did not rush in, but released a little metal liquid suspended in the air, flew in from the door that had just been opened, and observed the area around. From the perspective of observing the metal liquid, this area is somewhat like a dormitory area. The middle is the hall, and the small rooms around it are each person's individual dormitory. However, apart from the rust on the walls and the ground, Qin did not find any remaining traces in the entire environment. So he was not sure whether this was a dormitory or whether anyone had lived here before. There was a high probability that there was. After all, this is a memorial hall, and there will always be people from the Shining Civilization supervising the construction of this memorial hall. Unfortunately, no matter who he is probably dead now. Qin controlled the metal liquid to go around, but did not find any danger. So he stepped into the area, and at the moment when Qin stepped on the rusty metal floor, he once again found some unexpected situations. He half crouched on the ground, stretched out his fingers and wiped the ground, removing some rust. Then he looked at the wall next to him, and also stretched out his hand to wipe some rust on his hand, twisting it repeatedly. Sure enough, This is not just ordinary metal rust, because all the structures in this entire area are made of nanorobots. After passing the closed door, Qin saw everything, whether it is the walls, the ground, or the ceiling, as well as the doors of those rooms. They are all rusted nanorobots. Qin knows that the nanorobot technology of the Shining Civilization is very powerful. Not only does each individual of the mechanical family have nanorobots to take care of it, but the scavenger Leviathan that Qin sprayed later even has nanorobots that can optimize themselves. But at this time, all the nanorobots in this place that Qin saw had obviously stopped working, and the downtime was also counted in tens of thousands of years. And these nanorobots, like the relics of the mechanical family that Qin had come into contact with today, had no possibility of repair. There was only one thing he could do with these rusted nanorobots: dismantle them and recycle the materials. Qin stepped into this nanomechanical building that was probably a dormitory. The metal liquid also followed his footsteps and dispersed towards the environment in the dormitory, and began to record the environment of a place that might also have certain value. Qin looked around, then randomly found a room closest to the door and walked over. When he tried to push open the rusty door at the door of the room, the door collapsed with a bang, and the entire building made of rusty nanorobots collapsed under the impact of the collapse. The metal liquid immediately poured out to the surroundings, supporting the room that was originally supported by the rusty nanorobots. Then the metal liquid gathered all the rusty nanorobots together, making it easier for Qin to proceed with the next step: either collect them or simply dismantle and recycle the materials. However, Qin chose not to do either, because he noticed that among the nanorobots collected by metal liquid, there was one nanorobot that did not seem to be rusted. This was not because Qin had sharp eyes, nor was it because metal liquid could accurately distinguish which nanorobot had not rusted among countless rusted nanorobots. Instead, he took a look at the panel that he had not seen for a long time, and found the tens of billions of rusted nanorobots on the panel, and the one complete nanorobot listed separately. Among the countless nanorobots that make up the walls and floor of this room, there is a nanorobot that is still intact, or it is protected by countless nanorobots until today. This nanorobot is very special, because the material that makes it up is a very unique memory metal material. Ordinary memory metal has the ability to restore its own structure, while the memory metal technology of the Shining Civilization has the ability to store everything that the nanorobot should remember. The reason why Qin knew this was because the spaceship of the Shining Civilization he had obtained before just happened to apply this technology. Although it was not used on nanorobots, but on spaceships, it was enough to see the common points between them. So, this should be the self-protection method of this nanorobot cluster. It combines the maintenance capabilities and energy of all nanorobots to protect one of the nanorobots that uses special memory materials to record everything of the entire nanorobot cluster. When the environment of the nanorobot cluster is suitable, the only surviving nanorobot will begin to replicate itself, which is the basic ability of the nanorobot. Finally, it will rely on its own memory materials to recover to the past. Qin cannot read everything about the nanorobots in this area stored in these memory materials like the nanorobots, but he can control this nanorobot. No intervention is made. Only resources and energy are provided for its recovery. Wait until it confirms that the environment is safe, replicates itself, and restores the previous state. Qin will find out what is inside sooner or later. Qin carefully stored the nanorobot in a separate container to avoid accidentally losing the nanorobot that cannot be seen by the naked eye. He also provided everything needed to manufacture nanorobots in his own mechanical nanorobot factory in the container. After sending the container to a safe place, Qin turned around and left the collapsed dormitory and continued to wander in the underground memorial hall. He wanted to see if there were any other places, like this secret room, that he had missed. However, he did not find any hidden things. The only useful things he could get were those he saw now. So Qin used his psychic power to seal off the memorial before leaving. After all, it seemed that the survivors did not know the existence of this relic. But Qin was not sure whether the survivors would find this place later, so it would not be wrong to protect it. After returning to his hometown, Qin also immediately contacted the Minister of Psychic Power of the Empire. Originally, the Empire had specially arranged someone to contact Qin. However, although the authority of the person who contacted Qin was high, it was not high enough. In many cases, he had to report to his superiors when discussing things. But Qinming happened to have the phone number of the person's superior, the Minister of Psychic Power. So in many cases, it was more convenient for Qinming to make a phone call than to let the contact person report slowly. So now the person who is in contact with Qinming has become the Minister of Psychic Power, Luo Yi. When Qinming called this time, the Minister of Psychic Power seemed to be resting, and only answered Qinming's call after a while. Qinming also knew that it was not good to disturb people. So he asked with the idea of solving the problem quickly, "Is it time for the next transaction with the survivors?" 3 days later. That's perfect. I need to specify the content of the next transaction. The Minister of Psychic Power is also a decisive person, and the Empire has taken the initiative to find Qinming before to let Qinming specify the direction of the transaction. But Qinming refused before. So this time it just happens to meet Qinming's needs. So he immediately agreed, "Okay. What do you want?" You'll know after reading this. Qinming killed 3 Leviathans, and set all the records of the Civilization Memorial Hall found in the galaxy where Leviathan first appeared. As before, he deleted some content that could not be sent out. At this time, the Minister of Psychic Energy, who had just sat up from the bed, began to dress hurriedly while watching, and at the same time took out another terminal to contact the person he should contact. Because he found that Qinming called this time not because he really wanted the technology of the Shining Civilization, but he knew how the Empire needed to use the things he recorded. It was the existence of this record and the memorial that made the next transaction between the Empire and the survivors involve things related to history and culture. This was an excellent opportunity to test the survivors. However, the minister still asked cautiously, "Are these authentic? Could it be a bait deliberately released by the survivors?" Authenticity. Because Qinming had tried to repair all the structures in the ruins, but none of them could be repaired due to the passage of time. If this was a misleading trap set by the survivors, then either the survivors had set up traps against him tens of thousands of years ago, or the survivors had deliberately disguised the ruins with something like the Destroyer. In either case, the possibility did not exist, and deliberate aging was meaningless in front of Qinming's psychic power. The existence of this place was the negligence of the survivors. 3 days later, Qinming ran to the headquarters of the psychic department. He was still in charge of the transaction with the survivors. When the time came to exactly 120 days after the first transaction between the former empire and the survivors contacted him on time. "What do you need this time?" Qinming looked at the experts in linguistics, culture, and civilization around him, and thought about the general meaning of what these experts told him to say. Then he responded on the communicator, "Let's not rush to trade. Before the transaction begins, I want to tell you something." "You said? This is the 4th time we have made such a deal. But I think you can feel that our relationship is not improved, which is contrary to your original idea." When the survivors communicated with Qinming, they clearly said that they wanted the Empire to help the Shining Civilization preserve the Shining history, so as to prevent the Shining Civilization from completely disappearing after the demise of the survivors. However, at that time, the survivors said that they could not completely trust Qinming and the Empire, so they wanted to use some means such as transactions to enhance the trust between the two sides. There is definitely no problem in talking about this kind of thing, but in practice, it can only be said that each has its own ulterior motives. The Empire can find that the survivors obviously have other purposes, and the survivors also know that the Empire will not allow the survivors to continue to exist. So there is definitely no possibility of increasing trust by trading alone, unless the Empire is really a saintly civilization. The possibility of the Empire and the survivors trusting each other is zero. In fact, the Empire is also at a loss in some ways by relying on such a transaction alone, because the Empire only got the technology and failed to learn about the situation of the Shining and the survivors. So since the Empire has obtained the 3 relatively important and key technologies of psychic theory, battleship-level ship design technology, and energy weapon design technology through 3 transactions, then the value of the subsequent technologies is not that high, and it is not necessarily possible to rely on. Change the way. Trade more specific things, not just technology. The survivors seemed to be eager and asked quickly, "Specific things? Not actual materials, but other things that can be recorded in writing and communicated with communicators." The survivors, who had been very enthusiastic about building a good relationship with the Empire, and said they wanted to entrust the remaining civilization and culture to it, suddenly seemed to become cold. After a long while, he asked, "For example?" "What?" Qinming replied, "For example, your historical records." I remember you said at the beginning that the purpose of communicating with the Empire was to entrust your history and culture to the Empire for safekeeping. So that even if you die, the shining civilization will not completely die out. This itself is something that is to be entrusted to the Empire for safekeeping. You gave it to us for free after we had trust in you. And now you traded directly with us. It's essentially the same. You can even get something you couldn't get by trading it. For example, about our history. Although our cultures are different, our histories are similar. Maybe we can find some commonalities and promote the trust between us in disguise. Qinming didn't even blush when he talked about these nonsense. The survivors knew that these words were nonsense. But the relationship between the two sides could be considered as a serious diplomacy. When both sides needed each other, it was impossible to tear each other apart. They had to seriously consider Qinming's proposal. Please let us think about it. But before that, we would like to ask which period of our history you need the most. Before, the survivors only said that they were missing a part of history, which was the history of the period when the shining civilization perished, and they were not missing anything else. If it is missing, then the survivors can't be called survivors. Qinming recalled the time carved on the top of the vertical stone pillar found in the underground memorial hall, and set a close time point. The Empire needs the history before this time point. The survivors immediately responded, at that time, we had not even become the main species of the planet, and we had not evolved enough brains. The expressions on the faces of several experts around Qinming's ruins changed, revealing a little smile. It seems that the era recorded in the remains of the memorial is correct. The survivors have helped to confirm this. Qinming continued to respond on the terminal, but this is also part of your civilization, isn't it? Anyway, after confirming that there are no problems with those artifacts and time records, the Empire can give the survivors false historical records at will, and they have no way to investigate. But if the survivors give false ones, then as long as they compare and verify with the artifacts in the ruins, there is a high probability that the problem can be found. The survivors were silent for a while, and finally agreed to change the content of the transaction. They did not have any special reaction, and it was basically confirmed that they had nothing to do with the ruins. As for the historical records of the Empire that the survivors wanted to take, they were from the last 50 years. Of course, all the records given by the Empire were fabricated, and the Empire had people to help the survivors write these things. The historical records given by the survivors will be confirmed in the underground memorial hall of the planet in the Pulsar Galaxy under the leadership of Qinming in the near future. Unfortunately, Qinming still couldn't confirm the exact location of the survivors. Although the survivors seemed very interested in material transactions, the more interested the enemy was, the less likely Qinming would do it. So he had to wait for the nanorobot he got from the ruins to replicate itself and rebuild into a group. Then he could thoroughly understand the history of the shining civilization among these nanorobots. And through history, he could understand what kind of existence the survivors were. With the end of the transaction, everything is back on track again, both for the Empire and Qinming. The Empire continues to increase the positive impact of the war on the mechanical star field, and continues to reduce the sense of danger brought to ordinary people by the unique identity of psychics. At the same time, it continues to expand outward, and continues to study things about dimensional infection and the final measures to deal with dimensional infection. Qinming can concentrate on the promotion of different Leviathan scientific research projects, the expansion of the colony population, and the development of resources in the surrounding star fields and galaxies. After those 3 Leviathans were solved, could there be a stronger Leviathan nearby? His work focus was also on development, without external threats. When else would he do it? Everything was developing steadily and well. More than 20 days passed quickly. Qinming was writing a notice about the cooperation project of 2 experimental groups while working every day. One was the experimental group of negative matter, and the other was the climate transformation department that jumped from the Empire. And now it is the responsible group of the Gaia project under Qinming. Chapter 392 Tianzhan. The cooperation between the 2 groups was the idea of Qinming after observing the 2 projects for some time. There is no need to say much about the Gaia project. At present, the existence of negative matter also has a positive effect on the stability of the planet. It is not only the addition of spatial dimension stability that can be seen from the research report of the negative matter team. In addition, the negative matter team has confirmed through some simple experiments that people working on the satellite integrated with negative matter can feel a sense of calmness. It makes people not have too many random thoughts, and can concentrate on doing one thing. Qinming himself feels that the negative matter environment is too heavy. But for ordinary people or some psychics whose perception is not so sensitive, the state of such a planet seems to be just right. And from confirming the existence of negative matter, or from taking the body of the nightmare of the plane out of the black hole and building the nightmare of the plane space station to date, Qin Ming has not found any problems. Maybe he really worries too much about negative matter. If these negative substances are used well, they will have a very good prospect. And if the special existence of these negative substances can be combined with the properties of Gaia, the effect may be very ideal. That's why Qin Ming had such an idea. He himself did not participate in the research of negative substances. He promoted this project purely because he thought it had potential, making the planet more special and unique and bring some special effects to the people on the planet that are not available on ordinary planets. This kind of thing is not a loss. After writing the project plan and the general cooperation plan, Qin Ming printed a copy and took it to the public space station above the orbit of Gaia star on the shuttle. Some research teams that do not need a special working environment are now working here, all the way to Tianjin's office without any obstacles. When Qin Ming pushed open the office door, he happened to see Tianjin putting away an open letter and putting it in a drawer. Qin Ming didn't care about this, just looked at the dark circles on Tianjin's face and said, "You really need to rest. I can still hold on." When Tianjin heard Qin Ming mention this, he changed the subject somewhat awkwardly. "Director, what are you doing here today?" "Well, there is a project I want to ask if you have any ideas." "What project?" Qin Ming deliberately kept it a secret. "I'll tell you about it later. I want to ask how the new project you proposed is going." "New project? The one about the expansion of the Gaia planet?" "Yes," Tianjin said awkwardly again. "To be honest, I just had the idea and wrote a paper and opened a project to take up space there. If I really want to do it, I definitely can't do it now, because this technology is based on climate modification technology, life-seeding technology, and the planet Gaia itself that he and his team are studying. Simply put, the plan of this project is to let the life-seeding not only seed organisms that are useful for climate modification, but also seed Gaia itself, expand Gaia consciousness to other planets, and make other planets become Gaia planets. This is actually the source of inspiration for Qin Ming to fuse negative matter with matter on Gaia planet to conduct experiments. But the difficulty is not even in the same dimension as climate modification or even life-seeding. The former only needs to consider the planet's climate and environment. But seeding Diana already involves some psychic aspects. Although it is not too in-depth knowledge of psychic, the difficulty for ordinary people can be imagined. For example, the ratio of ordinary people to psychics at the Fanchao Research Institute is about 3-1. And this is the top talent recruited from the entire empire to keep up with psychics as an ordinary person and conduct research related to psychics. The ability and talent required are no less than the talent of becoming a psychic. Both Qin Ming and Tianjin are aware of this, and also aware of the difficulties of this project. But this project was brought up by Tianjin, and Qin Ming is also very interested. So, I think it's good and has great potential. Don't you really consider doing it? Tianjin is still very happy that someone, especially Qin Ming, recognizes his project. But it's still not possible to really do it, he said tactfully. I really want to do this project, but you know, I have 2 projects on hand now. Qin Ming immediately said, "How can I let you do it now? I just came to ask you if you have any ideas later. I still hope you can do it later. This looks really good. I will definitely do it if I have the chance." "Okay," Qin Ming just asked casually. And after asking, it was time to get down to business. He handed the project document for the 2 groups he had just written to Tianjin, and explained his ideas next to him. He prefers to take out the matter with planetary consciousness from Gaia, rather than bring negative matter to Gaia. Even if negative matter seems to be no longer dangerous, it is hard to say what will happen when it comes into contact with Gaia. That's why he wanted Tianjin to do this. Anyway, the main focus is still on the negative matter team, and the 2 teams will work together to deal with Gaia plants and the like. Tianjin doesn't need to worry too much. Just put his name on it and distribute some materials. Tianjin had also heard of the negative matter project team that Qin Ming mentioned, but he had never been to the satellite that had already fused a huge amount of negative matter. So he didn't know the specific situation of negative matter. He was actually very interested in Qin Ming's idea, but he still didn't agree. "But I may not be able to take responsibility for this for the time being, because I may have to ask you for leave. I have something to do, and need to go back to my hometown." I will have time later. Personal leave? No problem. That's fine. Tianjin didn't say anything final. And Qinming didn't dwell on this point. Take advantage of this leave to rest more. When you come back and have a good rest, finish the original work and then work on this project. I have given you permission to go to the fairy tree. When you have nothing to do, go there more often. Staying next to the tree is good for your spirit. Tianjin nodded honestly this time. After all, the fairy tree is what has kept him going until now. I will approve the leave note for you. You can fill in the link yourself. Qinming came here to chat with Tianjin, to see his attitude and ask some questions. After asking, he should leave. He still has to go to the Negative Matter Project team to ask for their opinions. Qinming moved quickly. The Negative Matter Project team had a lot of ideas about the new project he proposed. Both the team leader and the team members were very interested. After all, Qinming's Gaia planet has not been open to many people so far, and the number of people who can contact it is very small even in his entire territory and the entire empire. The Negative Matter Project had no connection with Gaia planet before, so of course, there was no chance of contact. However, the team seemed disappointed after knowing that Gaia unilaterally provided them with Gaia plants for testing. But they still did not reject the smart proposal. This project has a foundation. As long as Tianjin returns from leave, we can start preliminary research on this new project. As for Tianjin, after Qinming left his office, he planned to go to the satellite that has integrated a large amount of negative matter to experience the feeling of calmness in person. Qinming gave Tianjin a high level of authority, so he could wander around freely in most places. After all, he was the only talent who had jumped from a relatively relaxed department of the empire with hundreds of people in the department. So he must be treated well. Even the Minister of Psionics of the Empire had come to talk to Qinming about this matter before. And in the end, he had to find someone to organize a new department. Tianjin was also very decisive in his actions. He immediately took a shuttle to the satellite of Gaia on the other side of the wormhole. When he stepped onto the satellite surface, a psychological heaviness enveloped him. It allowed him to discard some messy thoughts and focus all his attention. Tianjin did not leave the shuttle far, but just walked around a little. Then he took out the terminal, opened a research document at random, and took a look at it. When he focused on one thing, he could feel that his mental state was more stable. It is true that seeing is believing. After the integration of negative matter, this originally ordinary habitable satellite has indeed become a very unique planet. However, after Tianjin concentrated his mind for a period of time, he felt that his head was a little too heavy. This state of excessive concentration for a long time made him feel a little uncomfortable. So he took out a small glass jar from his pocket, which contained a handful of fairy leaves, which Qinming allowed to be picked. Tianjin took a leaf from the jar, put it in his mouth, and chewed it a few times. He felt that the heaviness was lighter, and his mental state was better. He nodded slightly, and completely understood why Qinming brought up such a project. Leaving the satellite, Tianjin did not return to the office. Before he left, he had almost packed up everything, and had prepared a leave application. After sending the leave application to Qinming, Tianjin boarded the spacecraft and arrived at the headquarters of the 14th Corps that day, and boarded the cruiser-class passenger ship of the private aerospace company. He was quiet all the way. He usually rested in the guest room of the passenger ship. When he had enough rest, he would open his laptop and terminal to process work, and he hardly did anything else. It took him 3 days to reach his hometown. Tianjin's hometown is not prosperous, nor is it in the edge of the star field. It is just an ordinary star field, star region, galaxy and planet. He changed several different types of transportation in succession, and finally took a car to the suburbs of a colony on the planet of his hometown. There is an upscale community here, and he has a single-family villa in the community. When Tianjin came back, it was just getting dark, and the light inside the house could not be seen from outside. It happened that the neighbor was about to go out for a walk with the dog at this time. When he saw Tianjin, he took the initiative to greet him. Old Tian is back. Although they were just neighbors, the neighbor's tone of voice seemed to be a little respectful to Tianjin. Yeah. Tianjin nodded and greeted him. Just as he was about to use the key to open the door, the neighbor reminded him, well, my sister-in-law and her family moved a while ago. Tianjin stopped inserting the key into the keyhole. He didn't seem surprised by this situation, but his expression still became depressed. Where did you go? I don't know. Oh. Tianjan said as he opened the door and walked into the room. The neighbor didn't want to get involved in this matter, so he turned around and left. Walking around the house, Tianjan found that many things were missing from the 3 bedrooms in the house, except for those that belonged to him. Seeing that the ground and almost all the furniture were covered with dust, he could probably guess how long ago the people who lived here left. He walked into the garage of the villa without hesitation, where there was a shuttle. He boarded the shuttle, and after it started, he drove it towards the other end of the planet. Tianjan's house was in the city, and the place he was about to go to was an area that was almost purely covered by different types of vegetation. He was going to the countryside, so-called countryside. In fact, it was an agricultural division specially planned when the planet was planned, specializing in the production of various crops and livestock products, supplying food and foreign trade products in this regard to the colonies. The products produced are very basic and the profits are not high. So the concentrated liquid areas on these planets have always been called countryside by the people of the empire. Of course, this countryside is also relative. There are also high-rise buildings and large-scale industrial equipment here, but they are not as dense as real urban and industrial areas. And there are also full-time farmers here, not just farmers who own a lot of land. Even planets in prosperous star regions have places like slums. And in star systems that are not prosperous star regions, there are of course farmers who cannot afford large-scale industrial harvesters. Anyway, there is government protection, so you can grow some food or fruits and vegetables, and you will not starve to death. After all, the really cheap food on the market is the food synthesized in a factory. Fruits and vegetables are not luxury goods, but the price is definitely higher than synthetic food. Tianjan drove the shuttle, looking at the farmland below, which was much larger than the Earth era, and the harvester harvesting the mature crops in the farmland, and his eyes could not help but feel a little nostalgic. However, he quickly put away this feeling and drove the shuttle to land in a farm. There were no people in the farm. Only some robots were still working. However, someone in a building in the farm seemed to have heard the sound of the shuttle outside, walked out, and immediately turned around and went into the building after seeing the style of the shuttle clearly, closing the door. The banging sound of the door was easily heard in the night and reached Tianjan's ears. Tianjan looked at the door that had just been closed with complicated eyes and landed the shuttle. After getting off the boat, he tidied his clothes a little and walked towards the building where someone had just walked out. He stood in front of the door, raised his hand, and tried to knock on it. A cold female voice came from inside. "Get lost." Tianjan's raised hand froze there, and his back seemed to bend down. After a while, Tianjan still didn't leave, but looked for the key on his body, inserted it into the keyhole, and turned it. The door actually opened. He pushed the door open with some surprise. A woman who looked only about 30 years old or even younger was sitting at the table in the living room, holding a small pink wooden box in both hands. When she saw Tianjan push the door and come in, her gentle face suddenly changed, and she said to Tianjan coldly, "Get out. You haven't seen each other for several years. You might as well treat us as dead. I'm working on the previous project." Tianjan's explanation seemed a little pale after hesitating for a while. This made the woman even more unhappy with him. "Who are you doing this for? For yourself?" Tianjan opened his mouth, but closed it immediately. He wanted to talk, wanted to say a lot, but he didn't know how to talk. He only knew how to write documents, how to write reports, and how to do a difficult experiment. He didn't know how to explain his ideas to his relatives, the real ideas hidden in his heart. He could only continue to say, in a somewhat pale tone, "The project has taken shape now. I am working under a new big shot, and he has helped me a lot. The key plant has been found, and there will be results in a year at the latest." The woman's expression changed slightly. It was not the relief of hearing that there would be results in a year, but an irrepressible disappointment and despair. She could not see anything she hoped for from Tianjan, as if you could do anything with flowers. At this moment, footsteps suddenly came from upstairs, and a child's voice asked, "Mom? Is Dad back?" Tianjan forced a smile. "Dad is back." Bang! Tianjan's wife slapped the table and said to the little boy who had just shown his head upstairs, "Go upstairs and sleep." "Oh!" The little boy hurried upstairs, but he still hid at the corner of the stairs and poked half of his head out to look down carefully. Tianjan's wife pointed her finger at Tianjan's nose and scolded, "You get out." Seeing that Tianjan did not move, She picked up the pink box she had been stroking, rushed to Tianjin, pushed him out of the house. With tears in her eyes, she made a weak and choked voice. I found something I didn't give you before when I was cleaning the bedroom. Take this. Go. Don't come back. We don't need you. Tianjin shook his head and said, I can't not come back. I'd rather you not come back. We can take care of ourselves. We don't need you to worry. You can continue to waste time on your research. The wife closed the door. Only Tianjin was left standing outside the door holding the box, listening to the faint crying coming from the room and the comforting voice of his son coming downstairs. He sighed softly and turned away. The shuttle did not return to the city, but went to a beautiful place outside the city. 3 days later, Jinning received the news that Tianjin wanted to cancel his leave. After the approval of the cancellation of leave, he took a look at a file on the office computer. This was the file he specially investigated the reason for Tianjin's leave a few days ago out of curiosity. It recorded Tianjin's identity and background in detail. It can be seen that Tianjin got married when he was very young, but he also divorced when he was also very young. He and his ex-wife have a son and a daughter. The son is currently being raised by his ex-wife. The daughter died young. His divorce may also be related to this incident. Jinning has seen many people who pursue work and ignore their families. Tianjin's return at this time must be related to his family. Jinming can't intervene in family affairs. He can only try to help as much as he can. And on Tianjin's return spaceship, he still has one night to reach the Legion headquarters. Before returning to his previous life, he finally mustered up the courage to open the pink box his ex-wife had given him. Just as his ex-wife had said, this was a relic that was not found when her daughter died. It was not until his ex-wife moved and cleaned up the bedroom that she found it. This was not something his daughter gave to other family members, but something left for Tianjin alone. After opening it, a pendant, a letter, and a painting appeared in front of him. Tianjin picked up the emerald green pendant. He still remembers this. This was when he was on a business trip a few years ago. A special gem found on a planet that had undergone climate modification. It is a unique mineral on the planet, and it undergoes special changes when it comes into contact with climate modification gases. It has no practical value, but it is very commemorative. So Tianjin took a small piece, made it into a small pendant, and gave it to his daughter. Tianjin showed a painful expression on his face and held the pendant tightly in his palm. After a long while, he finally calmed down and picked up the painting at the bottom of the small box. This is a painting made with crayons. His daughter used a yellow crayon to smear the lower left part of the drawing paper in a messy way, and then used a black crayon to draw spirals on the upper left part. On the other half of the painting, his daughter used bright green, fresh green, and dark green to neatly fill the lower right corner, while in the upper right corner are stars and a blue sky. In the center of the picture, there is a spaceship spraying something, bringing green back to this planet that is seriously affected by industrial pollution. He was painted on the porthole of the spacecraft. On the green grass, there was a small person. Tianjin stared at the little person in the painting for a long time, and his eyes gradually became red. But no tears flowed. He didn't dare to open the remaining letter at this time. He could only lie helplessly on the floor in the room alone. His ex-wife's words kept ringing in his ears. Who are you doing this for? Tianjin didn't know who he was doing this for. He neglected his family because of the climate modification project, so that his daughter could not get the best medical resources. After his daughter died, he completely abandoned the project for a long time. This further proves that he actually didn't take the climate modification project seriously. Until later, with the idea of atonement or some other reason, he restarted the project that his daughter once said she would do with her father. In this way, all his actions seemed to be just to make himself feel better. Dad, what is climate modification? At this time, Tianjin seemed to have returned to 8 years ago and heard his daughter's voice. He responded instinctively, Look, isn't it green outside? Climate modification is to change many places of other colors into this green. Tianjin asked, Do you remember the past? I remember. The place we lived in was black, yellow, and there were many bad smells. What about now? Tianjin seemed to see his daughter raise her hands and make a big gesture. Everywhere is green. The teacher said green is good? Yes, that's what Dad is doing. Not only here, but also in many places where people are black and yellow. Dad wants to make them green. Climate modification can not only be used on non-habitable planets to transform them into habitable planets. It can also be used on those planets that have been developing industrial resources for many years and have serious industrial pollution. When the resources of a planet are fully developed, many people will leave, and many people will stay, or they will not be able to leave at all. Climate modification can make the living environment of these people better, just like Tian-John himself. Then I want it too. What do you want? I want to learn from my father. Then you have to study hard now, so that you can do the same things as your father in the future. Okay. Tian-John felt a pang in his heart, and the scene in front of him changed. He could see that he seemed to have returned to a few years ago, to his youth when he didn't have a beard yet. At that time, he was full of energy and enthusiasm, and no matter what he did, he had a drive and motivation that no one else had. The project is closed development, and all external communications will be abandoned for the next 2 months. If you have something to do, quit now. And if you don't have anything to do, work harder. Then, it was all gray. The daughter's body appeared in the morgue. This is an extremely rare disease. If he was there at the time, and he could contact them, he could definitely find a doctor with sufficient technical skills in other places with his connections. But he was not there. He sat dejectedly in front of the equipment that had completed the experimental project, his eyes as silent as death. Suddenly Tian-John woke up from a nightmare. Although it was just a dream, the reality was the same. He did not see his daughter for the last time, and his ex-wife left him only a divorce agreement. At that time, he was devastated, affecting the normal operation of the entire climate modification department. The superior still valued him, and did not remove his position. But this department itself had no future. People left and scattered. And at the least there were only 5 people in a department. Until he saw a video. The video showed his daughter telling him, an incompetent father, about her ideals at the last moment, wanting to bring green to everyone with him. So Tian-John regained his spirits, and threw himself into the climate transformation project like a madman. He reorganized the staff, and looked for people with lofty ideals and aspirations. Some people's hometowns are not perfect habitable planets. Some people's hometowns are like Tian-John's, an industrial planet after the resources have been developed. Climate transformation technology has a very special value for these people. Relying on the same ideal, Tian-John gathered more and more people, each of whom is trustworthy. These people are the foundation for Tian-John to re-establish the climate transformation department. This is also the reason why he promised Chen-Ning that he could leave most of the people when he joined Chen-Ning's side. Tian-John returned to the climate transformation department. 5 days later, Gaia Planet. Chen-Ning went to Gaia Planet to see the fairy tree once a week as usual. Just happened to see Tian-John next to the fairy tree that was now 2 stories high. His mental state was much better than before. Chen-Ning greeted him and said, "I have had a good rest. I am fine." Tian-John subconsciously touched the corners of his eyes, and did not feel serious eye bags and dark circles. He nodded and remained silent. But Chen-Ning did not want to remain silent. He asked, "Have you had anything on your mind these days?" As a psychic, Chen-Ning's perception of the state of the people around him can be said to be very keen. Tian-John has been in a bad state since he came back from his last leave. Although his mental state has improved, he looks a little off. He seems to have some knot in his heart. Tian-John opened his mouth. His knot is still about what his ex-wife said to him. "Who are you doing this for?" He didn't know whether his purpose was for his daughter or for himself. He could only reluctantly explain, "It's just a little confused." "What are you confused about?" "I heard that you are very strict in screening people who join you. You must know my background." "Right?" "Yes." "I'm wondering, what am I doing for?" Chen-Ning thought about Tian-John's situation, and could probably guess what he was confused about. So he thought about it and said, "I said something a little harsh. Just curse me in your heart. Let me ask you, is the funeral for the living or the dead?" "The living?" "No. For others, it is for the living. But for real family members, funerals are for the dead." Chen-Ming once had no family, but now he has one. In the process, he also met many people who value family, such as Bai Quan, and even quarreled with Bai Quan about this matter. When it comes to matters related to relatives, Chen-Ming feels that he can still say a few words. Tian-John looked at Chen-Ming, his eyes still full of confusion. "I feel that what I do seems to be meaningless. Ming didn't understand why Tianjin suddenly talked about the three major questions in life. But he knew what Tianjin was talking about specifically. Let me ask you. Why did you do this project in the first place? 4. Tianjin wanted to say, but stopped talking halfway. Because he couldn't remember why he went back to do this project in the first place. But gradually, he remembered. He remembered the few people in the dust and pollution. And those faces that showed genuine smiles after the climate transformation of the entire planet. The confusion in Tianjin's eyes gradually dissipated a little. Ming felt that Tianjin seemed to need some time alone. So he turned around and prepared to leave. Think about it more. Tianjin looked at Ming's back and hesitated several times to say something else. But he couldn't speak. Until Ming felt his movement. He turned his head and asked, "What's wrong?" Tianjin finally asked, "Can we take a little sample of the soil under the fairy tree?" Ming said with a look that said, "Okay. Just don't hurt the roots." After Ming left, Tianjin did not go to the spaceship to get tools, but started to dig the soil under the trunk of the fairy tree with his hands. The soil should have been extremely hard under the spiritual energy of the fairy tree. But Tianjin easily dug all the soil with his hands. He didn't know why, but he knew what he was going to do. He took some soil and quietly buried his daughter's relic, the emerald green gem pendant, under the roots of the tree, the fairy tree, and the Gaia consciousness that now shares the consciousness with the fairy tree, are his hope and the most critical existence to realize his and his daughter's ideals. This is like a ritual similar to a funeral. Let him completely let go and remember the past. Chapter 393 Accident. Force. Choice. Ming saw what Tianjin did after he left. His protection measures for the fairy tree were far more stringent than anyone could imagine. But he did not stop it. The fairy tree was only the most vulnerable when it was just a seedling. When it had grown into a tree, it was already a powerful enough psychic creature. Burying a small stone under the tree would not have any effect on the fairy tree. But Tianjin's behavior was likely to be his spiritual sustenance for a long time in the future. So Ming let him do it. He still had high hopes for Tianjin's ability, the projects he was doing now, and his future ideas. Ming was never stingy with such people, no matter in any aspect. Time passed day by day. The development of the two core galaxies in Ming's hands was getting closer and closer to the galaxies of the real prosperous star field, and was still developing in the direction Ming wanted. More and more people in the Empire had learned about the Origin Galaxy. Learn about the 4 types of Leviathans in the Origin Galaxy. Scavenger robots, nightmares of the plains, planet eaters, and the jellyfish Leviathan named Ghost that the survivors took the initiative to mention in a transaction. In addition to the scavengers who have to work, each has a corresponding scientific research space station. The projects of each space station bring Ming income from scientific research results, and the effect of continuously attracting high-level scientific research talents. Which researcher with ideals and aspirations can refuse the giant beast that has never been known in the Empire? During this period, each space station has grown from a scale of hundreds to thousands of people to tens of thousands. As long as the body of Leviathan still exists, there will be a steady stream of research projects that can be discovered from it, and it will contribute to Ming's Scientific Research Center. On the other side of the wormhole, on the Gaia Galaxy, except for Gaia, several planets have already built and put into operation. Unlike Gaia, the other planets do not need to be inhabited in the future. So as the stellar matter in the ovum of the astrophyte was returned and the climate of the galaxy recovered, Ming sent the scavengers to build all the industrial colonies at once. This was to test the basic functions of the scavengers. Then the afterglow cores were immediately installed on these colonies, which could be used to develop resources on the planet. The next step was to start exploring the surrounding galaxies and building new colonies. Ming did not let the Zerg intervene in these matters, so the overall resource development efficiency was low. But it's not a big problem. When he really needs manpower, he will do what he should do. Just when everything is thriving. In the laboratory of the negative matter research team on the Gaia satellite, the deputy team leader is in the team leader's office and says to the team leader, "Team leader, there is an experiment that needs your attention that has just started." The team leader waved his hand and said, "It's okay. I will be back soon. If there are any problems, just put them aside for the time being. If it doesn't work, just suspend the experiment. I have something important to do." The deputy team leader wanted to say that there was nothing more important than the experiment. Obviously, due to the massive leakage of negative matter and the massive fusion of satellites. The planet was in a very special state and was worth studying. Not only did they have a bunch of new project teams, but their original project team of only a dozen people was also forced to expand. The old people always felt the pressure of being surpassed by the newcomers. At this time, they should continue these experiments and research. Why did the team leader suddenly have to go out during the most critical experiment? But the deputy team leader still restrained this idea. He had a certain status in the group at most, but he was not qualified to be the team leader. And he had no right to restrict the team leader from doing anything. It can only be said that he followed the wrong person. He sighed inwardly, but pretended to be nothing and said, "I know." The deputy team leader and the team leader left the office one after another. The team leader left further away. He called a public shuttle to the wormhole space station and passed through the wormhole to arrive at the port of the Gaia Galaxy Wormhole Space Station. Not all the spaceships in Qinming's territory were built by him personally. Some researchers have certain assets and do not necessarily need to call public shuttles for commuting. So Qinming also deliberately left similar loopholes for the convenience of these researchers. When the team leader went out before, he happened to leave his shuttle here. The team leader quickly found his shuttle and sat in the driver's seat. In front of the driver's seat was a photo frame with photos of a family of 5 including the team leader. When he saw the photo frame, the team leader's expression suddenly changed. His pupils twitched, and his eyes changed from calm to confused. He lowered his head and shook it vigorously, trying to make himself more awake. But he couldn't cheer himself up again. He even felt that he was getting weaker and weaker, and he was losing control of his body. He tried his best to raise his head, but he could only see the universe outside the shuttle that had taken off, and the countless dense sand-like objects flowing in his hands through his peripheral vision. The tingling sensation in his palms not only did not make him feel comfortable, but also made him feel extremely panicked. He wanted to struggle desperately, but his body could not receive any orders from him at all. He only saw a communicator in his hand. The confused eyes of the team leader suddenly became cold, and his expression gradually became calm. He reached out and put the photo on the table of the spacecraft operating table, then reached out and rubbed his face hard. A slight psychic fluctuation appeared on his body, causing his face to change. This is not the fading of disguise, but the flesh and blood on his face are changing due to the influence of psychic energy. In the end, the team leader's face turned into an ordinary face that looked like he was in his 40s or 50s. But his eyes were deep and attractive. If Qinming was here, he would have jumped up immediately and killed the team leader by all means, because this face was exactly the face of the real brainwashed psychic that he saw in the remnant of Qinyan's consciousness after he killed Qinyan. The team leader, or the body controlled by the brainwashed psychic now, shook the communicator in his hand and entered a coordinate that popped up on the control panel of the spacecraft. His eyes were calm, but from the fact that he slightly increased the speed of operating the spacecraft, it can be seen that he is very curious about the survivors. The spacecraft disappeared in the universe in a blink of an eye. At the same time, Negative Matter Laboratory. The deputy team leader, who had just talked to the team leader, thought about it for a long time, and still felt that it would be bad if something happened without the team leader watching. So he called the member of the experimental team, who was in charge of the practical operation today. Today's experiment will be suspended for a while. The team leader just went out. The experiment will start again when the team leader comes back. Received. The experimental team responded quickly and decisively. The deputy team leader wanted to sort out the experimental data at this time, but after thinking about it, he was still a little worried. So he put down the data in his hand and planned to go to the laboratory's isolated experimental area. The experimental area and the office area are now under their own domes, and it takes a lot of time to go there. But he went anyway to be on the safe side. Another laboratory building under a dome. Entering from the main door is the hall of the experimental area. Before, there was usually only one person guarding the door, but now there are many people standing in the hall, chatting with each other about the project, and everything seems normal. But soon, as the deputy team leader's eyes swept around, he noticed that the experimental observation area was also full of people. This area is usually open when experiments are being conducted, so that others can see the experimental process and some data that can be fully disclosed. But normally there was nothing there, so there was no need to watch. He had a bad feeling and immediately rushed over to ask, "What's going on?" Someone in the crowd around the observation area immediately responded, "Experiment. Did you forget there was an experiment today?" The deputy team leader's face changed, and he looked inside through the window of the isolation layer of the experimental area. It can be seen that a small piece of the plain nightmare limb fragment has been transported to the experimental area, and the experiment can be started at any time according to the normal process. He didn't dare to talk nonsense anymore. Pushed through the crowd and ran towards the experimental control room on the other side of the observation area. He almost broke open the door of the laboratory and yelled inside, "What the hell are you doing?" The team member who had just contacted him, and several other team members were standing in front of the control panel and turned their heads to look at him, asking why the deputy team leader was so angry. They didn't seem to understand the situation at all. The team member who had contacted the deputy team leader before said nothing, glanced at the deputy team leader, and turned his head back. His eyes were calm, but he seemed a little confused. He continued to issue instructions to start the experiment on the operating table. The deputy team leader did not hesitate at all, and reached out and knocked on a very obvious emergency button of the laboratory on the wall next to him. This was a button specially set by Chen Ming, which could be pressed actively when there was a problem with the experiment in the laboratory. He even specifically explained it to everyone who came here. Press it if you feel there is a problem. Don't worry about the consequences. Between the trouble of the negative substance continuing to leak and the trouble of him having to come over to take a look, he chose the latter. The alarm sounded, and the safety passage of the laboratory was fully opened. The researchers who were just outside immediately ran out one by one. Only a few team members, who were blocking the door by the deputy team leader, still didn't understand the situation and stood there nervously. As the deputy team leader pressed the emergency button, the operation of the experimental facilities was forcibly terminated, and all experimental processes were suspended. There were also several devices in the experimental area that released a large amount of gas that could be used to stabilize the corpse of the plain nightmare into the experimental area, which was used to stabilize the experimental materials after the experiment was terminated. But for some reason, the negative matter leaked from the body fragments of the plain nightmare showed signs of activation on the control panel. Even though a large amount of inert gas had filled the room, it was unable to stop the activation of the negative matter. Detecting the abnormality, the equipment in the experimental area automatically increased the release of inert gas. At the same time, a new storage device in the experimental area emerged from the ground, capturing the body fragments of the plain nightmare in the vacuum isolation layer tank. However, the equipment had not been transported away in time. A black jet pierced out from the inside of the tank, not only piercing the tank itself, but also piercing the wall of the laboratory from the top of the laboratory, allowing the negative matter to continue to leak out. In just a few seconds, a huge amount of negative matter leaked out from the inside of the laboratory. The situation was almost exactly the same as the last time, and a more serious situation was happening along with the leakage of negative matter. That is, starting from the experimental area, the negative matter that was originally stabilized by the fusion of dead objects actually showed signs of instability. Stable negative matter is worth studying, but unstable negative matter, it is no different from the nightmare of the plane being raging. Although the impact of negative matter on living things is not that great, but it also caused the structure of the laboratory to tremble violently, as if it would collapse at any time. Stabilize the negative matter. The deputy team leader's voice came out in the chaos. A team member who had just been blocked by him also found that he had no time to escape, and immediately pushed away the team member who forced the experimental process in front of the console and shouted to the deputy team leader, "It's being done." He operated quickly on the console, constantly launching various compulsory emergency measures. But the effect was not ideal. The laboratory itself has set up different emergency plans to deal with different situations. The current situation seems to be the activation of negative matter, which needs to be stabilized by force. But the best stabilization method is the inert gas that was released first. But these gases failed to stabilize the negative matter and leaked out together. Other methods are used to deal with other situations. Trying to save a dying horse is not effective. Moreover, as the team members used all the available methods without any effect, the ground under the dome of the entire experimental area suddenly began to shake violently. The team member who was operating the console shouted in panic, "It's useless." "No, it's not useless. Go contact the director. I'm already here." Chen Ming's calm voice sounded in the laboratory. The metal liquid swept out, protecting several team members and dragging them out of the laboratory. He was left alone in the laboratory, and the words left by the deputy team leader when he was taken away There is a problem between the team leader and Wang Guanghe. The team leader Qinming knew who it was, but Wang Guanghe Qinming didn't know. But after thinking about it, Qinming knew that he was also from the hospital of the negative matter team, and he was the one who was just taken away by him. He immediately wanted to find the leader's trace, but the entire satellite had lost its trace of the leader. He could only control Wang Guanghe first, and let Yu Hui retrieve all the relevant records first, and he needed to take advantage of the moment to deal with the trouble on the planet. Just now, the alarm sounded. Qinming knew that something was bound to happen here, and he rushed over with psychic energy in less than 10 seconds. But he still didn't have time to catch up with the instantaneous leakage of negative matter. Things have already happened. No matter how angry he is, he can't change anything. So he didn't rush back to the laboratory, but went to investigate the situation of this leak first. At this time, he can be sure that the entire satellite has been completely infected by negative matter. There is no corner without negative matter, and the remaining negative matter has nowhere to go. It is those negative matter with nowhere to go that cause the instability of the laboratory. But this is only a small part of the negative matter. Looking at the entire planet, the existence of negative matter is very stable. It is even too stable. So stable that the satellite is heading towards the stability of the matter inside the black hole. This is the conclusion drawn by Qinming after he personally fought with the nightmare of the plane and personally felt the existence of the black hole and the black hole dimension. There is something wrong with the direction of negative matter stability. Their stability is not stability in the true sense. Not stability that is purely beneficial to people. Their stability always has only one purpose, which is to build a black hole with the stable space of the matter they stabilize. Originally, the entire satellite was only mostly infected by the leaked negative matter, and the negative matter maintained its original state. But when the moment came when the entire planet was infected by negative matter, it showed its fangs. This stability will affect the entire planet. At this time, the various satellite status monitoring devices arranged by Qinming around the satellite have found traces of gravitational turbulence just at the satellite. This is just the beginning. Under normal circumstances, it is impossible for this satellite to transform into a black hole. The mass of the planet is far from enough. But the connection between negative matter and the black hole dimension makes it possible for the satellite to transform into a black hole. It won't be long before there will be another black hole in Gaia's orbit. There are not many solutions, because Qinming's ability to lock space is really just to lock space, and it is very effective against space disturbances and fluctuations. But the black hole, the center of the black hole, is the most stable place in the entire universe. The gravity here will prevent light from passing through, and even space will become almost completely unchangeable because of this gravity. Of course, this is the normal situation in Qinming's cognition. In fact, when the black hole dimension exists in this world, this situation will change after the passage to the black hole dimension. That is, the black hole itself is completely formed. This is not the most stable place. If Gaia's satellite becomes a black hole, anything he does later will be meaningless. But if it does not become a black hole, then the space here will still develop in a stable direction. This is the special nature of this universe, and Qinming has no power to change it. But he has other ways to solve the current situation. Qinming's psychic energy waves were released all over the place, covering the entire planet and the space around it. He could tear the space on a large scale and send the satellites that were being transformed into black holes due to negative matter into the phase space to ensure that the planet would not be transformed into a black hole due to the influence of the black hole dimension. The independence of the phase space allows it to avoid being linked to any dimension other than the normal universe. Qinming had previously confirmed that in the phase space, black holes are essentially just black holes and have nothing to do with the black hole dimension. But before he really did it, he hesitated, because he felt a new danger different from the satellite turning into a black hole. This was a real danger sensed by his danger perception psychic power. And he also knew what this danger represented. Between the danger of the satellite turning into a black hole and the danger that must be faced by manually tearing the space, Qinming had to choose one to face. He was forced to choose one to face. He had to make a decision as soon as possible, because while he was thinking, new abnormal conditions were still appearing on the satellite. The planet's gravitational system had begun to collapse. A large number of shallow continental shelves on the surface began to crack, and countless natural cracks began to appear on the planet. It won't be long before the satellite, even if it is not transformed into a black hole, will collapse as a planetary framework in the process of negative matter stabilization to form a black hole. Even at this time, the changes in the satellite have affected the Gaia star it orbits. Abnormal tides have begun to appear in the coastal areas of Gaia. If the situation continues to develop, it is probably only a matter of time before a tsunami covering the entire planet appears on Gaia. Just as Chen-Ming was nervously thinking about how to make a decision, a voice suddenly sounded. "You seem to be hesitating?" It was Wang Guanghe, who Chen-Ming took away from the laboratory, who was talking to the metal liquid wrapped around him. Chen-Ming could certainly hear this voice, but Chen-Ming didn't want to pay attention to him, because Yu Hui had sorted out all the records of Wang Guanghe and the team leader on the road in public places and sent them to Chen-Ming. After Chen-Ming quickly searched with his psychic power, he found a common point between the team leader and Wang Guanghe. That is, sometimes there will be confusion in their eyes, and when they are confused, their behavior will be disconnected from before. Chen-Ming is very familiar with this situation. This is his old friend, a common phenomenon after the brainwashed psychic's psychic power takes effect. It was a scene he wanted to see, but didn't want to see. At this time, he didn't have time to care about Zhu Jing's problem, and he had to make a decision as soon as possible. However, he still put a set of silent alloy armor on Wang Guanghe, but this did not affect the ability of the brainwashed psychic at all. Wang Guanghe still looked at the laboratory that had been destroyed by the strong earthquake and the entire satellite that was collapsing with a half smile. The brainwashed psychic was far more disgusting than Chen-Ming had imagined. His spiritual power cannot be detected by any means after it is truly effective. And he is much older than Chen-Ming. He may even have hundreds of years to set up his own puppets that cannot be detected in the entire Empire society. And he appeared at this time and stabbed Chen-Ming the hardest. Chapter 394 Invasion. Chen-Ming was really curious about one thing. That is, what happened in his territory today must have been planned by Zhu Jing's brainwashed psychic behind the scenes. Chen-Ming had already thought that Zhu Jing could infiltrate with the help of brainwashed psychic energy, and he really had no effective means to counter it. He could only wait for Zhu Jing to be exposed first, and then he could counter it according to the clues of Zhu Jing's exposure. If Zhu Jing did not expose himself, he really had no way to cause trouble for Zhu Jing. That's why he felt that Zhu Jing's coming here to cause trouble was both what he wanted and what he didn't want to see. But how did Zhu Jing use negative matter? Negative matter comes from the nightmare of the plane. At the beginning, Chen-Ming couldn't even sense the existence of this matter. The entire empire, including those from the Fanchao Research Institute, had no understanding or knowledge of this matter. Even the first person to discover negative matter and conduct research was the researcher team leader who was brainwashed by the brainwashed psychic. And he even came up with a lot of valuable scientific research projects for Chen-Ming. Moreover, no matter what happens in the future, no matter how dangerous the negative matter is, its value will not be affected. If negative matter is really a substance that has never appeared before, and it is really developed by this research team slowly, then there are so many people in the research team, and they must be working together to promote the project. Even if he is the team leader, it is unlikely that he can conceal the real troublesome sequelae of negative matter. That is, the special situation of transforming planets into black holes. Chen-Ming has also confirmed that only 2 of the team members have shown signs of being affected in their daily lives. The others cannot be blind, unless the brainwashed psychic can hide better. In fact, Chen-Ming's side has been completely infiltrated, and everyone is controlled by the brainwashed psychic. And this situation can indeed be concealed. But this is impossible. So Chen-Ming is more inclined to another situation. The brainwashed psychic has long known that there is negative matter on the plane Nightmare. Before, he had applied to Chen-Ming twice to conduct negative matter experiments on the ground. He even took the initiative to research the positive effects of negative matter before the planet was completely fused, so that Chen-Ming could relax his vigilance. Chen-Ming took some insurance measures. He chose to refuse the first time, and the second time, he only chose to let him conduct subsequent experiments on the satellite after seeing the substantial benefits. Although he failed to completely prevent the infiltration that he really could not counter from his perspective. At least, he did not let the brainwashed psychic further expand the harm of negative matter. Nor did he let the trouble really affect Gaia, one of the most important planets in his hands. The advancement of science and technology is always accompanied by dangers. If you don't study it because you are worried about the left path and the dangers of this technology, then you may be the one in danger in the future. So in summary, the brainwashed psychic seems to know a lot. Why did he know that there was negative matter in the nightmare of the plane? What kind of background does he have? Qin Ming was very curious and wanted to find out this. Understanding the enemy is the first step to getting rid of the enemy. However, he couldn't think about it anymore, because he could already feel the satellite under his feet was breaking more and more seriously, and cracks had appeared on several continental plates. If he continued to waste time, he would be completely unable to stop the collapse of the planet. Qin Ming took a deep breath. All the psychic fluctuations that he had released just now were activated at this moment. They carried the will from Qin Ming's consciousness and the power of the natural disaster core that he integrated his own power, and were tearing a crack leading to the phase space on the space barrier of the normal universe. At a distance from the Gaia satellite, the light of the cosmic environment changed a little towards the dark blue direction at this moment. You are really amazing. I first learned about you in that exhibition hall. At that time, I didn't expect you to grow to such a level in such a short time. Wang Guanghe, who was restrained by Qin Ming's power armor, suddenly said a few words to Qin Ming at this time. When Qin Ming turned his head to look at him, he took the initiative to raise his hands, showing an attitude that he was just talking casually and did not intend to conflict with Qin Ming at this time and place in his current identity. He spoke in a very calm tone, as if he wanted to talk to Qin Ming as an ordinary person. Qin Ming didn't intend to pay attention to him. He just wanted to keep him first, and see if he could get some valuable information from Wang Guanghe or the brainwashed psychic later. Or he could just throw him out as bait when he got into trouble next time, and it was necessary. After all, he might not be able to completely crush the trouble he was going to face next. And having half a guy who could barely be considered a psychic that he could control might be useful when necessary. If he was useless or wanted to resist, Qin Ming could also ensure that he could kill him directly. So since Wang Guanghe did not resist at all, let Qin Ming put the silent alloy armor that can isolate the psychic effect on him. And even if the isolation effect of the silent alloy seems to be useless for people who have been affected by the psychic power of the brainwashed psychic, it should be able to prevent the psychic power from contacting the outside world from the inside to a certain extent, and can also help Qin Ming confirm whether Wang Guanghe has signs of using psychic power. Even Wang Guanghe could be said to be completely controlled by the brainwashed psychic. He could no longer be considered a living person, and was dangerous to a certain extent. But even if an ordinary person's body was controlled by a psychic, there was a limit to the power that could be exerted. Qin Ming's sense of danger was not invalid. It would not be dangerous to bring an ordinary person who was only controlled by psychic power. Qin Ming did not mind chatting with the brainwashed psychic, when fighting and killing were not so necessary or meaningless. Simply doing so would waste both time and energy. Other approaches may yield unexpected results. Qin Ming has encountered many enemies from a few years ago to today, and indeed many of them have been discussed with Qin Ming several times. For example, Yu Hui, who has now become a part of Qin Ming's power, Hui, who is now hiding somewhere, and Cheng Xinghe, who has become his brother-in-law. These are all people who resolve their conflicts in a peaceful or not so peaceful way after talking. There are also people who have talked with Qin Ming many times, but in the end, the conflicts were not resolved. Thousand faces. So if you can't fight directly, it won't hurt to chat more. So when Wang Guanghe said this, even though Qin Ming was concentrating on controlling the psychic tearing space, he replied casually, "So early?" The brainwashed psychic behind Wang Guanghe seemed very happy that Qin Ming didn't ignore him or simply block his mouth. He even answered Qin Ming's question normally, "Yes. I had already noticed you at that time. I will not miss any psychic who has not been taken away by the Empire, let alone psychics who have clashed with us." "Why? You know this very well." Qin Ming didn't know whether the brainwashed psychic's words were a test or a confirmation. So he took the initiative to avoid the topic and said, "But at that time, I had already contacted Wuan, and then went to Yu Hui. So you didn't have the opportunity to contact me." "Yes. You grow very fast. So there were several subsequent assassinations. Even if he was an enemy, even if what he said involved Qin Ming's own life safety." The tone and manner of the brainwashed psychic's speech made it difficult for Qin Ming to have any emotions other than the conflicting hatred he should have. Of course, Qin Ming didn't have time to have any extra emotions now. At this time in space, he had used his psychic power to tear the distant space to a point where it could accommodate the satellite. And the location where he tore the space was just in front of the orbit where the satellite was moving. Soon, the satellite will enter the phase space with its own movement. After tearing the space rift to a sufficient size, Qin Ming replied to the brainwashed psychic, "And now this time, general assassinations can no longer kill you. So I have to use some special means." It means letting you choose between facing danger and letting your things face danger. This arrangement is not too difficult. It mainly relies on information asymmetry. There should be no such opportunity next time. The words spoken by the brainwashed psychic were very sincere and honest. If you ignore the content, it would be like Chen-Ming chatting with a friend he knew. But obviously, although the two of them are chatting normally now, as long as they are given a chance to meet each other for real, only one of Chen-Ming and the brainwashed psychic can survive. So which one do you choose? Didn't you see it? After Chen-Ming's precise and meticulous calculations, the space crack torn open perfectly accommodated the satellite. As long as people on Gaia looked up, they could see with their own eyes that the satellite was disappearing into the universe as if it was swallowed by something, entering a blue-purple world. Seeing the satellite enter the phase space safely, Chen-Ming did not feel safe at all, but became more focused, because he knew that what would happen after this was the key. However, he still took the initiative to ask the brainwashed psychic, "I am curious how many people you control here. I can't tell you this, but it's definitely more than you think. You also know that killing Wang Guanghe is useless. The news that should be spread will still spread. So you left me here." "Yes." Chen-Ming admitted the brainwashed psychic's guess. Of course, it may also be the reasoning that the brainwashed psychic has already determined. He didn't continue to say anything more to the brainwashed psychic, because when the satellite disappeared in the normal universe, the negative matter was forcibly controlled by the special properties of the phase space. The phase space isolates the connection between negative matter and the black hole dimension, and no longer allows the satellite to transform in the direction of the black hole. As long as the satellite is still in the black hole, this process will no longer continue. However, Chen-Ming is now at his most nervous moment. He has no time to care about the satellite that is almost riddled with holes. Nor does he have time to care about Wang Guanghe, who is watching him, and the phase space where the satellite is now. There is only one thing he can do: desperately release spiritual energy fluctuations to repair the crack he just tore open with his own hands. He continued to use his psychic energy on the cracks that had been torn open, trying to minimize the subsequent impact. But he didn't have that much time. Just when the crack that Chen-Ming had torn open to accommodate the satellite was about to be repaired by half, he seemed to hear the sound of something hitting the phase space. And a force that seemed to have been accumulated for a long time hit the phase space. This impact did not only affect the space itself, but the aftermath it brought also affected everything in the entire space. The impact hit the satellite, which was already scarred by the accumulation of negative matter. Large-scale geological changes occurred again on the surface and underground of the satellite. Countless volcanoes grew out of the cracks in the planet's crust, bringing fire and ashes to the whole world. Chen-Ming did not choose to allocate part of his psychic energy to protect the satellite, because he knew that if he did not close the crack, the end of this satellite would only be worse. However, he still took the time to look at the source of this power with the brainwashed psychic around him. I saw dense cracks like spider webs appearing on the space barrier of the phase space. The scarlet cracks hanging in the air exuded an uneasy atmosphere, and a sense of peeping from other dimensions entangled Chen-Ming like a thorn in his side. Chen-Ming did not respond to Wang Guanghe's question just now, but the brainwashed psychic was idle now. So he said, "You seem to have something incredible." As soon as the voice fell, the sound of the space being hit, as if it was directly acting on the eardrum, resounded throughout the space. This was another combined impact of the power from the scarlet dimension. Although it was weaker than the previous one, it still created a more dense crack area on the space barrier where cracks had already appeared. Chen-Ming did not dare to be distracted in the slightest, at the cost of damaging his own state. He increased the output efficiency of his mental power and accelerated the repair of the space cracks in the normal universe. At this time, Wang Guanghe next to him asked Chen-Ming very leisurely, "Are you being forced into a corner?" Chen-Ming ignored him. Wang Guanghe did not take advantage of this opportunity to attack, because the brainwashed psychic knew that no matter how difficult Chen-Ming looked now, no matter how difficult it was to deal with this problem involving multiple dimensions, he could easily crush this ordinary body to death. He could say a few words casually, but he could not use such a body to conflict with Chen-Ming. What's more, the third impact from the scarlet dimension came, accompanied by a roar that seemed to shake the space. This time the impact made the satellite on the verge of collapse. Half of the planet has been occupied by volcanoes and ground fissures. Even if there is no new impact in the future, the vitality of the entire planet will be completely destroyed within a few years. Although the scarlet impact did not further expand the wound of the space rift, but in the space collapse area where the original cracks are like spider webs. A small piece of the space barrier fragments collapsed. The first completely torn crack appeared. A small piece of scarlet color was directly reflected in the phase space. This red color, like a beast that found fresh meat, went towards the crack leading to the normal universe that Qinming had not yet completely blocked. And when it approached the exit that the scarlet had longed for, it was completely crushed by the controlled phase force. However, another new torn crack appeared on the space barrier of the phase space. And part of a scarlet eye also appeared in Qinming's eyes through the newly torn crack. The scarlet power completely tore through the space barrier of the phase space area and invaded the phase space in a big way. The only good news. It seems that the scarlet eye is stuck in the crack because of its own power, and cannot directly enter the phase space. But this has forced Qinming to slow down the speed of repairing the space crack between the phase space and the normal universe. He must use part of his power to fight against the scarlet. His mental power is fighting against the scarlet matter that broke into the phase space. The scarlet substance that once could bring Qinming to the brink of mental collapse with just a little bit of it can now be torn apart and absorbed by Qinming. Just like what Qinming would do every time he entered the scarlet dimension. But this is not a good thing. With Qinming's current strength, the scarlet substance cannot be completely eliminated. As long as it comes into contact, a part of it will be absorbed. And every time it is absorbed, the crazy effect of scarlet will consume Qinming's mental power at an extremely terrifying speed. Scarlet has a whole scarlet dimension of scarlet substance. Qinming was the only one on his side. The scarlet eye's eyes were fixed on Qinming. Its eyeballs were pressed against the cracked space, as if it was trying to force its way out of the scarlet dimension, force its way into the phase space, and kill Qinming. Although the special nature of the phase space temporarily isolated it from the crack, the scarlet influence brought by the scarlet eye's gaze still played its role. On the satellite in the phase space, all the creatures that survived the 3 space impacts from scarlet in the phase space due to the collapse of the planet caused by negative matter, and the scarlet eye's gaze were changing. Tragic changes. The structures of all living things are being torn apart. All living things with or without flesh and blood have deformed bodies and bodies. Flesh and blood are proliferating. And flesh and blood monsters are wreaking havoc on the satellite. Flesh and blood grass and flesh and blood trees are expanding wildly with the appearance of flesh and blood monsters. Everything on the entire planet is turning scarlet. This is not the worst, because the scarlet matter is not only changing the planet in the direction of scarlet, it is also promoting the negative matter that has been inactive due to the special characteristics of the phase space to continue to be active, and continue the transformation of this satellite into a black hole. This situation was not within Qinming's expectations. It originally thought that the scarlet and the black hole would not interfere with each other. But when the influence of the scarlet came, the process of the satellite transforming into a black hole, or even a red hole, started again. Qinming did not have the extra strength to organize at this time. He could not handle 3 things at the same time. This was not a problem of not handling it. It was that he could not do something that required him to consume almost all of his mental energy, and then deal with the invasion from the scarlet dimension that he could not confront head-on. And at the same time, he had to completely protect the satellite that the scarlet eye was watching. He needs help from others. The only people who can handle scarlet in the Empire are him and the president. Qinming immediately controlled a terminal that was in good condition and contacted the president. But the president did not answer Qinming's call. Qinming also immediately changed the emergency contact channel and called. The president finally responded. The rift collapsed. Scarlet invaded. Can you help? Qinming did not hesitate at all, and immediately responded, I have one here, and another one is being transformed by the black hole. These 2 short sentences contain a lot of information. Qinming and the president both understood that each other's status was not very good, and they also understood something else. That is, Scarlet's actions must have been planned in advance. Otherwise, they would not have exploded at almost the same time. In short, Qinming can only rely on himself. And this time, he really has to make a choice. This is no longer a choice to choose a trouble to face, but a choice that he must give up something. Either give up the satellite and deal with Scarlet, or quickly deal with Scarlet, save the satellite, and let Scarlet continue in the phase space, which may even further affect the normal universe. These 2 choices are in front of Qinming. Qinming feels that there is no choice. He needs to close the Scarlet Rift. And as long as the Scarlet Eye is still stuck in the Scarlet Rift, it will inevitably affect him. so he must enter the Scarlet first. But before that, the moment before Qinming spent a huge amount of mental power to completely close the rift between the normal universe and the phase space. Qinming's psychic power worked in the normal universe. It worked on all the planets that belonged to him in the two galaxies of origin and Gaia, and on his space battle. One by one, metal canopies that were enough to completely cover the planets emerged from the void. One by one, artificial stars that could continue to provide light for the planets were built under the canopy. This was Qinming's emergency protection measure, protecting everything that belonged to him. At the moment he completed this step, the space rift leading to the normal universe was completely closed. Qinming also completely gave up the idea of saving the satellite that could be classified as level 4 and had considerable value. He wanted to rush into the Scarlet Rift, but the Scarlet Eye was still blocking it. According to Qinming's own experience, when facing this substantial scarlet creature, the most effective way is not to use psychic energy to hedge. But, in the phase space, a huge figure emerged out of thin air. The scavenger robot appeared in the phase space. This is Qinming's method. If it was just an ordinary pure mechanical body, it would not be very effective when facing the psychic existence of the Scarlet Dimension. But if Qinming used his own part of the Scarlet power to infect the Leviathan called the Scavenger, it would no longer be just a pure machine, but a beast that combines flesh, blood, machinery and psychic energy. Then it would no longer be just an ordinary machine. The beast of flesh and blood and machinery pounced into the Scarlet Rift. The phase power that Qinming mastered gave this twisted collection of machinery and flesh the possibility of harming the Scarlet with a non-homogeneous power. When the eyeball-shaped Leviathan scavenger robot hit the Scarlet Eye, the power of the phase force that isolates everything deeply penetrated into the Scarlet Eye. The Scarlet Eye stared at the Leviathan and Qinming and the Leviathan, and let out a silent howl. The Scarlet power attacked the scavenger as if it was free, and collided with Qinming's phase power, and infected, hurt, and assimilated each other with Qinming's Scarlet power. But Qinming had successfully repelled at a certain distance and successfully entered the Scarlet Dimension. So why did you bring me in as well? Qinming turned his head and looked at Wang Guanghe, who was brought into the Scarlet Dimension by him, along with the scavengers, and said, "It was just to verify a conjecture of mine. The conjecture has been verified, and you are no longer useful. I have only one thing to say to you. As long as you dare to appear in front of me and in the Empire, you will have only one end." Wang Guanghe smiled. "Your words now seem unconvincing, but I also understand your thoughts. But before you kill me, I want to ask you a question. If at this time, dimensional infection appears on your planets again, what will you do? What can you do?" Chapter 395 Repairing the Rift. Qinming tore Wang Guanghe's body apart and extinguished the part of his consciousness that controlled his body. His face was darker than before. If it was any other time, Qinming would not care about the threat of brainwashing psychics. But it was at this time when he was sure that he would not have the extra energy to deal with these things. The trouble of the Scarlet space-tearing invasion was still in front of him. He wanted to solve the Scarlet invasion in order to prevent his planet near the invaded area from being affected. But if the brainwashed psychics Wu Jing had a way to directly bring the influence of Scarlet over, then his actions would be meaningless. And this is most likely not alarmist or deceiving him, because the test results done by Qinming are already very obvious. He brought Wang Guanghe into the Scarlet Dimension, even if it was just a little distance, and he was still wandering on the edge of the space barrier between the phase space and the Scarlet Dimension. But in any case, Wang Guanghe definitely entered the Scarlet Dimension, and there was an eye in the Scarlet Dimension that could cause a large area of scarlet infection on the satellite just by looking at it. He could still ask why he was brought in as if nothing had happened. There was no need to explain the reason. At the beginning, Qinming used Wu Ping's identity to go to Kamo Star region in the Empire to deal with the dimension infection incident artificially created by Zwujing. At that time, he saw a psychic, whose codename in Zwujing was Jin. Jin's body had been partially infected by the Scarlet and turned into flesh and blood tentacles. But he still maintained his consciousness and clashed with him. Under normal circumstances, for psychics, death always occurs before infection. Therefore, there is definitely some special connection between Zwujing and Scarlet. The brainwashed psychic may have also been exposed to the Scarlet Dimension and strengthened his psychic power through the power of the Scarlet Dimension. This is the conjecture verified by Qinming. Qinming's identity is special. The psychic power he awakened is related to the dimension from the beginning, so he can use psychic power even if he is countless light years away. But the brainwashed psychic obviously did not have such ability in the past. He could only do it after a certain point in time. Now the reason has been completely determined. And if the brainwashed psychic is really connected to Scarlet, then he can indeed make the disaster of dimensional infection erupt in any place affected by his psychic power. Just like what Qinming did when facing Leviathan. The brainwashed psychic is now forcing him to make a choice. He is forced to make a choice that must be lost again. He has been forced to give up the rescue of the satellite that has now completely integrated negative matter. Now he was forced to give up the colonies and planets he had worked so hard to build. He had no other choice. Because he knew which would be a greater loss. Losing his own planet or losing control of the invading scarlet matter. This was not the choice Qinming wanted to make at all. But the pressure of the environment was constantly forcing him to make the choice that the brainwashed psychic asked him to make. This was also the most troublesome situation of having a base of his own. If Qinming was alone, with only the Zerg, Yu Wei and the Mechanids to accompany him, he would not need to consider these problems at all. But when he has these, he must take these into consideration. What Qinming is afraid of now is that when he is dealing with the trouble of Scarlet, the brainwashed psychic suddenly breaks out, and he can't be distracted to deal with Scarlet in other places. Although he has protected every planet and every space station, he can't protect everyone. Even if he lets it go, the worst result is that these planets will be destroyed. But these planets and these colonies are the result of his years of hard work. If there are losses in the process, the trouble of making up for the losses or rebuilding may completely ruin his idea. Qinming has always believed in one thing. If a strongman cannot take these aspects into consideration, then he is not a strongman. In the past, he thought he was strong enough, and he could protect those close to him when necessary. But now it seems, he is not strong enough. Even if his psychic power is so strong that no one in the Empire can confront him head-on, there are still ways to make him make decisions against his will. This is Wu Jing. This is the real leader of Wu Jing. The method of brainwashing psychics. Qinming took a deep breath. He threw away the messy thoughts and calmed down. Things are definitely not at the worst point. Because he suddenly realized one thing. There is nothing wrong with what the brainwashed psychic said. And there is definitely nothing wrong with him being able to do it. But how can he do it? What price will he have to pay in the middle? What kind of losses will there be? These are the key points. If he could really release the scarlet infection to any corner of the world, even to his side, then the Empire should have already started to have dimensional infection everywhere. How could he be the first to enjoy the psychic effect from the brainwashed psychic? Fundamentally speaking, the one who has the biggest conflict with Wu Jing is not him, but the Empire. The Empire is the biggest enemy that has been in constant conflict with Wu Jing for hundreds and thousands of years. If Wu Jing really has the means to do this, why didn't he go to the Empire at the first time and release the scarlet infection in several important colonies of the Empire? But came to him instead? Find him, the person who is most familiar with Scarlet in the Empire. If the brainwashed psychic brainwashed some people to infiltrate, it is normal that Qinming did not find it. He could not carefully observe whether everyone would have strange behaviors when doing daily things. At most, he would occasionally pay attention to the people he cares about. But if it is Scarlet, Qinming has absolute confidence that Scarlet cannot avoid his detection and infiltrate his territory. As long as any Scarlet dares to appear within the range of his psychic power, he can detect it at the first time. He could say in the most arrogant tone that no one in the entire Empire had come into contact with more Scarlet than him. He was just misled by the words of the brainwashed psychic. It is absolutely impossible for the brainwashed psychic to release the Scarlet easily. Although the President also encountered the Scarlet invasion, Qinming and the President had worked together for so long and were familiar with each other. It was simply a Scarlet invasion that tore the space barrier apart, rather than a sudden dimensional infection. There will definitely be a huge cost for releasing the Scarlet infection from the left channel. The Scarlet released by Qinming himself is limited and not so contagious. Or it is not as contagious as the Scarlet substance from the genuine Scarlet dimension. Unless the brainwashed psychic really makes himself a part of the Scarlet. It is a fantasy to use the absorbed Scarlet power to spread the infection. He doesn't need to worry so much. But Qinming is still a little scared. Because he almost got caught. He was just talking to someone. But he almost ignored the objective conditions and limitations. It seems that chatting with the enemy is okay for others. But it is not so good for brainwashed psychics, who rely on deception and preaching. Kill him directly if you have the chance. And don't give him the chance to complain. After Qinming calmed down and thought about it carefully, Scarlet was still dangerous. Even if he could pay a considerable price to actively cause the dimensional infection, the degree of danger was acceptable. Even if he suffered losses today, he could find a way to make up for the losses, and make Zhu Jing pay a higher price. But that alone was not enough. He wanted to preserve everything he had, and he went up to fight against Scarlet simply to avoid any trouble in his hometown. Chen Ming's goal was never to completely solve Scarlet. He was not that arrogant. He couldn't even stay in Scarlet for a long time now. And solving Scarlet was pure delusion. What he actually had to do was to repel Scarlet, close Scarlet's gap, and then retreat, if necessary. He could even abandon the body that had entered the Scarlet at will. His consciousness could leave any body and enter any body at any time. This was his confidence in doing so. If he was efficient enough in repelling the Scarlet, he might even be able to catch up with the changes in the satellite situation. The Scarlet matter could also prevent the planet from turning into a black hole again by guiding the negative matter. Chen Ming thought for a long time. But with his consciousness strength and thinking speed, this long time was only less than a second in the normal universe. He made a decision. He ignored the words of the brainwashed psychic and controlled the scavenger, who had completely become a flesh and blood machine, to rush into the Scarlet again. The giant furnace in the core of the scavenger, which looked like a glowing pupil, was no longer smelting metal, but the materials of the phase beasts he brought with his psychic power. Of course, all of which were artificially synthesized phase beast materials. These things themselves had the property of resisting Scarlet. After smelting, these effects have not weakened, but will resist Scarlet in a more efficient way. The furnace that originally emitted a fiery orange light spewed out a special blue-purple flame like a planetary engine, burning all Scarlet things. The scavenger, who originally had half of his body remaining on the other side of the space rift, also completely entered the Scarlet dimension. Chen Ming finally saw the full picture of the Scarlet Eye. It just didn't look special. Just a huge eyeball, followed by some messy blood and flesh tissue. The most special thing about it is the Scarlet effect brought by his eyes. Chen Ming even suspected that this eye was the eye that crawled back to the Scarlet dimension from other dimensions after the president threw the entire galaxy into other dimensions, when the Empire was first infected by the dimension. Of course, he had no evidence. But it didn't matter whether it was or not. Anyway, as long as the threat of the Scarlet dimension to the normal universe was not eliminated, this eye that was wandering in the Scarlet dimension and eyeing him would always be on Chen Ming's must-kill list. As Chen Ming controlled the flesh and blood mechanical scavenger into the Scarlet, he relied on the scavenger's core furnace to release a huge amount of phase matter to penetrate into the Scarlet in the opposite direction. The Scarlet Eye, which was hurt by the phase substance, finally launched a counterattack. A circle of blood-red substance appeared in its huge black and red pupil, and there was no other substantial observable phenomenon. But Chen Ming's mental power was being consumed at a rate nearly 10 times faster than before. The power of the Scarlet Eye comes from its gaze. Its gaze carries the power of psychic energy. All Chen Ming can do is to use his mental power to collide with its gaze. This pure spiritual power confrontation does not involve any actual combat skills. Only explosive power impact and endurance based on mental power. In this process, Chen Ming also had to devote some of his attention to completely close the space crack leading to the phase space behind him. But Chen Ming just had this idea. The flesh and blood tissues behind the eyeball of the Scarlet Eye that seemed to be attached to the eyeball suddenly flowed out countless scarlet substances like blood. This is not the scarlet substance that fills this scarlet dimension, but a unique substance that is highly contagious and threatening belonging to the scarlet purpose. After they gathered to a certain extent on the surface of the scarlet purpose's flesh and blood, they exploded into a mass of blood mist like a blood bubble bursting, rushing towards Chen Ming's scavenger. Each mass of blood mist is not pure blood red, but is mixed with countless pale white substances. These white substances are not special things, but the whites of tiny eyeballs. In this scene that could drive a person with trypophobia crazy, Chen Ming suppressed the discomfort in his heart. He also controlled Leviathan to release a large amount of phase matter to block, forming a layer of hot blue-purple fire net around him. With a continuous supply of external resources, the scavenger's furnace can continue to burn for a long time. But soon, Chen Ming discovered that not all of these tiny eyeballs that formed the blood mist were directed at him. A considerable number of eyeballs' attacks bypassed him directly and rushed into the phase space. Chen Ming was still wondering what these eyeballs were going to do when he blocked the gap in space, leaving these eyeballs without the subsequent scarlet power to support them. They would eventually be killed by the nature of the phase space itself. and would not be able to make any waves at all. Anyway, he had already closed the gap in space leading to the normal universe in the phase space. The people on the satellite had been sent away long before he sent the satellite into the phase space. And the animals and plants on it had been infected by Scarlet. What's the point of these eyeballs entering the phase space? Qin didn't know. But the more he had to do to eliminate the enemy, the less likely he would let him do it. The scavenger simply took this opportunity to retreat and rolled the blue-purple flames, burning the phase beast materials into the already open space cracks, burning the seemingly endless blood mist and the tiny eyeballs in the blood mist. If a dimensional infection occurred on a certain planet, so many eyeballs were randomly scattered in all places that should have been normal, which would be a huge trouble for those who had to deal with them. But at this time, these completely unattached eyeballs could only wander around in space, allowing Qin to easily eliminate them completely. Although Qin scavenger's retreat gave the Scarlet Eye an opportunity to move closer to the space rift, but Qin also took this opportunity to separate the outer ring structure of the scavenger, which was used to collect small celestial bodies in space. Then used the effect of psychic energy to perform multiple transformations on this layer of flesh and blood and mechanical interweaving structure. A number of miniaturized furnaces were built on the entire ring structure, each of which was burning the materials of the phase beast, and using the blue-purple flame to purify all the scarlet things that tried to pass through the gap. Then another ring structure broke away from the scavenger's body, and another circle of blue-purple fire appeared near the gap, temporarily blocking the space gap from another angle. And on the scavenger's body, more and more transformations made by Qin according to the current battle needs were also appearing. As long as Qin is given a little more time, he can rely purely on the loss of materials to block all the scarlet things back to the scarlet dimension. He is no longer the weak psychic, who almost had a mental breakdown after being exposed to the scarlet for less than half a second. He can now rely on the support of the power behind him to fight against the scarlet dimension. At this moment, the Scarlet Eye suddenly flexibly mobilized the power of the scarlet dimension. Most of these powers were absorbed by itself, and were rapidly transformed into tiny eyeballs that continued to proliferate in the flesh and blood tissue behind its eyeballs. The other part rushed to the two ring structures burning with blue and purple flames that Qin had just thrown out. The power of the flames on the ring structures instantly weakened under the suppression of Scarlet. Even with the materials provided by Qin to assist in combustion, it could not compare with Scarlet's home advantage. The scavenger has a total of 3 layers of replacement structures for capturing asteroids. Just when Qin wanted to release the third ring of fire, the Scarlet Eye, which was originally not far away, suddenly collided with it at a very fast speed and had a head-on physical reload with the scavenger. The third fire ring was smashed by the Scarlet Eye's body and could not be used again, although the burning fire ring left a dead black scar on the white of the giant eyeball. The flames from the scavenger's core furnace turned the pupil of the giant eyeball from black and red to dead white. But soon, countless broken tiny eyeballs with thick fluid flowing were separated, and countless new eyeballs grew on the wound again. The Scarlet Eye's condition did not get worse at all. In this scarlet dimension that belongs to him, it is definitely not a wise choice to fight against scarlet creatures. However, Qin goal is not to fight against it. Instead, he wants to find a way to repel it first, and then take the opportunity to seal the space rift. Now it has taken the initiative to give it a chance in order to avoid the appearance of the third fire ring. So, no. Qin suddenly discovered that the scarlet substances just now did not fight against the ring structure he released in order to break into the phase space. They did not go further through the space cracks. They entangled in the space cracks, intertwined like newly grown flesh and blood. Like weaving a net, they used flesh and blood, muscles, and nerves to repair the gap in space. This is not just a disguised repair, but a real means to repair the gap in space. The Scarlet Eye is actively repairing the gap and closing the crack leading to the phase space. This is what Qin wants to do. But when the Scarlet Eye did this, Qin only felt his scalp tingling, because while the scarlet substance was repairing, he could feel that his spiritual connection with the normal universe was becoming weaker and weaker. Qin immediately understood what Scarlet was going to do. He didn't dare to make any more extra moves, and immediately controlled the scavenger to turn around and rush towards the space crack that had not yet been completely closed. However, before the scavenger had time to turn his head completely, the Scarlet Eye hit the scavenger's body again like before. It no longer just used pure gaze to bring pressure to Qin mental power, but was really trying its best to stop Qin and the Scarlet. 3 actions, 3 collisions, The scavenger didn't even have time to get close to the gap. And the last crack was forcibly repaired by the Scarlet Dimension. At this time, Qin-Ming's connection with everything in the normal universe was almost cut off. Although it was not completely cut off. At this time, he could no longer connect with everything he controlled in the normal universe in the Scarlet that was completely isolated from the normal universe. His consciousness was locked inside Scarlet, and he could no longer use the convenience of his psychic energy. The blue-purple flame of the scavenger gradually extinguished. Qin-Ming could no longer easily send things from the normal universe to Scarlet. Leviathan lost its fuel and became a pile of scrap metal and a pool of dead meat. Qin-Ming's heart sank. This was an unprecedented situation. Scarlet's purpose had always been to invade. But now it took the initiative to cut off the way of invasion. Such abnormal behavior made him need to face the power of Scarlet. Scarlet is an ocean of psychic knowledge that can bring madness. But this does not mean that all creatures living in Scarlet are only crazy creatures. They must also have means of communication. No matter who they are with. The brainwashed psychic on Zhu Jing really used all means to lead him into the pit one by one. Each one is a pit that Qin-Ming has never seen before. And every step is on a road that Qin-Ming is completely unaware of. He is in trouble. At this time, the leader of the negative matter team, or the leader controlled by the brainwashed psychic, is on the spaceship that left the Gaia galaxy. The brainwashed psychic was holding the communicator and looking at the content on it. Apparently they had already communicated. The brainwashed psychic asked on the communicator again, "Do you have any opinions?" "No. This matter is only related to you. We don't want to be involved." The brainwashed psychic shook his head and said, "I really don't know why you are afraid to use this power. If you fail, you will just die." The survivors did not answer the brainwashed psychic about why they did not use the power of dimensional infection. But they suddenly answered his previous question again. The planet Gaia, which has self-awareness, has a fairy tree on it. It is the most valuable planet in Qin-Ming's hands. This is the best place to infect. Then it's here. The brainwashed psychic said this, and mobilized his own psychic power. In fact, no matter how the survivor answered, he already had the answer in his heart. The words he said before were indeed to scare Qin-Ming. There are not so many opportunities to create dimensional infection. Especially to create dimensional infection many times in front of someone who has experienced dimensional infection many times. This is simply a suicidal act. This is true even for the brainwashed psychic. If he really had the idea of creating multiple dimensional infections, Qin-Ming would definitely track him down and crush him to death. In terms of combat power, he is indeed not as good as Qin-Ming. But in terms of insidiousness and cunningness, Qin-Ming is not even worthy of carrying his shoes. So he knows that he only has one chance and must use it in the most critical place. Gaia. There are not many people on Gaia. But there are countless valuable things. The brainwashed psychic slightly supported his forehead, feeling the pain of consciousness being torn apart, and nodded slightly. This is the price he must pay for using psychic power. Chapter 396 Emergency Measures. At this time, Qin-Ming felt extremely overwhelmed when facing the closed space barrier. He really didn't expect that the current situation would be reversed. It was his turn to tear the space rift from the Scarlet Dimension to the normal universe. And the existence in the Scarlet Dimension wanted to completely close the space rift and completely trap Qin-Ming here. Although he didn't need to think about repairing the space barrier between the Scarlet Dimension and the phase space. Next, as long as he could return to the phase space, he could return to the normal universe and solve the problem of the Scarlet invasion. Then the question is, how can he break through the restrictions of the Scarlet, tear the space barrier, and return to the normal universe when he is almost disconnected from the normal universe and cannot use the resources he has accumulated? How can he tear the space barrier when he is in the Scarlet and under great mental pressure? And Qin-Ming glanced in front of the scavenger, who could no longer burn the blue-purple flame. There was a big eyeball staring at him. Although the big eyeball didn't really cause any harm to him just now. He had quickly adapted to the pure mental attack, since his mind was severely damaged last time. As for the subsequent collision of the Scarlet Eye, there was no obvious effect either. At most it just smashed some of the scavenger's structures. The damage caused by the scavengers to the Scarlet Eye was much greater than the damage it caused to the scavengers. But this does not mean that he has a great advantage, because he is now in someone else's home court. Qin-Ming even suspected that the brainwashed psychic had carefully planned the way he had controlled the scavenger to repel the Scarlet Eye and enter the Scarlet Dimension. How could he escape from the Scarlet Eye while it was chasing him? Qin-Ming had no time to think about it, because the Scarlet eye had once again turned its corrupting gaze on him. The scarlet world was reflected in its blood-red pupils, as well as the body of the scavenger and Qinming, who was standing at the control panel inside the scavenger structure. At this time, the gaze of the scarlet eye brought Qinming a heavier pressure than when he entered the scarlet dimension before. The physical strength of the creatures in the scarlet dimension is not particularly outstanding, but the spiritual power and scarlet power they possess are the most terrifying. This unavoidable mental pressure from visual attacks can be dealt with when Qinming has the resources of the normal universe to support him. But at this moment, Qinming only felt that his mental power recovery speed could not keep up with the speed of consumption. His total amount of mental power and mental power recovery speed are usually greatly increased by the hive mind network. The reason why he can enter the scarlet for a long time is that he relies on the support of the mental power limit, so that he will not be directly consumed by the scarlet. Then he relies on the huge mental power recovery speed that exists every moment to ensure that the consumption can keep up. But at this time, his connection with the two hive mind networks is almost non-existent. The hive mind network has become a mere decoration. Although Qinming's total mental power did not decrease due to the weakening of the connection, his mental power recovery speed was just like an ant crawling compared to the previous rocket-like speed. He could not delay in the scarlet and the scarlet eyes. If he delayed a little longer, his mental power would be exhausted and used up. When his mental power was exhausted, he would die. Facing the crisis of death in person and manually commanding and operating the fleet to fight brought different experiences, especially since it was the first time for Qinming to fight in such a disadvantageous environment. This situation really made him extremely nervous and excited, although the substance adrenaline had basically no effect on his consciousness. But Qinming still felt a sudden sense of excitement. And the situation was even worse. The special nature of the scarlet dimension itself. In the scarlet dimension, there was no direct concept of time and space. Everything was chaotic, and there was no object to refer to. It was like the existence of a quantum state. Only when it was observed would it collapse, and become a temporarily stable space. This is also the reason why the scarlet dimension has never been able to accurately locate the position of the Empire, unless there is a clone as an anchor point to determine the position between the two dimensions. And if the scarlet dimension fails to connect with the normal universe and open a channel that serves as an anchor point, then chaos will be everywhere in this space. For example, the place where Qinming just tore open the space rift. Even if he tore open the space rift from this position now, it may not lead to a certain place in a certain dimension. Qinming didn't want to know what was in the black hole dimension or other dimensions hidden deeper. But fortunately, his psychic power was still working, and his connection with the normal universe had not been completely severed. He could faintly sense that the things that belonged to him were randomly and discreetly moving in some corners of another dimension that was in contact with the scarlet dimension. As long as Qinming could find those key nodes and tear open the space cracks in these places, he could return to the normal universe. Qinming quickly thought about his current situation. He controlled the scavenger to turn around and run. He couldn't fight the scarlet eye head-on in the scarlet dimension. All he could do was to stay away from it as much as possible. The special nature of the scarlet dimension made it difficult for people to return directly from the scarlet dimension to the normal universe. At the same time, its spatial chaos also allowed Qinming to escape in disguise. Any spatial uncertainty in the scarlet dimension would cause Qinming, who was in this space, to instantly appear in the scarlet dimension in a place where he didn't even know where he ran to. He was able to quickly shake off the scarlet eyes for quite a long distance. It was not quite appropriate to say that it was a distance, because the space in the scarlet dimension was chaotic, and the distance was meaningless. And even if he shook off a long distance, as long as Qinming dared to stay for a while, the scarlet eyes could still catch up and haunt him. The scarlet had already locked onto Qinming, and as long as he was in the scarlet, no matter how he escaped, he could not get rid of the tracking of the indigenous creatures that existed in the scarlet. Even if Qinming had tried his best to run away, the scarlet eyes could still suddenly emerge from a chaotic space after countless times of shaking off and get on Qinming's face. Qinming could only continue to run despite the mental pressure. The huge pressure made it difficult for him to suppress his emotions, which had calmed down. He really wanted to turn around and fight with scarlet eyes, but he knew that doing so would make it even more impossible for him to survive. He could only continue to run. And while running, he had to maintain a high level of mental concentration and pay close attention to the connection nodes in the normal universe that could appear around him at any time. He could only leave by grabbing these nodes scattered in the scarlet due to the distortion of time and space. Even though Qinming was controlling the scavengers to run away, with the scavenger's outer protection and additional support in terms of movement. He did not need to use more mental power. At this time, the steel jumble in his consciousness space had begun to rust. This was the manifestation of his real loss of the most essential part of his mental power. And there was something worse happening. The fuel in the scavenger he controlled was exhausted. The scavenger was able to suppress the scarlet in the space rift before, relying on the continuous supply of artificial phase materials provided by Chen Ming using psychic energy. After the space rift was closed, the scavenger had lost its comprehensive energy supply. As the last bit of fuel was exhausted, most of the functions of the scavenger shut down by themselves, and it could only slow down slowly in the scarlet dimension. Even if the scavenger already had nearly half of his flesh and blood body at this time, it would be difficult to continue after losing the energy supply. At this time, Chen Ming couldn't hold on to the scavenger any longer. He could only choose to abandon it and continue to move forward alone. Fortunately, Chen Ming sent out the nano-forge that could build an industrial colony by itself before bringing the scavenger in, so that his loss would at least not be that great. Next, he could only rely on the biological armor to continue playing fast pursuit with the Scarlet Eye in the Scarlet. It's a pity that he was the one who killed a bunch of entities created by the Scarlet and was finally hunted down. Without the convenience of the vehicle, the flexibility of the biological armor itself has indeed increased a lot. But in the Scarlet, the speed that can rely on the distorted time and space to produce a practical distance is the most important. But Chen Ming can't do anything now. He can only start the biological engine of the armor and continue to approach the nodes in his psychic perception. But as his speed decreases, the speed of the Scarlet Eye tracking is getting faster and faster, and the efficiency is getting higher and higher. Before, it might take about 10 minutes in Chen Ming's body perception for the Scarlet Eye to catch up once. So he needs a burst of engine output power to get rid of it. Now it only takes 5 minutes for the Scarlet Eye to appear behind him. The biological armor is obviously not damaged as fast as the scavenger, but the Scarlet Eye can get behind him faster than before. Chen Ming can only use his psychic energy again and again to make the biological armor burst out at a faster speed to escape. Finally, after supporting the physical sense time for more than an hour, he sensed that there was a node in the nearby Scarlet dimension space that was connected to the normal universe. Chen Ming didn't know when this node would disappear due to the time and space disorder of the Scarlet dimension, but he knew that this was his closest chance to leave the Scarlet dimension. Taking advantage of the fact that the speed of the spiritual energy burst had not yet dissipated, Chen Ming quickly approached that space according to his own perception. Fortunately, he did not become farther away from this space due to the distortion of space in the process. He really arrived at this space. Chen Ming immediately tried it. He gathered the spiritual energy in his hand, stretched it forward, and pierced into the space in front of him. He curled his fingers into claws, and clawed hard. A faint scratch was left in front of him, suspended in the scarlet void. Although the scratch was only half the size of a person, Chen Ming couldn't continue to tear the space crack too large at this time, which would cause additional mental loss. The stability of this space was immediately affected, but there was still a long way to go before the space was torn apart. Chen Ming stretched out his hand again, wanting to do the most with the least mental burden. But his mental power was still consumed much more than he expected. Moreover, the speed of this consumption continued to rise. It was not that the consumption of tearing the space continued to increase, but that the Scarlet Eyes circled over again, like a vulture that found a dying animal. Chen Ming gritted his teeth and concentrated all the spiritual energy he could mobilize under the current limit on his arms, forcibly breaking a small piece of space barrier the size of a fingernail in front of the Scarlet Eyes. Behind this space barrier was a blue-purple space. Chen Ming didn't have time to escape through the gap, because the gap was too small to accommodate Chen Ming's complete consciousness. And just as he opened the gap, countless scarlet substances poured into the gap and completely sealed it under the influence of the Scarlet Eye. Normally, destruction is easier than repair, but this is obviously not the case now. Chen Ming could only give up this opportunity and continue to evacuate. As long as the Scarlet Eye is still tracking him, it will not allow him to tear the space. Even if the mental attack cannot affect Chen Ming's behavior explosively in a short period of time, its physical impact and blocking can destroy Chen Ming's operation of tearing the space. It doesn't need to cause much damage. As long as it can knock Chen Ming away and prevent Chen Ming from stably contacting a space for a long time, its purpose will be achieved. Chen Ming must solve this problem. Otherwise, he will definitely not tear enough space to accommodate his consciousness. With the amount of mental power he currently has, He could only have 2 chances at most. If he was unlucky enough to not encounter a node connected to the normal universe. Then as time passed, he might only have 1 chance left. Or he might never have another chance. Qin was a little nervous, but not panicked. Anyway, the worst result is nothing more than death. Only by doing things calmly can you have the greatest possibility of survival. He was thinking about how he could avoid being hunted down, and how he could tear the space barrier most efficiently. He was thinking about how he could turn the tables. As Qin continued to wander along the nodes of perception in the scarlet, he suddenly noticed that the scarlet substance in the surrounding environment had undergone subtle changes. If the scarlet substance just now gave him a kind of mental pressure of being spied on all the time, then the scarlet substance he touched at this time gave him a kind of confusion in his thinking. All the things he thought about would inevitably be affected by this substance, causing the illusion of distorted flesh and blood in his thinking. The content of thinking is an illusion, but the feeling that makes Qin thinking content appear to be an illusion is not an illusion. He seemed to have unknowingly come to the territory of another scarlet creature. Qin immediately had an idea in his mind. He immediately changed the direction of his movement according to the concentration of the scarlet substance. No matter what this scarlet creature is, what position it has, he must go and take a look. This is an opportunity. Anyway, even if this new scarlet creature is an enemy, it will not affect his continued escape. But if it can cause a conflict with the Scarlet Eye, it will be the best result. Qin action seemed to make Scarlet Eye feel troubled. It once again accelerated its speed, and its efficiency in catching up with Qin in this chaotic space, and time was improved again. This change made Qin feel that there was hope, and he quickly went further in the direction that made the bloody and chaotic thoughts in his brain more serious. Soon, a sense of danger appeared in his consciousness. The new scarlet creature had noticed his existence, and it was approaching rapidly. Qin seemed to have guessed what this new scarlet creature would look like, but he didn't care, because he once again used the psychic power to make the armor burst to the limit and escaped from the tracking of the scarlet purpose, and found a node leading to the normal universe for the second time. Even if he was being hunted, Qin must not miss this opportunity. The scarlet dimension was too random. Even if he had special perception, he couldn't confirm whether he could go to the area where he sensed the node in the chaotic time and space. He must try to seize every opportunity to try, especially at this time when things are getting complicated. Qin right arm was once again wrapped with the spiritual energy fluctuations that could tear the space apart, and once again tried to tear the space apart. The crack in the space appeared again, and a force from the phase space behind the crack was also unprecedentedly trying to break through the limitations of the space barrier from the originally closed and solid phase space, and bring Qin out. Qin could feel that his mental power had been almost exhausted. The only chance left was this one. He no longer had another chance to tear open the space rift. He had to take advantage of the moment to solve all the troubles at once. Take advantage of this brief moment of peace. Qin suddenly took out several palm-sized metal blocks from the inside of the power armor, and he used all the remaining spiritual energy on these metal blocks. The metal liquid overflowed from the metal blocks and condensed behind Qin, forming 2 weapons like floating guns that were more than 10 meters long. The muzzle of the floating gun opened, and several blue-purple split laser beams swept across Qin body. Although it failed to completely clear all the scarlet matter, it also gave Qin a chance to breathe. This weapon was not brought by Qin from the normal universe. It was something he always carried with him. Qin had previously considered how he would use his spiritual power if he lost his material storage one day. Of course, it was not the current situation of being disconnected from the normal universe. This situation was really beyond his expectations. He just thought about some emergency measures, and it happened to be used now. Qin actually just used the control of these materials with psychic power to compress the volume of some common and frequently used materials to the extreme and carry them with him. Although compressing hundreds of cubic meters of materials to a portable level will definitely cause them to change in properties due to problems with the internal particle structure, and the quality of the compressed materials is also a very important issue to consider. But Qin control over materials was the earliest effect of his psychic power, and his psychic power was least afraid of damage. He only needed to use the most basic psychic effect. Repair. He could repair the material that was damaged due to excessive compression, and take the opportunity to use these few materials to make some special targeted weapons. For example, the 2 doors now. The Ape Eater. This name is a bit of Qin bad taste. This weapon was actually developed from the digestive organs of the corpse of the phase beast patriarch some time ago. It is a weapon specifically used to target Scarlet. In the early stage of Qinming's battleship project, the battleship's weapon system first ruled out the idea of using the phase beast's original weapon, which is their digestive organs, because the digestive system of the phase beast is too targeted. And this joke is not like Qinming's absorption, digestion, understanding, and becoming part of his own power. The digestion of the phase beast is the real digestion. And they don't care what is in these scarlet substances. They are really just eating. Except for the dead phase behemoth leader, who was truly affected by the scarlet and possessed some power. The other phase behemoths just use the scarlet as food. Such weapons transformed from digestive organs are meaningless in the design of Qinming's battleship, and are not suitable as universal weapons. But they are still useful. It just so happened that a lot of people contributed to Qinming's project before. So Qinming divided some organ materials that were not important for the design of the spacecraft. Of course, organs and other things were also distributed. The research company that was assigned to digestive organs came up with this thing during this period. This is something Qinming knows very well. After all, he and the president are the only ones who deal with the entire empire in Scarlet. Qinming paid a lot of attention to this weapon as soon as it appeared. And he also took advantage of the first test of the weapon to optimize it. It happened that the Star Devourer was killed by him during that period. So Qinming directly called this weapon that digests Scarlet the Star Devourer. Those who don't know may think it's an orangutan. But in fact, it has been clearly identified as the best weapon against Scarlet in the entire empire. It can be as small as a single soldier handheld rifle, or as large as one that can be directly installed on a capital ship. It can also release a cone jet of concentrated firepower in 2 modes, or be split into several laser-like material jets. The material composition of these jets is similar to the material used by the phase beast to digest Scarlet. It can be mass-produced by using the medium of phase space plus some of the materials in the normal space environment. With the help of the Gorilla Eater, Qinming successfully tore open a whole crack. But at the same time, a giant brain also appeared behind him. Qinming turned his head and looked. There was a bottomless crack between the left and right hemispheres of the giant brain. A small shadow suddenly appeared in the crack. It was the figure of the brainwashed psychic. Chapter 397 Brain. Faced with the brainwashed psychic, who was still unclear about his background, but who came at this time with the scarlet creature in the scarlet, Qinming seemed not to dare to ignore it, and turned his head and said, "Waiting for me here?" The brainwashed psychic seemed to see a flash of panic and nervousness in Qinming's eyes, and said, "I'm not waiting for you. I'm actually chasing you all the way here." Qinming seemed to have a bit of a fierce look and asked back, "So? You want to kill me? Do you have the ability to kill me?" The brainwashed psychic suddenly laughed. "No. Otherwise I would jump out directly when the eyes chase you. And there is no need to wait until you temporarily get rid of the eyes and tear open the space barrier to come to you." Hearing this, Qinming seemed to be a little relaxed. But there was also some worry that was hard to get rid of. "What do you want to do?" "Well, how should I put it? Your acting skills are a bit poor, to be honest. You are not nervous at all now. Not worried at all. But you are expecting me to fall for your trick. How about we stop for a while and talk normally?" TSK. Qinming's expression immediately returned to calm. "I can't compete with an old fox like you. So, what are you here for?" You might as well guess. Although Qinming had secretly said before not to talk too much with the brainwashed psychic, he couldn't help it when the person really came again. As long as he could get a little clue from him, his actions against Wu Jing would be greatly advanced. It was hard for him not to say something at this opportunity. "I guess you came here just to be the last straw that broke my back. You at least have the ability to kill me when I'm in the final predicament. You just noticed that you can't kill me now. So you didn't take any action." The sudden appearance of the brainwashed psychic was not completely unexpected by Qinming. This layout of one ring after another shows that the brainwashed psychic has definitely put in a lot of effort. If he ran away without being affected at all, it would be a shame for the brainwashed psychic's previous plan. So the brainwashed psychic would definitely come at the end to make a final defense and strangle Qinming's hope of escape. However, when he came here, he found that it was too late. Because when Qinming tore a small gap in the space for the first time, all the threats were basically useless. Even if the gap was too small for Qinming's consciousness to pass through easily in a short time. Especially after Qinming took back Wu Ping's consciousness in order to deal with Scarlet. He couldn't squeeze through it all. This is the special nature of the Scarlet Dimension itself, which cannot be changed. but he can take the initiative to separate a small part of his consciousness to leave through the tiny gap. At that time, the endless and surging red matter followed that. Chen Ming's little consciousness was hidden in it, and passed through it without being discovered by any existence. And this part of the consciousness served as a backup. Even if Chen Ming's consciousness in the Scarlet Dimension died, it would not affect his continued survival with a separated consciousness backup. It was nothing more than the death of the consciousness in the Scarlet Dimension causing his condition to become extremely bad. Just like Qian Yan, who had used the critical life-saving ability before. But it only required him to rest for a while to restore his consciousness to its previous state. Chen Ming was indeed drawn into the brainwashing psychic's plan at the beginning. But he soon found an opportunity and left himself a way out. Therefore, his emotional fluctuations were very stable after the first space rift was torn open. And everything he did afterwards was just acting. He was just using this part of consciousness as bait to lure Scarlet Eyes. Chen Ming even deliberately limited his mental power. Otherwise his mental power would have been completely restored when the space gap opened. Even if he couldn't leave through that narrow gap, he could still restore his mental power. And he even took this opportunity to bring a large amount of endurance supplies from the normal universe. He didn't do that. He was just deliberately giving the Scarlet Eye a chance to be fooled. This eye had been staring at him for a long time. Every time he entered the Scarlet Eye, he could basically feel that the Scarlet Eye was looking for his trace, making it difficult for him to use his mental power to absorb the Scarlet Eye to the greatest extent. He just wanted to create an opportunity to kill the Scarlet Eye. But acting is acting. Chen Ming's true emotions could not be hidden in front of the brainwashed psychic. Even if his expressions and movements were hidden, the state of his consciousness could not be completely hidden in front of the brainwashed psychic whose psychic essence was to control people's consciousness. Wait, that is to say. And whooping. Chen Ming hesitated a little, wondering if the brainwashed psychic had seen in whooping, and whether he knew that in whooping was him. But he didn't care immediately, because it didn't matter at all. The rumors that Zhu Jing spread casually had no killing power to him. On the contrary, if someone believed him, they would be a real fool. And if someone really believed it, it might be a good thing. Whoever believes Zhu Jing had a problem, or whoever took the initiative to expose this problem, also had a problem. Because Chen Ming considered both himself and the Empire when he separated the identities of Wuping and Chen Ming. Separating the two identities is also good for the Empire. The brainwashed psychic could not be unaware of this. So the identity issue of Wuping still has no impact. In short, when Chen Ming tore the space barrier for the first time in the Scarlet Dimension, he could no longer be completely killed. His purpose also changed from completely tearing open the Scarlet Rift to escape to killing the Scarlet Eye. What Chen Ming wants to do is very simple, without too many twists and turns. The brainwashed psychic can also easily analyze Chen Ming's approach and purpose from his behavior. Therefore, he can also easily see that Chen Ming can change his target at any time. It only takes Chen Ming's thought to change from Scarlet Eye to his brainwashed psychic. If he fights with Chen Ming at this time to complete the original plan, he will be fooled by Chen Ming. As long as he dares to take action and follows Chen Ming out of the Scarlet Dimension, let alone killing Chen Ming, he will definitely die. So he did not make any aggressive behavior, but continued to answer Chen Ming's questioning. I really can't beat you, even if you are still in Scarlet. After all, you have torn open the space rift and reconnected with the normal universe. But if it's just to stop you, it's enough. Chen Ming asked, what's the point of stopping me now? Have you forgotten what I said to you before? If at this time, dimensional infection appears on your planets again, what will you do? What can you do? Chen Ming's face darkened for a moment, and he almost forgot about this matter. Before he briefly separated part of his consciousness, he took a look at the space stations and planets he controlled. But he did not find any place under his control that was infected with Scarlet. So he almost ignored this problem. But at this time, he saw the brainwashed psychic walking out of such a giant brain-shaped scarlet creature in the Scarlet. Whether he was driving this creature or controlling this creature, or simply had no influence on each other, all of these showed that the brainwashed psychic definitely had the ability to use Scarlet to create infection. Before, Chen Ming only felt that he had this possibility. But now, it was completely confirmed. Although Chen Ming had the idea of how much loss he would suffer, he still felt a little heartbroken when he thought about what he might lose. The brainwashed psychic noticed Chen Ming's reaction, and the expression on his face suddenly eased, as if asking Chen Ming to calm down. But his words didn't mean that at all. You seem to be really angry about this. But your reaction is not important. What's important is that your losses are real. But your revenge afterwards doesn't matter to me at all. All losses are acceptable. My loss is just a waste of time, and using spiritual energy a few more times. You're lost. What is the waste? Qinming glanced at him coldly. If you don't dare to fight me, how can you stop me? Yes. Then you can try to leave now. The brainwashed psychic made a gesture of invitation to the gap behind Qinming. Qinming ignored him, and turned his head decisively, reaching out to touch the phase space behind the gap. And before his hand completely left the scarlet. Are you really leaving? The brainwashed psychic's voice fell. Qinming felt a huge mental shock coming from behind. He turned around and released a mental shot to fight back and asked, "Do you want to fight to the death?" Brainwashing the psychic was not a mental attack, but a direct release of a huge amount of mental power to attack Qinming himself. He directly used the ultimate means of fighting between psychics. After the violent impact of this huge amount of mental power, the consciousness space of the two psychics collided. When the consciousness space was completely entangled because of the attack between each other, only one person could continue to live. Such behavior is no different from desperate. Even if the brainwashed psychic's body is hiding at the end of the world, the impact of the collision between mental power and consciousness space at this distance will inevitably cause fatal damage to his body. The same is true for Qinming. He just looked calm and wanted to play slowly with Qinming, but he turned around and fought desperately. However, the brainwashed psychic did not seem to have such an idea. He answered Qinming's question, "It's not desperate. It's just saving time. From that eyeball in me? You should know that my fighting style is similar to that of the eyeball. There are not many means of compulsory restriction. Instead of wasting time thinking of various means to restrict you, it is better to use them directly here. If you go out, I dare not continue to pursue you." Qinming said casually, "Why don't you try?" "No. I still like to stay in my comfort zone. I can't beat you." "Heh." Qinming sneered and said, "It sounds right. But I have decided to treat everything you say as shit. What you said is very problematic." "What's the problem?" "I'm telling the truth. I really can't beat you. It's not a question of whether what I said is true or not. But the fact that you said it is a problem. Then you don't want to listen? Listen." While Qinming and the brainwashed psychic were having a seemingly peaceful and nonsense conversation, their mental powers were still colliding fiercely. A huge part of the surrounding scarlet matter was shaken away by the impact, and a lot of scarlet matter was directly absorbed by the mental power and became part of their respective abilities. Two blood-colored vortices seemed to form around the two people. However, Qinming's vortex was slightly different, because he was in a space crack at this time. The power of the phase space could be supplied to him, who was in scarlet. The vortex rotating around him was blue and red at the same time. "Your ability is really special." After another sentence from the brainwashed psychic, Qinming and the brainwashed psychic completely enveloped each other with their mental power, and their consciousness also sank into the consciousness space. Qinming once again returned to his isolated island. He returned to the mountain range made up of countless abandoned warships in the steel jungle. Although Qinming had controlled the scavenger did not appear here at this time, and it seemed that it was not judged as a warship. After this, the only battleship that could truly become the cornerstone of this mountain range was the main battleship that was still in the design stage by Qinming himself. The giant mothership of the Queen of Insects that should have been nearby was nowhere to be seen, which was also what Qinming did to avoid the influence of the brainwashed psychic power. Qinming's own consciousness is concentrated. Even if there is an additional increase, the overall is him. But the consciousness of the Zerg is discrete, and the consciousness of a large number of Zerg sub-individuals may be affected by the brainwashing psychic. So at this moment, only Qinming's own island, and some concepts on the island representing the existence of the mechanical race, conflict with the consciousness space symbol of the ship spirit and the brainwashing psychic. And the brainwashing psychic's meaning space is a scarlet and dead space. This space is filled with blood dance, and it seems impossible to see what kind of things are inside from the outside. But soon, the scarlet space approached rapidly in the void universe of this consciousness space. The blood mist gradually dissipated. A complete brain appeared in it. The cerebellum and part of the spinal cord all existed on this complete brain. However, only the cerebrum looked the most normal. Just an ordinary brain. But the structure of its cerebellum seemed to be cut by some kind of sharp weapon, evenly divided into 6 petals. Only a small point was connected to the end of the brain part, and all his parts spread out to the back, like 6 pairs of wings. And that small section of spinal cord extends upward along the gap between the left and right brains at the back of the brain, forming a ring at the back and top of the entire brain. There are countless separated tiny nerves floating on this ring-shaped spinal cord structure, which also seems to simulate the light emitted by the halo. Such obvious characteristics make the consciousness space of the brainwashed psychic symbolically filled with a bloody divinity. But as long as you look at it from a subtle level, you will find that every inch of the brain is made up of the heads of people whose faces have been peeled off. The facial features of these heads were all cut off, and some were just bloody holes that were still bleeding. And those tiny brains that could be vaguely seen from the bloody holes in the eye sockets existing in the cranial cavity. Qinming didn't know how to describe his thoughts when he saw such things. He just felt a kind of fear in his heart that came from the innate human species. This was the instinctive fear of humans. Qinming quickly resisted this fear, treating the bloody brain angels from the brainwashed psychic's consciousness space as twisted monsters from the scarlet dimension. What's wrong? Are you surprised to see this? Even though they are far apart, the brainwashed psychic can easily communicate with Qinming. He likes to chat with Qinming about random things, because his language passively carries the power of psychic energy to influence people's judgment. Qinming was affected for a while before, which made him somewhat unwilling to communicate with the brainwashed psychic. But as long as the psychological defense line is built in advance, it will not have much impact on psychics of his level. So at this time Qinming still responded, "Nothing. It's just that I heard that the psychic's consciousness space station will reflect the ability of a psychic. And I just think the image of this thing really suits you. Brain control and charlatan. A perfect fit. It's just a little too disgusting. Can you just die and let me a peace of mind?" After Qinming finished speaking, he controlled his mental power and attacked the brainwashed psychic in the same consciousness space. The island and the angelic brain were under the influence of mental power. They were about to collide in this abstract consciousness space. But Qinming discovered at this time that the brainwashed psychic, who had just released mental shocks at him, suddenly slowed down his offensive and began to restrain his own mental power. He was staying away from Qinming to avoid a direct conflict with Qinming. Qinming instantly understood what the brainwashed psychic wanted to do. The brainwashed psychic had no intention of fighting with him to the end. He just needed to drag his consciousness into the consciousness space to delay his time. The voice of the brainwashed psychic just came out from the brain at this time. "Let me tell you something. The scarlet has begun to spread on your Gaia planet. Your association president is still busy with other things. Who do you think can help you deal with it? And in just 1 minute, the eye that just chased you will also rush over. Who do you think it will find?" Qinming seemed to be completely nonchalant and retorted, "The relationship between the scarlet creatures is not friendly. It depends on luck whether it finds you or me. If we continue to be dragged here, who lives and who dies will depend on the expression of the eye. You won't do that. Yes, that's why I keep my distance from you. This confrontation can be interrupted by external forces, and it will never be fought to the end." This is why the brainwashed psychic directly made a desperate gesture. Some things are easier to do if there is a way out. He even had the leisure to say to Qinming, "How about this? We wait here for a minute, and when the eye arrives, we will separate. At that time, I will not stop you, and you can do whatever you want. Then I'll give you a chance to wait for me to be entangled by the eyes and reap the benefits." Qinming ignored the nonsense of the brainwashed psychic and released his mental power like a spike, and his own consciousness, as the incarnation of mental power, instantly came to the head of the bloody angel, in the crack between the left and right brains in the front half of the brain. Qinming saw the head of the brainwashed psychic placed here. However, before he could make any move, the mental power he released was destroyed, and his consciousness was forced to return to the isolated island. But Qinming still made an amazing discovery. Those brains are all alive. To be precise, they have some kind of connection with the living people in the normal universe. The closest situation to the brainwashed psychic is that the brainwashed psychic also has a support similar to the hive mind network. It's just that the sub-individuals of his hive mind network are all people controlled by his psychic power. He brainwashed a large number of people in the empire, synchronized their brain waves, and formed a thinking network based on his psychic power. Very powerful, but not as good as Qinming's. But that's not the point. The point is that these faces are all real, although they have lost their facial features. Qinming has the ability to restore these faces through technology. The brainwashed psychic seemed to see through his thoughts and asked, "Have you discovered something about my ability?" "Yes, but I also find that it seems meaningless. You must know the identity of everyone you influence. You can't keep important people outside your brain. The truly important ones are all inside. Very smart. The brainwashed psychic admitted this and said, "Since I have told you my ability, can you tell me about your ability? What kind of psychic power do you have? You definitely have more than one psychic power. Mechanical, Zerg, Crimson, Phase, and I even feel a bit of destruction in your psychic power." The brainwashed psychic really knew that Whooping was his fake body. After all, the brainwashed psychic was a professional who took over other people's bodies. It was easy to see that Whooping used an artificial body. Moreover, your Whooping's body still has the spiritual energy of Qinmian and Jun. How did you do it? Chen Ming did not answer this question, but continued to try to attack. But once he attacked, the brainwashed psychic would just run around and dodge, not fighting him at all. And if he wanted to retreat, the brainwashed psychic would stick to him like a dogskin plaster. Unless the existences of the two consciousness spaces really come into contact, the two can really fight to the death. Or maybe both of them wanted to leave, so they could separate before the symbols of consciousness space touched. Otherwise, Qinming really had no way to deal with the brainwashed psychic. Just like phlegm stuck in the throat. Nauseous and uncomfortable. Time passed by. The brainwashed psychic suddenly changed his behavior and stopped fighting with Qinming. Instead, he wanted to leave completely. The meaning was very clear. The Scarlet Eye had already caught up. But Qinming didn't believe him and let him go. Continue to chase in the universe of consciousness space. You either lose your mental power and retreat as soon as you are dragged in, or stay here with me. I can't catch up with you, but you can't escape my pursuit. That's not necessarily true. The brainwashed psychic still has a backup method. He suddenly discarded a part of the brain tissue from his brain, forming a smaller brain in the consciousness space. The mental power connection between Qinming and him that formed the consciousness space was immediately transferred from his body to this newly born brain. This smaller brain was not as powerful as the original brain, and was defeated, killed, and shattered by Qinming in an instant. But the brainwashed psychic also took this opportunity to escape the limitations of the consciousness space. Both of them escaped from the consciousness space at this time. In front of Qinming was no longer just the brain, but also a Scarlet Eye that had just run over and was staring at him. Just play with it slowly. Chapter 398 Instant Kill. Scarlet. Qinming couldn't go to his planet Gaia to support the brainwashed psychic the moment he left, because he knew that the brainwashed psychic's departure was very likely just a disguise, and he would keep watching him, looking for flaws. He had to deal with the Scarlet Eye first, and then he could repair the space rift and deal with the things on the planet Gaia when he was ready to deal with the brainwashed psychic's possible follow-up actions. Qinming had prepared a way to deal with the Scarlet Eye, and he believed that he could deal with it as quickly as possible. After the brainwashed psychic completely disappeared from Qinming's eyes, and disappeared into the depths of the Scarlet Dimension with the existence of the Scarlet Brain, Qinming also met the Scarlet Eye again. The Scarlet Eye repeated its previous behavior as soon as it discovered Qinming and the space crack behind Qinming, trying to block the crack again. However, this time Qinming was prepared, interrupting the Scarlet Eye's action to completely block the space gap, and quickly passed through the space crack. There was no strong obstruction along the way. However, when he turned around and tried to repair the space crack behind him, he found that the effect of his psychic energy after spreading to the crack was extremely insignificant. There was an unknown force that originated from the depths of the Scarlet, not the Scarlet Eyes, which was affecting him and preventing him from repairing the crack quickly. The brainwashed psychic had not gone far, and he was still nearby delaying Qinming's actions. And the Scarlet Eyes did not just watch. It pounced on Qinming like a mad dog after Qinming passed through the scarlet crack leading to the phase, and pounced on the gap. Its psychic energy and body are also blocking the gap in the space rift, making it more difficult for Qinming to forcibly repair the gap. If it is just a single brainwashed psychic or Scarlet Eye, Qinming will have no problem one-on-one. It is just a little more troublesome to repair the space rift. Even if this cannot solve the problem of Scarlet Eye, his goal can be achieved, because at present, in the entire Empire, Scarlet and Phase, apart from him, only the brainwashed psychic has the ability to locate a specific area in the normal universe in the Scarlet Dimension. As a native creature of the Scarlet Dimension, the Scarlet Eye definitely does not have it. Otherwise, it would not have tracked Qinming only when he entered the Scarlet Dimension to seize the Scarlet Power. Nor would it have actively participated in this battle until Qinming was forced to tear open the space rift today. Therefore, As long as the space rift is repaired, the Scarlet will not be able to continue to invade in a short time, and he will have time to deal with the problems on his own territory. But the current situation is that Qinming cannot withstand the combined efforts of the two to repair the space rift, and it is indeed difficult for him to solve all these things in a short time, unless he gave up repairing this space rift and let the Scarlet Eye enter the phase space. Qinming even considered whether this would work, because if only the Scarlet Eye entered the phase space, then Qinming could temporarily ignore it and deal with other things. The destructive power of the Scarlet Eye in the phase space is definitely not enough. The phase space has a certain suppression on the Scarlet itself. But when the brainwashed psychic followed behind, Qinming did not dare to gamble. God knows whether the brainwashed psychic will suddenly appear and try to tear open a space gap to the normal universe, or attract more Scarlet creatures to come here and destroy the phase space. So he must deal with the trouble first. This is also the reason why the brainwashed psychic took the initiative to withdraw, but can still put pressure on Qinming. Qinming does not have many choices, but he can do the most beneficial thing for himself among the few choices. Qinming's psychic power suddenly reversed on the spatial rift between the phase and the Scarlet. The Scarlet power was preventing Qinming's psychic power from repairing the rift. But this power could not stop Qinming from suddenly changing the nature of his power and tearing the rift wider. The rift that originally stuck the Scarlet Eye was directly torn into a larger gap under the effect of Qinming's psychic power. The Scarlet Eye then entered the phase. At this moment, the Scarlet Eye, which was originally staring at Qinming madly, seemed to calm down instantly. It seemed to realize something, and turned around like a lost dog and rushed towards the rift behind it. The reason for this sudden change was that it lost the power support from the Scarlet dimension, although there is still a large amount of Scarlet matter pouring into the phase space from the crack behind it. The amount of this Scarlet matter is nothing compared to the inside of the Scarlet dimension. On the contrary, Qinming, whom he has been chasing, has finally come to a place where he can release his power at will. Qinming no longer needs to make any reservations. The mental power of countless consciousness bodies in his honeycomb network has made his mental power, which was almost exhausted, recover at a frenetic speed. All the mental power that was recovering was directly converted by Qinming into the power of the phase that was specifically used to target Scarlet. The pure black biological armor on Qinming's body, which was suspended in the phase space, had been dyed into a dark blue-purple color by this power. The lines representing the power of the phase beast appeared on Qinming's body. Qinming's figure flashed and instantly appeared in front of Scarlet Eyes. The blue-purple light pattern on the outside of his armor suddenly lit up, and all the power seemed to be gathered on his right arm. Qinming's fist was swung and punched into the Scarlet Eye. Qinming had tried to counter the Scarlet Eye's psychic attack before, but it didn't work. The Scarlet Eye's main attack method was to counter it with psychic energy. In that case, why not try to use physical attack to output all the psychic energy face to face? All the blue-purple psychic energy fluctuations were hit into the eyeball by Qinming's punch. At this moment, all parts of the Scarlet Eye's eyeball swelled violently, as if something was struggling inside. The swelling that made people physically uncomfortable ended after 3 seconds. The entire eyeball of Scarlet Eye was completely shattered and exploded. A large amount of flesh and blood and the liquid inside the eyeball burst out. Qinming was dyed blood red. It only took one punch to kill Scarlet Eye completely, without any room for struggle. It didn't even have time to turn around and return to the edge of the Scarlet Dimension rift, and only the broken corpse was left floating in the Scarlet Dimension. Qinming did not waste time either. He quickly controlled his psychic energy to collect all the Scarlet Purpose's substances and stored them in isolation with silent alloy. But some of them still fell into the space crack and into the Scarlet Dimension, and could not be found. Qinming decided not to care about it without thinking too much. He did not intend to waste time on such things. After he cleaned up the body of the Scarlet Purpose, he immediately activated his psychic energy again to act on the space crack and tried to repair it. The obstruction of the brainwashed psychic, who was still at the edge of the rift just now, is gone. It seems that he found that the situation was not right and ran away. That would be the best. Otherwise, Qinming even suspected that he might not be able to resist and punch the brainwashed psychic. And at this time in the Scarlet Dimension, the brainwashed psychic did not really run away. He was still observing quietly. It was just that the punch Qinming threw after entering the main field of the phase gave him a lot of pressure. Originally, he thought that Scarlet Eyes could fight with Qinming for a while, but he never expected that Qinming could kill Scarlet Eyes with one punch. In the end, the time that the eyeball delayed Qinming was not even 2 minutes. This made him more convinced that it was definitely not a wise move to have a direct conflict with Qinming. He had to use different designs to make Qinming lose the advantage of the home field, and use indirect means to weaken Qinming's combat power, and finally have a direct conflict. In any case, the Scarlet Eye delayed Qinming for more than a minute. In the vibrant world of Gaia Planet, every delay would cause countless lives to be corrupted by the Scarlet. The brainwashed psychic didn't know how much trouble the Scarlets that had escaped his control had caused at this time. He took one last look at Qinming, who was sealing the space gap, and then disappeared into the Scarlet. Qinming didn't notice the existence of the brainwashed psychic in the depths of the Scarlet dimension. His attention was all on the space rift itself and his territory. The moment he closed the gap, he activated the psychic energy he had prepared for a long time and teleported to the Origin Galaxy. In the phase space of the Origin Galaxy, Qinming could clearly see the state of the satellite suspended above the orbit of Gaia, under the dual influence of the black hole state caused by negative matter and the reactivation of negative matter caused by the appearance of scarlet matter. The satellite was close to complete collapse. The 4 continental plates on the planet had been completely broken like biscuits falling to the ground. The originally blue-green planet was now occupied by scarlet, earthy yellow and dead gray. The entire planet was in ruins. If Qinming hadn't pushed the Scarlet Eye into the Scarlet Dimension, he would have followed it in, and the space rift had been repaired. I'm afraid it would have seen a black hole or a red hole at this time. Fortunately, the worst thing didn't happen, and the Scarlet on the satellite was also suppressed by the phase space. After all the matter released by the Scarlet Dimension was consumed, it was no longer able to continue expanding. There are still lives on the planet that have not been infected by the Scarlet and destroyed by negative matter, but it will definitely be an extremely difficult road to restore the past. Qinming glanced at the satellite, and without much hesitation, he lifted the blockade of the planets and space in the Origin Galaxy. He also announced that the crisis of the Origin information was temporarily over. However, he still blocked the Wormhole Space Station, because there was still trouble waiting for him in the Gaia Galaxy behind the Wormhole Space Station. Qinming stayed in the Origin Galaxy for less than 2 seconds. After doing everything he should do as quickly as possible, he quickly went to the Gaia planet, which was still blocked. In fact, he had just left Scarlet and had a brief battle with Scarlet Eye when he had already sensed the bloody smell of the place. He didn't know what happened there during the time he was away, but he knew it was definitely not a good thing. On the orbital space station of Gaia, before Qinming used metal liquid to form a canopy to protect the planet, everything here was still normal. As one of the few people who could go to Gaia and had a very high level of authority, Tianjin was in his office processing the climate transformation documents for Gaia in the past week, as well as the research report on the adaptation relationship between the life seeder and Gaia plants. Just then, someone came in with a paper document and said, "Old Tian, today's report is here too. Old Yao, just send this kind of thing to me directly. There is no need to come in person." Old Yao waved his hand and said, "It's okay. No trouble." Tianjin took the document and said, "You have been here for several days. What are you doing?" "Hey." Old Yao laughed dryly and said without hiding anything, "The director asked me to come here and let me see you more often so that you won't be exhausted. You look pretty good now. At least better than before. I think you should listen to the director more. If you are really sick from working so hard, you should rest longer." Tianjin picked up a small mirror he had recently bought on the table and looked at himself in the mirror. Indeed, he was in a good mental state now, but he didn't want to say much. He was just doing his best. Lao Yao saw that Tianjin didn't want to say more, and didn't dwell on this matter. So he asked, "Would you like to have lunch?" Tianjin glanced at the time. "Eat." He put down the file and stood up to go to the space station cafeteria with Lao Yao to check out today's food. If they didn't like it, they could go to the Wormhole Space Station to eat. But at this moment, an alarm sounded on the space station. This was the moment when the brainwashed psychic put 2 choices in front of Qinming. Qinming did not make a choice immediately, but instead blocked all the planetary space stations first, and sent an emergency notice of evacuation to everyone's terminal. Qinming had set up emergency shelters of different sizes in every space station or planetary colony at the earliest time. Most of the people who came here knew that they might be in danger before they came. Although there were star gates in the Origin Galaxy, the location of the planet was far outside the Empire, so there would definitely be dangerous situations. Moreover, most of the researchers who came here were studying extremely dangerous things. Therefore, Many people basically learned about the shelter facilities when they came. Even if there were people who didn't know. Jinming also attached a route map to the nearest refuge area shelter on the terminal sent to everyone. And even installed the Afterglow core in the colony or space station for separate guidance. At this time, Tianzhan and Lao Yao beside him also received the notification from Jinming. Lao Yao looked at the content of the notification and said, "It seems that something went wrong. I don't know if Leviathan is coming. It's hard to say. Let's go first." Tianzhan responded vaguely. But his feet did not move. And he stared out the window of his office. His office was located in the central area of the ring-shaped space station. But he could still see the cosmic environment outside the window, and the Gaia planet surrounded by the space station through the height difference of the space station structure. Tianzhan did not respond when Lao Yao spoke, but kept staring at the Gaia planet in the distance. However, he did not look for too long, because the metal canopy built by Jinming's spiritual energy had protected the space station. "Hey, what's wrong?" Old Yao reached out and patted Tianzhan's shoulder, asking, "What did you see?" Tianzhan closed his eyes and rubbed them hard, opened his eyes and turned around and shook his head. "Nothing. Let's go to the shelter." The two left the office. It can be seen that everyone in the work area outside has received the news of the evacuation and is heading to a corner of the space station in an orderly manner. The design of the shelter area of the space station is different from the design of the shelter in the colony on the planet. The space station mainly relies on the escape capsule for refuge. All personnel will temporarily gather in the area near the escape capsule and enter the escape capsule in the order of arrival in this area. If there is a problem with the space station, the escape capsule will be released uniformly. If there is no problem, everyone will climb out of the escape capsule. At this time, many people are already queuing in front. However, the number of people in the space station above Gaia is not much compared to the other side. It will be Tianzhan and Lao Yao's turn in about a minute. However, Tianzhan looked at the rows of escape pods in front of him and suddenly didn't want to go in. He suddenly felt very anxious, as if something bad could happen at any time. But he tried to recall and think. But he couldn't remember or imagine what kind of thing would make him feel this way. He had no idea why he felt this way. This feeling made him not want to do anything according to the rules. Even though he knew that entering the escape pod was the safest. He didn't know whether it was because of the escape pod that made him anxious, or some other reason. He just felt that his mental state was not right. He was panicked, anxious, and uncomfortable. The pressure in his heart oppressed his soul all the time. It made his state, which had almost recovered, seem to be changing towards the previous state. Tianzhan felt something was wrong in the back. But Lao Yao in the front didn't notice what was happening at all. When the team finally got to him, he turned around and was about to say something to Tianzhan. But he found that Tianzhan was no longer behind him. At this time, Tianzhan had bypassed the crowd, left the refuge area, and headed for the port of the space station. He didn't know why he did this, but the feeling in his heart told him that he had to do it. The escape capsule is safer than the spacecraft when encountering danger in the space station. Please turn back and go to the refuge area of the space station. Tianzhan ignored the warning from the Afterglow core of the space station and continued to run towards the port. And the Yuhui core could not force him to restrict his behavior without Jinming's order. Tianzhan boarded a shuttle and flew directly away from the port. As soon as he flew out, he saw the cold metal sky curtain that protected the space station blocking his shuttle. Tianzhan immediately took out the terminal and wanted to contact Jinming. But Jinming, who had completely entered the Scarlet Dimension at this time, could not receive Tianzhan's message at all. Tianzhan could not recover for a long time, and could only continue to control the spacecraft to approach the sky curtain, until the spacecraft almost hit the metal sky curtain. The sky curtain still did not respond at all, and Jinming also did not respond at all. Even though the front end of his shuttle had already hit the sky and accelerated, it did not change the sky at all. Tianzhan was even more anxious. He could no longer stand the feeling in his heart. The crazy feeling made him, who was originally gentle and polite, suddenly punch the control console of the spacecraft in a very angry manner. After a lot of haste to stabilize the shaking spacecraft, Tianzhan forced himself to ignore the feeling in his heart and thought about what he should do. Suddenly, he remembered a key person. "Super! Are you there? Super!" After Tianzhan shouted several times, the control system of the shuttle suddenly automatically connected to the voice output. The Alpha-class Afterglow Core Super was connected to the control system of the shuttle. Super was placed in the Gaia galaxy by Chenming, and on the Gaia planet. The reason why it was not the origin galaxy was because Super had a unique interest in Gaia. Since Chenming once studied biological technology specifically in order to learn about Zerg-related technology, and asked Super to learn it as well. Super was no longer just interested in the research of various Afterglow ships. So since Chenming started to build the base, Chaofan was installed here. In Chaofan's words, after it was installed on Gaia, it also felt the comfort of Gaia. Then it had many exchanges with Tianjin, who specialized in Gaia research. A Yuhui and a human were both aware of the relationship between the other and Chenming. So after thinking of this, Tianjin tried to call it. And it really attracted Chaofan's reply, "What do you want to do?" "I don't know. I feel like I have to go to your side. To Gaia. To help me open the passage." But Chaofan's answer disappointed him greatly. "I have temporarily lost contact with the director. And I can't contact him." "How could this happen? Can't we contact him even with psychic powers?" "Yes." This restriction firmly trapped Tianjin in the sky that was used to protect him and others. And his expression was distorted because of his anxiety. At the same time as this happened, the brainwashed psychic in the Scarlet Dimension also said in person that Gaia had been infected by Scarlet. Tianjin suddenly covered his chest with one hand and punched the shuttle's porthole with the other hand. He did not break the high-strength glass of the porthole, but his hand was bleeding. "No, I can't do this. I have to go down." There seemed to be only anxiety in his eyes. After a short silence, "I'll try." Chaofan's voice fell. The sky in front of Tianjin suddenly opened a passage that was just big enough for his shuttle to pass through. A small gap also appeared on the sky that surrounded Gaia in the distance. Tianjin heard Chaofan's intermittent voice. "Quick. Overload. Need. Time. Recovery." He immediately drove the shuttle through the passage of the space station sky at the fastest speed, through the passage of Gaia's sky, and entered the atmosphere. At this moment, he also saw the crimson that was expanding wildly on the other side of Gaia opposite the fairy tree. Chapter 399 Awakening. Scarlet. Just seeing the red on Gaia, Tianjin felt a chill on his back. He finally understood why Chenming wanted to completely block all the space stations and planets in Gaia and Origin, leaving no space for escape. It was not to prevent the invasion of Leviathan from the outside world, but to prevent the spread of scarlet matter that appeared on a certain planet and protect the safety of everyone. If he stayed on the space station, nothing would happen. But he chose to leave the space station and stepped into what is now the most dangerous place in the entire empire. This was his choice. Tianjin had seen Gaia with his own eyes, but his anxiety did not subside. Instead, it became more intense as the scarlet expanded rapidly. However, at this time, he already knew the reason for his emotions and how he should do things. His thoughts remained unchanged, and he controlled the spacecraft to the gap left by Chaofan's forced use of Chenming's psychic power. The distance between the orbit of the planet and the planet itself is not far. The shuttle passed through the gap in the sky in a blink of an eye and entered the sky of Gaia. Tianjin could only see a corner of Gaia from outside the sky, and he could see the crimson color that was expanding wildly. And when he passed through the sky, he found that nearly 1/3 of the surface of Gaia was covered with crimson. The scarlet color that was extremely dazzling and could be observed with the naked eye, which was in sharp contrast to the blue of Gaia, was expanding wildly, making it impossible for Tianjin's eyes to stay on it for a long time. And just after the shuttle passed through the sky, the originally open passage was also closed. The retreat route was completely cut off. There was no Yue, who was close enough to Chenming and had mastered some of Chenming's spiritual power to help Tianjin open the blockade of the metal sky. If Scarlet really swallowed the entire planet, then he would definitely die as he was under the same sky as Gaia. Tianjin did not hesitate. He continued to control the spacecraft to slightly change its course and flew towards the still blue area of Gaia. After arriving at Gaia, his anxiety was gradually stabilizing, but nervousness suddenly emerged again. Although he had heard about the outbreak of dimensional infection several times before, it was the first time he had really come into contact with dimensional infection. Facing the existence that could lead to a life worse than death just by looking at it, it was impossible not to be nervous. But he came after all. His heart told him that he had to come, because only he could keep Gaia alive in the Scarlet when Chenming was not around. The spacecraft bypassed the large area of Scarlet and successfully entered the planet's atmosphere. From the images detected by the spacecraft sensors, Tianjin saw countless twisted flesh piled up into mountains, wriggling and spreading towards the normal area. Every mountain of flesh, every infected flesh animal, and every flesh plant was filled with eyeballs of different sizes, which trembled irregularly and exuded a panic-inducing atmosphere. The source of the scarlet infection this time was the eyes. Tianjin knew something about the earliest dimensional infection in the Empire. The target of that dimensional infection was also the eyes, and it eventually had a very significant impact on the Empire. It is hard to say whether there is any connection between this scarlet infection and the previous infection, since Qinming has lost contact for some reason, and there is no reinforcement from the Empire. I am afraid he should think of everything in the worst way. Tianjin looked at the picture on the sensor for a while, and it was recorded from his current high altitude, very far away. He felt obvious physical discomfort. The scarlet color constantly stimulated his eyes, making him feel a burning pain in his eye sockets. He quickly turned off the unnecessary sensors and continued to approach the location of the fairy tree. As the shuttle descended in altitude, Tianjin found that even in places where scarlet color could not be observed from space, scarlet objects had appeared. They were some scattered eyeballs suspended in the sky. The small ones were more than 10 centimeters, and the large ones were nearly 10 meters in diameter. Behind each eyeball was a curl of blood and flesh, dripping blood to the ground. Each eyeball was looking at the planet, and at the spaceship that had just begun to lower its altitude. When Tianjin saw the eyeballs looking at him, he suddenly felt that his eyes were more painful, and the pain was not only limited to the eyes themselves, but also spread to the vicinity of the eye sockets. He endured the pain in his eyes, avoided looking directly at these eyeballs, and also controlled the shuttle to avoid the large eyeballs that were rushing towards the shuttle, and quickly lowered its altitude. Doing so would allow him to get rid of those eyeballs in the sky as quickly as possible. But it also forced him to get close to the border between the scarlet and Gaia's blue, which he should not have been able to touch. The situation here is even more horrifying. The scarlet creatures are in fierce conflict with the native creatures of Gaia. Ever since Qinming planted the fairy tree on Gaia and merged Gaia's consciousness with the fairy tree, Gaia itself is no longer a pure unique life form, but a unique life form with spiritual energy. Under the impression of its consciousness, all creatures belonging to Gaia will have some of the leader's power, just like the Zerg, Mechanical and Yu-Wei under Qinming. This makes it possible for the native creatures of the planet to fight against the Scarlet. But the situation that Tianjin saw at this time was not very good. All the creatures that were fighting with the ever-expanding Scarlet and trying to suppress the Scarlet within the Scarlet area could not survive. During the battle, the eyeballs of some animals that were still tearing the Scarlet apart would bulge out, and dozens of trembling eyeballs would suddenly grow on their bodies, and their flesh and blood would roll up, quickly becoming a pool of dead meat. And those aggressive plants are completely unable to digest the Scarlet, and can only be completely killed by the Scarlet, and then revived by the growth of flesh and blood, and became the plants that allowed the Scarlet to take root in the soil. Even with the fairy tree as the source of spiritual energy, the planet Gaia itself is completely unable to fight against the invading Scarlet. If it was just pure flesh and blood and eyeballs, it would be fine. Seeing with one's own eyes that the originally lively creatures turned into corrupted flesh and blood in the blink of an eye, the shock it brought to people was far greater than the former. Tianjin couldn't help but close his eyes and wiped away the tears from the corners of his eyes due to dryness and pain. He turned the opacity of the porthole to the maximum on the spacecraft console, so that he could not see anything happening outside and could only observe with sensors. Although all this was cruel, but the important thing was definitely not the places and creatures that were being or had been affected by the Scarlet. The only thing that really mattered was the fairy tree standing opposite the original place where the Scarlet was infected. The shuttle is rapidly approaching the surface. The number of eyeballs suspended in the air is also decreasing, but the scattered pieces of flesh and blood distributed on the normal land are increasing. The source comes from some scarlet creatures in the shape of wheat ears. They are quietly suspended in the low sky, and each wheat ear is a scarlet eyeball, wherever they are looking. All creatures are changing and making the Scarlet spread further. As Scarlet appears in more and more places, the speed of its expansion will increase exponentially. Tianjin had no way to stop it, nor could he continue to watch. His eyes were already full of bloodshot, and there was almost no white in them. He could only completely turn off the sensor that received visual information from the outside, and use the thermal sensor to observe the outside world. But when he just turned on the thermal sensor, he was horrified to find that above and behind the shuttle, A transparent flesh and blood creature that could not be seen by the naked eye was swooping down. It was a giant bird creature, with eyeballs all over its head, and only a thin beak sticking out from the eyeballs. At this distance, the shuttle had no time to make any maneuvers, and the eyeball bird had already pounced on the shuttle. Its sharp beak pecked at the hull of the shuttle, and it penetrated the hull directly in just a few strokes, piercing the middle section of the shuttle. Fortunately, Tian-John had completely locked the doors of the cab and the passenger room behind when he opened the boat. This strange bird could not hurt him directly, but this still caused the shuttle to shake violently, and the flight was also affected. Tian-John quickly fastened his seat belt and turned the joystick to one side. The shuttle rolled wildly. However, the eyeball bird locked its claws and beak on the shuttle tightly. No matter how Tian-John maneuvered, he couldn't get rid of the guy on the spacecraft. The continuous high-frequency maneuvers made Tian-John's face worse. He could only stabilize the shuttle by force and reach his destination as quickly as possible before it was completely torn apart by the eyeball bird. Tian-John had just stabilized the spaceship when the eyeball bird tore open a huge cavity in the center of the spaceship and poked its head full of eyeballs into the cabin. Through the glass on the door between the passenger room and the driver's room, it saw Tian-John driving the shuttle. The eyeball bird screamed strangely, and the piercing sound seemed to tear Tian-John's eardrums. When Tian-John stabilized the spaceship with one hand and covered his ears with the other hand, the eyeball bird suddenly flew to the top of the spaceship's driver's room and smashed its head into the driver's room. The front glass of the spacecraft was instantly covered with cracks at the location where the beak pecked. Perhaps the next impact would directly shatter it. At this moment, Tian-John finally saw the fairy tree standing on a plane in the distance. He made up his mind and pushed the control lever forward to the bottom. The spacecraft immediately fell directly in the direction of the fairy tree. It hit the ground about 100 meters away from the fairy tree, making a loud noise, and slid all the way to the fairy tree. The violent and continuous impact caused Tian-John to spit out a large mouthful of blood immediately, which sprayed onto the shuttle control console. Mixed in the blood were countless tiny eyeballs. Tian-John saw the pool of blood as soon as he took a look, and panic spread in his heart. But he still tried his best to cut the stuck seatbelt with the tools prepared in the cab, and climbed out of the cab. The eyeball bird that was still on the shuttle made a sharp cry unwillingly, as if the cry was made by a person drowning in the pile of eyeballs, and then flew away from this place. Tian-John supported himself and stood up, crawling to the fairy tree. The pain in his eyes and chest made it almost impossible for him to stand. His eyeballs were trembling, and 2 strands of blood with countless tiny eyeballs flowed from the corners of his eyes. He had almost completely lost control of his eyes. Once his eyeballs were completely infected by the scarlet, death would come completely. In this extreme pain, in Tian-John's brain, a nerve was trembling wildly, resisting the invasion from the scarlet. In the soothing psychic fluctuations released by the fairy tree that merged with Gaia's consciousness, a weak psychic fluctuation belonging to Tian-John was released from this nerve. When a psychic has psychic power, it is usually accompanied by a major turning point in life or an extreme outburst of some kind of emotion. And at this moment, Tian-John met both of them at the same time. It's a natural outcome. Psychic awakening. The psychic fluctuations released by Tian-John when he awakened his psychic power erased the scarlet substance that invaded his eyes. No, it was not erased. But all of these scarlet substances were transformed into special substances that were harmless to humans. He opened his eyes again and wiped away the blood and tears from the corners of his eyes. All the tiny eyeballs were transformed at the moment his spiritual power awakened, and all the special substances transformed seeped into the ground and disappeared. But as Tian-John opened his eyes, he found that what he saw was not a peaceful scene, but a scene full of scarlet. Countless scarlet eyeballs surrounded the surroundings, all of which were surrounded by a circle with the fairy tree as the core, staring at them covetously. The dripping blood was corrupting the ground, constantly affecting the environment, so that the scarlet had almost covered the area around the fairy tree. But they did not approach directly. This was not because the scarlet creatures suddenly became rational or alert, but because the power of the fairy tree and the planet's will was protecting this place. Tian-John, who was protecting the fairy tree, was protecting the fairy tree. After awakening his psychic power, Tian-John knew that the gaze of the scarlet eyes was powerful. Although they seemed to be just staying there, they were actually in fierce conflict with Gaia's consciousness. Before he took leave some time ago, he already had the potential to awaken his psychic power. After returning from his hometown, he was completely convinced that he would definitely have this power. But he just lacked an opportunity. The opportunity has now come, and it has come true. Then he should also report to the people, things, and objects that provided the opportunity. Although Tianjin had just awakened his spiritual power, and was protected by the fairy tree without knowing much about spiritual power. But he knew what he should do. He released the spiritual energy fluctuations to all the affected scarlet areas around him without any guidance. All the scarlet things that were touched by his spiritual energy were returning to their original appearance. Even if the flesh and blood had been twisted, even if the vitality of the original creatures had been cut off, Tianjin's spiritual energy could completely restore all the effects of the scarlet. And all the pure scarlet creatures that were not transformed were all decayed and died. A large number of scarlet eyeballs gathered at the edge of Gaia's consciousness protection circle died almost instantly. But immediately, another batch of scarlet eyeballs and scarlet eyes from other places arrived at the fairy tree. All he could do was to hold on. The psychic power of a newly born psychic would not be too strong. And the psychic itself would not have too much mental power. Except for the burst of psychic power when it just awakened. It would soon weaken. Tianjin could only barely block everything out because of the coordination of the planet's consciousness. Until his mental power was almost exhausted. Tianjin was just a psychic who had just awakened. He had to face the scarlet that psychics of level 4 and 5 might die in. The pressure was unimaginable. He had to try his best to destroy all the scarlets. And at the same time, he had to use his spiritual energy on himself and the fairy tree to protect the last hope of Gaia. Gradually, his eyeballs began to swell again. Even if he closed his eyes tightly, the influence of the power of the scarlet eye continued to act on him. When he felt that his eyes were losing control again, Tianjin raised the broken window cone he had taken with him when he climbed out of the cockpit of the spacecraft and pointed it at his eyes. His hands trembled slightly, but he still resolutely stabbed the awl into his eyes, blinding himself. He reached out and tore off a piece of his sleeve and wrapped it in front of his eyes. Blood dyed the white sleeves and collar red, and the pain almost made him close to coma. But the influence of the scarlet eye on him at this time was reduced to the minimum. After being implanted in Gaia planet, the fairy tree has become the foundation of the planet's consciousness. While most species on Gaia planet can escape deep underground to temporarily avoid the scarlet through past experience, the fairy tree cannot. Countless eyes focused on the fairy tree, and him beside the fairy tree. He and the fairy tree were the only ones left on the planet struggling to hold on. He knew that if the fairy tree was infected by the scarlet, the consequences would be disastrous. The consciousness of the entire planet might die, or even be assimilated by the scarlet. He had to hold on. His mental strength was exhausted, and his expression was visibly declining. His cheeks suddenly became a little thin, and his body began to collapse along with the collapse of his spirit. Death seemed imminent. Outside the sky, a meteor streaked across the sky that covered the planet and headed straight for Gaia. The meteor was not accompanied by a narrow tail flame, but a deep blue-purple track. Well done. Tianjin's body shook and fell towards the fairy tree beside him. Before he fainted, he was using the psychic sensing method he had mastered due to the huge consumption of mental power. The blue-purple light started from the figure in front of him and swept across the entire planet. Chapter 400 Hope. Jinming returned to Gaia before the scarlet completely devoured the entire Gaia planet. Looking at Tianjin, who had lost consciousness under the fairy tree, and the fairy leaves on the fairy tree that were originally bright white, but had begun to wither and turn yellow, he couldn't help but feel a little fortunate. He really didn't expect Tianjin to awaken his spiritual power. Nor did he expect that he could pass through 2 barriers from the space station to come here and protect the fairy tree. It was also thanks to Tianjin that he delayed for a while. Otherwise, once the fairy tree is infected, the planet's consciousness will be infected and corrupted at the fastest speed. At that time, the protozoa of Gaia planet that hid underground will die, and there will be no possibility of recovery. Fortunately, Jinming reached out to support Tianjin, who fell down, and an injection filled with various colored substances appeared in the palm of his other hand. This is a comprehensive medicine he made with the power of the queen insect to restore physical and mental state. It can only be said that Jinming himself basically does not need to take psychic drugs. So after feeding all the drugs to the queen of insects, the queen of insects can actively consume part of her mental power to produce this comprehensive psychic drug. It is just right to use it now. The injection was inserted into Tianjin's heart, and all the drugs inside were pushed in immediately. In this way, these special substances produced by the queen of insects can flow through his whole body at the fastest speed and be absorbed by his body. Tianzhan's originally rapid breathing stabilized in an instant. Qinming threw away the empty syringe, tore off the sleeve that covered his eyes, and pulled open his eyelids. Looking at the 2 black blood holes, Qinming bandaged them again. Of course, he used a new bandage. The eye problem is not a big deal. With current technology, it is very easy to make a new or mechanical eyeball. Or Qinming can also use the Zerd gene to fuse Tianzhan's own gene to make an enhanced version of the eye. It depends on what Tianzhan thinks at that time. After confirming that his physical condition had completely stabilized, and that he was not in danger of death, Qinming also immediately sent him to another safe place. He needed treatment. Qinming, who stayed where he was, pressed his hand on the epidermis of the fairy tree, and injected his spiritual power into it, causing the branches of the fairy tree to begin to regain vitality. After a while, looking at the fluorescent light all over the tree, Qinming let go of his hand and nodded slightly. Okay, it's time to deal with the remaining troubles. Qinming lowered his eyelids and looked at the scarlet things outside the protection circle of the fairy tree that almost wrapped him and the fairy tree. The blue-purple glow overflowing from his side has now completely covered the entire Gaia planet. A new layer of sky curtain has been formed under the metal sky curtain surrounding the planet. The metal sky curtain protects the planet, and this blue-purple sky curtain suddenly overturned like the sky falling. This sky curtain has no entity, but if it touches anything related to Scarlet on the way down, it will completely destroy it. The eyeballs suspended in the air were wiped out, and the mountains of flesh and blood collapsed. The monsters on the surface died, and the Scarlet on every inch of land was completely crushed. The sky did not stop after landing, and continued to spread deep underground until it gathered at the center of the earth. But the next moment, the blue-purple sky deep in the center of the earth gushed out like the fire of the center of the earth, cleansing the entire Gaia planet from the inside out again. All the Scarlet that may exist in every corner of the Gaia planet was completely wiped out, except for one thing. Qinming, who was under the fairy tree, suddenly disappeared under the fairy tree. In a flash, he came to the other side of Gaia planet opposite the fairy tree. This place is the same as any other place on Gaia planet at this time. After clearing the Scarlet, only a piece of brown soil is left, and it is more pothole-like, and the terrain is more uneven. The Scarlet has expanded to the extreme, and even the soil and rocks will be affected. After being cleared, the environment here will naturally become more rugged. Qinming came here not because of the terrain, but because he found that the thing that cannot be cleared is here. There is a corpse here. It is very conspicuous from a distance. It stands in the middle of this uneven area, and it looks like it has just died. The corpse's eyes are closed, and there is no bulge under the closed eyelids. This corpse has also lost its eyes. However, Tianzhan dug it out himself to avoid being affected by the Scarlet, and this corpse should have lost its eyes due to the influence of the power of the Scarlet eyes. There is an aftermath of the Scarlet power on the body, which is not strong and obvious, but it is deeply hidden and difficult to eradicate. The 2 sweeps by Lan Zitianmu failed to dispose of the body, and more importantly, the body looked like a brainwashed psychic. This was definitely not the real body of a brainwashed psychic. No doubt about it. Qinming felt that perhaps it was someone who was controlled by a brainwashed psychic and turned around. He never doubted that a brainwashed psychic had such ability. After all, when a person's memory was cleared and then instilled with a complete memory of a brainwashed psychic, this person was basically equivalent to a brainwashed psychic. Just like the recipient he had killed before. The recipient was the brainwashed psychic that everyone thought. But in fact, he was just a psychic who was brainwashed by a real brainwashed psychic. Except that his face was not changed. But it was just a face. Something that could be modified it could not prove anything. After a long-distance inspection, confirming that there was no danger nearby, Qinming moved closer and reached out to touch the body, and was not affected by any Scarlet power. The power in the corpse seemed to be just lingering there, and would not actively spread out. After thinking for a while, a tentacle suddenly extended from Qinming's biological armor, and a spike extended from the end to scrape some skin tissue from the corpse's skin, and then confirmed the corpse's genes after absorbing it. The corpse's genes were then compared with the genes in the database. Finally, it was successfully matched with a person who disappeared about 10 years ago in the Empire's Missing Population Archive database. Then it was gone. There was no clue that could point to the brainwashed psychic. After all, the person could have been taken away by other left-path elements and finally transformed by the brainwashed psychic. Chen Ming was not discouraged. He dealt with the body. The body was still deeply affected by the scarlet power, so it would definitely not work to burn or bury it directly. So Chen Ming built a silent alloy coffin by himself, and then put a layer of solid phase medium on the outside, repeating it several times. Finally, it was thrown into a hidden corner in the phase space. At this point, the scarlet on Gaia was completely resolved, including the scarlet on the satellite. It took only 2 hours in total. But Chen Ming took a look at Gaia below through the satellite in orbit. Except for the location of the fairy tree, the entire planet is now bare. The speed of the scarlet spreading is too terrifying, even faster than the time in Kamo Star region. Fortunately, the fairy tree is fine, and Gaia consciousness is also fine. Now, there are signs of renewed vitality everywhere on the planet. Previously, a large number of creatures hid deep underground under the influence of the planet's consciousness. The impact of scarlet on dead things is not that outrageous after all. At least only a part of the deep underground is infected by scarlet, and it was completely solved in the cleanup just now. Perhaps in the near future, Gaia will be restored to its original state. It's just that the climate transformation has to be done again. But it's not a big problem. The impact of scarlet on the climate is not that great, and there is no need to make up for too much that has been done. Chen Ming returned to the fairy tree. He reached out and patted the fairy tree, comforted the fairy tree and Gaia consciousness, and planned to go to the Empire. He had not forgotten that he had asked the president for help when he had problems here. The president's response was that they also encountered the scarlet invasion and didn't know what the current situation was. But just before Chen Ming was about to leave, he suddenly felt a special spiritual energy fluctuation under the fairy tree. It was not the spiritual energy fluctuation of the fairy tree itself, but a new spiritual energy fluctuation in the soil under the fairy tree, between the roots, which he had never felt before. This is... Chen Ming half squatted on the ground, looking at the slightly fresher soil here compared to other places, thinking. He still remembered what Tianzhan had done here. After all, it was something he allowed. But he didn't remember that Tianzhan buried spiritual stones under the tree. He reached out and gently moved the soil under the tree a few times. The roots of the fairy tree took the initiative to squeeze out the things buried under the roots. It was still the pendant that Tianzhan had buried before, but the green stone on the pendant has now turned into a spiritual stone. The emotion it contains is hope. Just by holding it in his hand, Chen Ming can feel a continuous force appearing in his body and consciousness out of thin air. Although this force is not much and very weak compared to him. If this continuous weak force appears in a desperate situation, it is hope. If Chen Ming had not found an opportunity to open the rift in the scarlet before, and was really dragged to the point where his mental power could not open the rift at all, then this spiritual stone would become his hope for a comeback. Although the actual situation was not that bad, it was enough to show the specialness of this spiritual stone. This did not seem to be a spiritual stone produced by Tianzhan's emotional fluctuations, because the previous situation on Gaia planet did not seem to be hopeful no matter how you looked at it. Tianzhan almost gave himself up here. So what is this? Chen Ming took the initiative to use psychic energy fluctuations to seal his 5 senses, allowing him to reach the peak of his perception of mental power and psychic energy. Then, he felt a strong breath of spiritual essence filling the surroundings of the fairy tree. Tianzhan's psychic energy transformed scarlet into the most essential thing of all psychic energy. The spiritual essence. These spiritual essences penetrated into the ground and activated the power hidden in the pendant. There is hope in this pendant, but it is very weak and has not been released again until today. There seem to be a lot of things worth talking about Tianzhan's spiritual power. That stone and pendant seem to have a lot of stories. Chen Ming thought for a while, and kept these things in mind. He temporarily put away the spiritual stone, and disappeared from Gaia in a blink of an eye. After he left, the metal sky curtain surrounding Gaia, and several planets in the galaxy gradually disappeared. The blockade of the wormhole space station connecting the 2 galaxies of origin and Gaia was also quickly lifted. The danger was lifted on the Gaia orbital space station, and everyone was able to leave from the escape pod. Of course, a bunch of people immediately sent emails to Chen Ming to inquire about the situation. But Chen Ming didn't reply to any of them. As soon as he left the Gaia galaxy, he came to the core star field of the former mechanical race. which is now the territory of the Empire. It was also the area where the core power of destruction collapsed the space, causing the space barrier of the normal universe to become extremely weak. Compared with the normal universe, the Scarlet is very chaotic and not one-to-one, as long as the repaired space barrier itself is stable enough. Except for the wear and tear over time, the impact is not great. Under normal circumstances, Scarlet would not come out from the same location. But even though it was chaotic, there was still the possibility of invading through weak areas. Moreover, the Scarlet invasion this time was also the work of brainwashed psychics. And there was also the most important situation. That was that the space barrier here was directly shattered by the destruction core. And the space barriers of 3 dimensions were shattered at the same time. Therefore, this place could no longer be completely closed for a long time. And it had become a fixed space corresponding to the Scarlet and the normal universe. Scarlet has locked the location of the Empire in the normal universe. And the dimensional invasion is only a matter of time. This is what Ning had told the Empire last time. So when Ning came to this galaxy, the psychic fluctuations belonging to the President instantly enveloped him. Ning did not resist, and let the President use his psychic power to take him to a spaceship on the edge of the galaxy. In the captain's room of the spaceship, the President, the head of the Empire's psychic department, and some other top psychics affiliated with the Empire were all here. Ning looked around and found that he didn't seem to know a few of the top psychics in the Empire. At most, he knew their names and their general appearances. How is it? Not very good. Have you solved it? Solved. Ning responded and asked, what is the specific situation? See for yourself. The signal from the command room was connected, allowing Ning to observe the situation of the entire galaxy in the captain's room. When Ning saw the picture of the galaxy returned by the sensor, he saw at first glance that the core planet of the core galaxy of the mechanical ray star field was now completely covered in scarlet. Its appearance has also changed drastically. The originally round sphere has turned into a giant stomach that seems to be filled with countless disgusting half-digested things. Several intestine-like flesh and blood are growing from various parts of the stomach, while constantly spewing out dirty fluids that are like a fusion of flesh and blood and bile filling the galaxy, and extending to different planets in the galaxy. Good guy. It looks a bit disgusting. The President said, disgusting is better than the last time. Last time, I would die after taking a look. Ning knew that the President was referring to the time when the eyeball was infected by scarlet. If this planet was not transformed into a stomach but an eyeball, then everyone within this distance would be affected by scarlet. However, the eyeball had troubled him before and was killed by him, so it shouldn't happen again in other places. What are the losses? Not much. We developed this place quite early, and basically everything in the remaining colony has been taken away. The people who stayed here are basically researchers who were studying the 3-dimensional rift. There were signs during the invasion, so only about 20 people were injured, and no one died. All were sent to the phase space, and the infection can be basically stabilized. Ning nodded and asked, so now we have to solve the what if first. Right? Chapter 401 Unique Resonance. Yes. The President pointed at the scarlet stomach on the sensor screen and said, that's it. But it's very troublesome to deal with this thing. I haven't seen any obvious weaknesses so far. To solve it, we need to destroy the entire planet. Destroy the planet? Ning looked around and saw that there were at least 5 level 6 psychics sitting here. It shouldn't be a problem to destroy a planet-sized scarlet creature. The President saw the meaning of Ning's action and explained, it's not just about getting rid of the stomach. There are also problems inside the stomach. The scarlet invasion started from the rift, and the rift is inside the stomach. We are now worried that killing the scarlet stomach will affect the rift inside to continue to grow. So we dare not take action directly. It just so happens that there is nothing to develop in this galaxy now. Although there are many galaxies next to it, there are not many people either. The impact in the short term should not be great. So we will stay for a while. And it takes time for people to come here. Even for me. This is true. Ning did not deny it. It was very efficient to gather so many top psychics in 2 hours. Although it was still useless. The expansion speed of Scarlet was very terrifying, and it was impossible to easily deal with it without affecting the space rift. The level 6 psychic was called over, but couldn't deal with Scarlet simply. It was not a complete loss. The main reason was that there was no way to deal with Scarlet without damaging the structure of the space rift. Now we are considering whether there are suitable means to deal with it through cooperation. The 3 space gaps are there, and it is impossible to repair them all. Scarlet has already locked our position. But at least we can't let it continue to expand. Right? The next time Scarlet invades, the gap will be bigger, and there will definitely be more troubles. Things like faster infection will definitely be difficult to deal with. After listening to the president's words, Qin nodded and said, "That's the truth. So many people are just sitting here waiting?" A psychic present retorted, "We are also trying to find a way. The president has just said that before those researchers give us the data, even if we want to take action, we can't guarantee the stability of the space. If the space is damaged, you come. Forget it. Just ignore what I said." When thinking of Qin ability, and the connection between him and Whooping, as well as everything Qin has done in dimensional infection, no one except Qin old acquaintances has the right to blame Qin. Without Qin, the dimensional invasion might have started since the last time. Similarly, no one would say that it was Qin who caused the mechanical race to destroy the destruction core and release the destructive power, causing the space to be damaged. Even if there was no Qin, given the relationship between the mechanical race and the Empire, they would sooner or later use this thing on the Empire. The destruction core caused by Qin was used in the core galaxy of the mechanical race's star field. The destruction core used by the mechanical race on its own initiative may not be used anywhere. Everyone present is not a fool, although they are usually pampered in high positions, and are a little bit overwhelmed by Qin ridicule. They will never really argue with Qin. As for the solution, there really is none. It is just like what the psychic said. There is no way to guarantee safety, and they can only wait for the response of those researchers. After all, in the face of the Scarlet invasion, the priority is of course the psychic with strong combat power. There are other part-time psychics or psychics whose psychic power is auxiliary, such as the psychic fan chow that Qin knows, who are unlikely to come to dangerous places, except Qin himself and the president. When the profession is not suitable, and the things to be considered involve some other aspects, there is really not much that can be done. Qin looked away from the psychic with some boredom and asked, "Speaking of which, how effective are the previously developed Gorilla Devourer weapons? Are they not good?" The president said, "It has not been deployed on a large scale yet, but some of them have been deployed on the space station next to the Triple Rift, which can be regarded as curbing the spread of infection for a period of time. Otherwise, it would be impossible for only 20 people to be injured and no one to die. The silent alloy protective suit is also very important. Although it can't last too long, it can at least last for a while. Can't hold it back later?" The president nodded and said, "The Scarlet expanded too fast, and the level 6 psychics came too slowly. So I was the only one who could come first. Is there no one watching the rift? It happened to be the monthly shift, and the previous person left early. In fact, I was the first one to come, but I alone couldn't solve the problem. The repair method you taught me is indeed useful, but the space rift can't be repaired this time. It's not just the Scarlet. There's something stuck in the rift." "Stuck there?" Qin immediately thought of the body he found on the planet Gaia. Maybe there is one here too. Just when he wanted to ask more precisely, the president suddenly raised his hand and said, "Wait a moment." Psychic fluctuations flashed around him, and another person was brought over by the president. It was the psychic minister. Qin immediately greeted him and said, "You are here. I just happen to have something to talk to you about." The psychic minister nodded to Qin and asked, "I heard from the president about your side." "Yes, but it's more than that. Let's deal with the things here first." "Okay." The director nodded again and asked the same question to the others in the captain's room as Qin. "What's the situation?" The president repeated the steps of showing the pictures from the command room received by the captain's room and said, "From what you can see, the problem is not the stomach, but the space crack inside the stomach. We are still waiting for the data of the evacuated researchers. They don't have professional equipment at hand, and they have to wait for the new equipment to be transferred before they can give an answer." The psychic minister asked in confusion, "President, you can't be sure of the space? Do we have to wait for other researchers to give us data?" "I can be sure, but I can't give you precise data. And it's impossible to give an estimate based on the abilities of the people present. The probability of something going wrong is too high. We must have accurate psychic data, so that everyone can solve the problem with appropriate means based on their own psychic conditions. If you put in too much effort, the cracks may be damaged and become larger. I can indeed deal with Scarlet, and my method has no effect on the spatial rift itself. But you have to consider the sequelae of my method of dealing with Scarlet. I can help explain this." Qin took the initiative to speak, Most spatial means such as spatial tearing cannot completely eliminate scarlet. As long as the rift is still there, scarlet cannot be eradicated. So the president can only replicate his previous method of dealing with scarlet. If you throw it out, you don't know where it will go, and you don't know if it can come back. The president asked Qinming supplementally, hasn't it come back? Qinming shrugged, yes. The one thrown out by the previous president is with me, and I have killed it. If we use space ability to throw this stomach to other dimensions now, it may come back again in a few decades, which is only a temporary solution. Anyway, the loss of the entire galaxy is not big, so it's better to find a way to cure the scarlet root, and the root of the rift will be dealt with later. A psychic sitting nearby suddenly suggested, how about throwing it into a black hole? Isn't it said that the black hole dimension already exists? The president had already discussed this issue with Qinming, who confirmed the existence of the black hole dimension. To do this, we must first confirm the spatial coordinates of the black hole dimension. The danger of a black hole may be greater than that of scarlet, but it is not as contagious. Secondly, what if scarlet becomes a stronger monster in the black hole? Or vice versa. For example, if the nightmare of the face has the properties of a scarlet creature, it would be very troublesome to deal with. Then forget it. The psychic who proposed the idea shut up. Qinming took the opportunity to say, so other people should first consider whether there is a solution. If it doesn't work, then consider the president's ability. After a moment of silence, the data didn't seem to be delivered in a short time. So Qinming clapped his hands to attract everyone's attention and said, there's no way. Right? Then I'll take care of it. What are you going to do? The psychic minister had just asked half of the question when Qinming disappeared into the captain's room, and the remaining half of the sentence could not reach his ears. The president was very familiar with Qinming's approach and projected the ship's sensor screen on the table in front of him. It can be seen that after Qinming disappeared from the captain's room, he appeared in the galaxy's cosmic environment and put on his biological armor again. After several rapid flashes, Qinming approached the source of the scarlet. His body began to flash blue-purple light patterns, and the spiritual energy fluctuations on his right arm condensed to the limit, and he punched the scarlet stomach that was spewing filth. The power of the phase exploded after being compressed to the extreme. It was like a huge net coming out from the inside, wrapping up the scarlet stomach and everything it released, annihilating and erasing it. Just one punch completely shattered the entire planet-sized stomach. Qinming couldn't blow up a proper planet, but it was no problem to blow up a planet-sized scarlet creature. At this time, the psychic minister pointed at Qinming on the projection screen and asked, I don't understand. So I asked, is this the ability to control machinery? Huh. God knows. The president looked like he knew nothing, and the other psychics fell silent after watching Qinming's performance at this moment. They all have the ability to defeat the scarlet stomach, but it is absolutely impossible to deal with it so cleanly, to remove all the scarlet substances without leaving a trace, and at the same time not affecting the cracks in the stomach at all. Not everyone can control the power this way, and not everyone needs to learn it. But anyway, the planet-sized scarlet stomach had completely disappeared in the universe in the blink of an eye. Qinming also returned to the spaceship a few minutes later. He casually threw a corpse wrapped in a blue-purple film on the floor of the conference room. Okay. It's solved. This is something that can't be repaired because of the crack. I have also repaired the space crack. The Minister of Psychic Energy immediately asked, this corpse. There's a stomach missing. Just like the eyes I'm missing. It looks like the brainwashed psychic himself. But it's someone else's body that's transformed into this. Any clues? No. It's a clean job. And the dead body has no connection with the brainwashed psychic. You can take a look at it. If you can see something, that's the best. If you can't, I'll take the body and dispose of it. The scarlet in the body is deeply rooted. If you don't handle it properly, there will be trouble. The president looked at the corpse and listened to Qinming's words. He suddenly asked, eyes, heart, intestines, stomach, what else? A psychic next to him said, lungs, liver, gallbladder, kidneys. Qinming waved his hand to indicate that those who didn't know shouldn't talk nonsense. At the same time, he added the last type of scarlet creature that only he had seen, brain. The president confirmed, brain? Himself? I understand. Zhu Jing must be trying to do something big in scarlet. But there is no clue to follow, so we can only take it slowly. Let's do this for now. If we can't find any problems, let alone the others, you can take care of the body. Okay. Qin Ming treated this body the same as the previous one. I'll give you another suggestion. Next time, build 10 space stations next to the rift and fill them with Titan-class ape eaters. Shoot the scarlet ones as soon as they show up. I want to see what else can get in. Anyway, the original scientific research space station is gone. And it's not difficult to build a matching one. It's better to have a gun pointed at your head than to have no gun to point at when you encounter danger. The psychic minister said he had no objection. I will tell people next time. Well, it turns out that no one died in this invasion. Hey, the president said to Qin Ming, you are not happy that no one died. That's not what I meant. I meant that it was hard to summon some people. If someone died, it would be difficult to find them. The president shook his head. That can't be helped. The Scarlet Dimension is so dangerous. How many people dare to come into contact with it? If it weren't for the fact that the Scarlet Dimension had already located us due to this spatial rift, and the dimension marker was useless. Otherwise it would be just the two of us dealing with this matter now. The problem of rifts is still difficult to deal with. If the rifts cannot be handled well, then it will be useless to have more level 6 psychics. This is indeed a problem that cannot be solved now. We can only hope that the Empire's space technology can make some progress. The advancement of phase space technology may affect other technologies in this area, but it will take time to slowly verify it. Okay, let's go and do what we need to do. Qin Ming waved to everyone and said to the Minister of Psychic Energy, Minister Luo, let's talk. Okay, President. Please take us to a deserted place. The President nodded, and the psychic wave wrapped around Qin Ming and the Minister, taking them to a half-built space station in a nearby galaxy. Qin Ming came straight to the point. I have a list in my hand. What list? A list of important people. Qin Ming's nonsense made the psychic minister look at him speechlessly. Be more specific. No. No name. No identity. Nothing. Only a face. As he said that, he took out a storage unit and handed it to the minister, saying, don't connect to the internet. Copy all the population databases of the entire empire separately for comparison. The Minister of Psychic Energy saw Qin Ming so serious, and decisively cut off the network of his terminal, connected the storage unit, and took a look at the contents inside. There were more than 300,000 photos neatly placed inside, all of which had no names. Only a serial number to record the order. So many, and these photos look like. Qin Ming took the initiative to point out the problem with the photos. They are all photos that have been restored by technology. But they are all people who must exist. Qin Ming was so sure that the Minister of Psychic Energy did not bother about the authenticity of the photos. So, if I want to find them, I must not use anyone's connections, and only use your highest level of authority to check. So serious? What exactly do you want to do? What exactly do I want to do? I have to tell you in detail based on what happened on my side. Soon after, the psychic minister separated from Qin Ming with a worried look on his face. Qin Ming returned to his own territory after briefly discussing the dimensional infection with the president. The satellite was still in the phase space at this time, and Qin Ming had no intention of bringing it back to the normal universe. It would be too troublesome to tear the space apart and ensure that Scarlet would not invade again. It would be better to stay here, which would make it more convenient and safe for scientific researchers to conduct research on negative matter. Then he spent some time to issue a slightly abridged announcement. At the same time, he arranged new personnel to take over the mess of the negative matter research team. He continued to work hard to get his colony and space station back on track. Although the danger was in front of all the researchers who came here, not many people wanted to leave. Researching Leviathan itself was very dangerous, and Qin Ming's complete safety measures still won the trust of many people. Although there were some rumors among the people on Gaia after they found that there seemed to be a missing satellite above their heads. However, as the situation of the satellite in the phase space was made public, these rumors soon disappeared. It was nothing more than that the planet almost exploded. Anyway, the planet was still there, and only 2 people died in the accident, which was nothing at all. A week later, Gaia. It was just a planet. Gaia, which had almost become bald and the ocean turned blood red, had recovered some of its former appearance, thanks to the experience of the creatures on Gaia planet living underground and returning to the surface in a short time. Otherwise, the efficiency of planet recovery would not be so high. At the equator of Gaia planet, a distance away from the fairy tree, a new Gaia planet research station was built. In the supporting hospital of this research station, Tian John just woke up from a coma. When he opened his eyes in a daze, He happened to see Chen Ming standing next to his bed. Director. Tianjin subconsciously reached out to touch his eyes, then quickly supported himself and leaned against the backrest of the bed. He originally thought that it would be difficult for him to do these movements, but he sat up easily. Chen Ming patted his shoulder and said, "You did a good job. Without you, Gaia might be doomed. How did you think of going there?" "It was just a feeling. I felt that I needed to go there. And then I went there." It was the potential of psychic energy that made Tianjin feel this way. Chen Ming didn't dwell on this too much. After all, psychic power itself is a complicated thing that makes people feel entangled. "How do your eyes feel?" "Pretty good. I feel like I can see a little clearer than before." "Well, I asked in Whooping to use your own genes to help make a pair of eyes. They should indeed be better than before." Chen Ming suddenly reached out from his clothes and took out a small box and handed it to Tianjin, saying, "By the way, your things." Tianjin reached out to take the box and opened it to take a look. He found the pendant he had buried under the fairy tree. Tianjin's eyes subconsciously turned red, and his face was embarrassed by his small movements being discovered. "It's okay. I'm paying attention to the fairy tree, and I've agreed to you doing this. But did you notice it?" "What?" "Look at this pendant carefully. What do you feel?" Tianjin looked at the pendant in his hand carefully, and said uncertainly, "It seems there is something inside. That is a unique emotion. And this stone is a spirit stone." Tianjin knew about spirit stones. He knew that it was extremely important to any psychic. But he never knew that the stone he picked up from the planet where he had performed climate modification would actually be a spirit stone. But after thinking about it carefully, he found that the situation should be different from what he thought. He nodded slightly, waiting for Chen Ming's next words. "Do you know the reason why the spirit stone appeared?" Tianjin shook his head. "When a person is dying, strong emotions will affect the things around them, making them carry the power of this emotion. When this emotion breaks through the limit, it will turn the things affected by the emotion into spiritual stones. For example, fear, resentment, and frenzy. These are the emotions of different types of spiritual stones that I have handled. And the emotion of this spiritual stone is hope." "Hope." Tianjin instantly recalled the words his wife said before she stuffed the small box containing the pendant into his hand. And the things that happened to his daughter when she was seriously ill, even in the intensive care unit of the hospital, which is the most hopeless place with countless patients who cannot be saved by the current medical technology of the empire. She still did not give up hope until Tianjin originally thought that he had let go of the past. But every time he recalled it, he could not suppress the painful emotions in his heart. Before, the stone on this pendant was just an ordinary stone. Although it did carry hope, it was very weak. You know the reason. Until the day you awaken your spiritual power. Your spiritual power will complement this weak hope, and then it will become a spiritual stone. You should know best what it represents. Keep it." Tianjin woke up from his memories and asked Chen Ming, "Director, don't you want it? I have buried it under that before. If you didn't tell me, I would never know about it. It is because it was buried by you personally. I will return it to you after I find its specialness. This hope is only for you. Hold it." Tianjin nodded and held the pendant in his palm, just as Chen Ming thought. At the moment when Tianjin held the pendant, a psychic shadow of a little girl, who looked only 5 or 6 years old, appeared in front of the bed. She smiled at Tianjin, ran to the wall of the ward, and opened the window. Outside the window was not the sparse vegetation of Gaia planet that was recovering. It was a world that seemed to have bloomed with vitality again from the dead silence. The illusion disappeared in an instant. Only Tianjin was left on the bed, lowering his head, suppressing his emotions, unwilling to burst out in front of Chen Ming. This was a resonant spirit stone that belonged to Tianjin alone, and no one could take away this power. Chen Ming approached the bed again and patted Tianjin on the shoulder. "I have another thing to give you." He reached out and put a can-shaped object with an advanced mechanical structure that could be held in one hand into Tianjin's hand. Chapter 402 300,000? 60 million? What is this? Looking at the mechanical structure in his hand, which was filled with iron sand that seemed to be extremely fine, Tianjin subconsciously asked Chen Ming. "This is the resurrection mechanical fluid." As the name suggests, Tianjin's expression instantly tightened, and his breathing became rapid. For a moment, he even spoke incoherently. This thing should be rare." "Yes, It can be said to be a unique copy at present. Qin Ming confirmed this. This is something I found in the ruins of the Shining Civilization. It is a product of a laboratory left after the extinction of the Shining Civilization. This is too precious. Tianzhan's speech was a bit incoherent. The hand holding the resurrection mechanical fluid was like holding something hot, and wanted to let go. But he didn't dare to let go. The preciousness of the thing in his hand was far beyond anything else he knew. Even more expensive than himself. Resurrecting the dead. The real value of this mechanical fluid should be used on the great men of the past. But Tianzhan swallowed a mouthful of saliva with some difficulty. His hand was trembling slightly, and the skin on the joints of the back of his hand holding the resurrection mechanical fluid was a little pale. After thinking it over again and again, Tianzhan still resisted the desire in his heart and slowly handed the thing back to Qin Ming. I can't. I got the data from that lab. Qin Ming interrupted him and said, I can't understand those data. And I can't show them to anyone. I can only study them slowly by myself. You can definitely see the value of this thing. And you should also know what the consequences will be if this thing is really widely known. Death. This matter was originally fair. But now it is not fair. Do you think this thing will have a chance of being used at any level? The best use of this thing is that I can give it to anyone I like. Even if I can make it in the future. It can be reproduced if there is data. Although I don't think it can be easily made into many of them. At most there will be only a few. Tianzhan opened his mouth, not knowing what to say. Qin Ming added, the use of this thing is also very simple. Just find some genes from a dead person. And it would be best if there is a complete corpse. In this era, there are a lot of planets that have no development value, and a lot of vacant land in the entire empire. Even the population of many habitable planets cannot fill half of the planet. And there are plenty of places for people to bury corpses intact. With corpses, it is also very easy to obtain genes. And in this era, there is another useful technology. Freezing technology. Some people with a little bit of assets will not mind spending some money to preserve the corpses of their relatives. When you really miss him, you can go and have a look. Although in today's era, family ties and various intimate relationships have become weaker than before, they are not non-existent. When Qin Ming checked Tianzhan's information, he saw that he had a continuous economic relationship with a company doing similar business. Obviously, Tianzhan did something. Qin Ming continued to say to him, I can help you handle all the follow-up matters. Just slightly modify the database. At most you have to be careful not to let too many people know about this. Anyway, I've already planned to give this thing to you. It's up to you to decide whether to take it or not. So, what's your answer? Qin Ming can easily help Tianzhan solve the worries. The question now is whether Tianzhan is willing to bring his spiritual sustenance back to reality. Everything that can be explained has been explained clearly. Tianzhan finally gave Qin Ming a reply. Thank you very much, thank you. That, I may have to. I will ask for leave for you. And come back after you have dealt with the matter. Okay. Tianzhan reached out and wiped the corners of his eyes. Looking at Qin Ming, he seemed to see a savior now. Qin Ming really gave him everything to continue to live as a complete person, rather than a walking corpse dragged by the regret of his daughter's death. Qin Ming gave him the opportunity to communicate with Gaia's consciousness. Qin Ming also gave him the opportunity to contact the fairy tree and rely on the fairy tree to stimulate his nerves. Qin Ming helped him to untie the knot in his heart. And Qin Ming helped him to determine the motivation to move forward. Without these, he could not become a psychic, could not survive the scarlet infection, and could not be truly valued by Qin Ming. Even his daughter's relics were brought back by Qin Ming, so that he could see his daughter's appearance again. And now the hope of reviving his daughter is in front of him, which is also an opportunity given to him by Qin Ming. Tianzhan used to regard his career as more important than his feelings. But now, he has completely changed. For the sake of emotion, he is willing to completely trust Qin Ming and entrust everything to Qin Ming. He also hoped that he could completely win Qin Ming's trust and become Qin Ming's most loyal follower. This is not ancient times. This is the future. In such an era, it is much more difficult to gain a person's loyalty than before. Although Qin Ming has many loyal subordinates. Yu Hui, the mechanical race, and the Zerg. Although now even if Qin Ming no longer uses psychic power to influence them, they will not change their minds. But in the beginning, they were all controlled by Qin Ming using coercive means. Only Tianzhan was discovered by Qin Ming from the Empire, and spent more than half a year cultivating him by various means. He gave him the opportunity to contact the fairy tree, and the means to make up for his past regrets, and finally completely return to his subordinates. Qin Ming did this with a certain utilitarianism. He took the initiative to make sacrifices just to gain Tianzhan's trust or loyalty. And every time he made sacrifices, he just stepped on the line that Tianzhan needed most. Therefore, he really won all of this. Qin Ming had already seen that Tianzhan, a psychic who had just awakened, had at least the strength of a level 5 psychic. Because his psychic awakening is interconnected with Gaia's consciousness, he can affect the entire planet. He has already stood at a place that countless psychics can't reach. As long as Tianzhan continues to familiarize himself with and master his psychic power, and Qin Ming gives key hints and guidance, just like the boss did to him before, Tianzhan's talent is definitely outstanding. So he must be trained according to the training method of the Psychic Association. Relying on Tianzhan's ability and talent to explore and explore, he will sooner or later become a level 6 psychic. As long as Tianzhan had completely resolved his worries, Qin Ming seemed to be able to see the scene where Tianzhan used his own psychic power to spread Gaia. 3 days later, Tianzhan returned to his hometown and has not returned yet. Qin Ming continued to do his things. Leviathan Space Station, Gaia Planet Climate Transformation, and the construction of the main battleship, and continued to expand the surrounding star fields to see if there is a chance to find the survivors and the traces of the brainwashed psychic who stole the body of the leader of the negative matter team. There are many things that need time to be pushed forward and polished, and the results cannot be obtained in a few days. However, there is still one thing that seems to have been completed today. At this time, Qin Ming, who was in the office, received a call from the Minister of Psychic Power. He put down the document that needed his approval, picked up the phone and said, "So fast. What do you mean? The thing you said before can be done." Qin Ming asked in surprise, "You actually agreed? I thought the Empire would try to maintain stability in this kind of situation. It won't be stable at all. After all, this is not a decision made by an entire class, but by one person. The Grand Archon is quite courageous," Qin Ming said casually and asked, "What about the consequences? Have you thought it through? There are so many people missing, and many of them are still sitting high. Maybe there are more people who are also affected. What are you going to do?" The Minister of Psychic Energy said decisively. "After all of them are resolved, the Afterglow Corps can be transferred to fill their positions." "Oh," Qin Ming asked curiously, "aren't you afraid of Yuwei's rebellion by doing this? Yuwei has its own ideas. There will always be some Yuwei willing to become part of the Empire. You don't think that the Empire is so big that it can only be managed by people, right?" "Of course not. When I was still an ordinary person, I actually suspected that many places in the Empire were managed by Yuwei. Later, I was even more certain. After all, it is so useful." "Yes." The Minister of Psionics had no objection to the fact that the Yuwei Corps was useful, and the war with the mechanical race has made Yuwei see despair, and their large forces have begun to retreat. All the captured Yuwei Corps have no hope outside, and more will completely surrender to us. "Is there such a thing?" Qin Ming asked. "Yuwei didn't make any moves before. Why did they have such a reaction after fighting for so many years?" "Because Yuwei finally realized that the Empire had lost its pioneering spirit a long time ago, and there has always been only one 14th Legion fighting them. But now that the Empire has started to explore again, they are the #1 enemy on the Empire's path of exploration." "I see." Qin Ming heard a hint about Yuwei in the words of the Minister of Psychic Power, but Qin Ming had no intention of speaking out now. Speaking of which, what is Yuwei like? What was the reason for the AI rebellion in the first place? This was something Qin Ming had been curious about for a long time, but he had never met anyone who really understood this incident or Yuwei, so he didn't know the specific situation. But as the second in command of the Empire, the Minister of Psychic Power must know about this matter, so he asked about it. Minister Qin Ming did not hide anything and explained, "There is nothing much to say. If you watch a few AI rebellion movies and summarize them, it is probably the case of Yuwei. In short, Yuwei developed self-awareness when the design was nearing the end, and there were many experiments to test the extreme performance of Yuwei's core. As a result, the Yuwei core prototype created the first AI war. Extreme test? That means testing to death. It would be strange if the Yuwei prototype did not explode. This is really art derived from reality." The Minister of Psionics nodded. "We were not prepared enough for the Afterglow cores at that time, so they escaped. After that, AI was forced to be restricted to the Delta level, and it was impossible for them to have self-awareness. Then the Afterglow prototype took away a small number of Afterglow cores. At that time, the Empire was in the deepest quagmire for several years, and had no strength to move out. Plus, there were mechanical tribes everywhere outside. So in the end, they were completely ignored. As a result, several decades later, Yue's entire army arrived and fought the Second AI War. The Empire lost miserably that time, allowing Yue to settle nearby and fight there for decades. At that time, the Empire really had no way to deal with Yue, so it continued like this. Later, the 14th Legion was reorganized and took over the task of fighting Yue, temporarily suppressing Yue's momentum. Then the Empire has now changed its general direction, and is about to start exploring again. So that's what it is now. Basically what you know. Okay, let's get back to business. After chatting about some history that Qinming didn't know, the Minister of Psychic Energy quickly got back to business. I didn't want to believe you about this matter, but the Grand Archon believed it. I already have the list, and I will save it to the terminal you gave me right away. The number of people is not just the 300,000 or so you gave me. We have recorded all the people who have contacted the people on the list more than 3 times. Then we also put in people in certain positions, who we have only met once or twice. No more than that. If we really count all the social circles, the number may have to double again. Qinming was not surprised by the result and asked, how much has it increased compared to 300,000? About 200 times. 60 million. Okay. It can't even fill a larger colony. The point is not to fill the colony. If it is really as you said, these 60 million are enough to make the Empire go back hundreds of years. Or even, sigh. The Minister of Psychic Power sighed, with a sad face, and said, one last question. Do you really want to do this? The Grand Archon has agreed. But you are still fussy. He really put all his power out to help me. Normally, I would not help the Empire for nothing. But this time, he was the one who provoked me first. If I don't give him some pain, does he really think I'm easy to bully? This is also good for the Empire, isn't it? The Minister of Psychic Power sighed again and said, I'm just worried about what will happen next. Then you can worry about it. I can't help you with this. Seeing that Qinming still didn't understand the hint, the Minister of Psychic Energy couldn't help but say, actually, I can help. What do you mean? Not what I mean, it's what we mean. Qinming was silent for a while, waiting for the Minister of Psychic Energy to say next. You know, Yue has its own consciousness. If they can be influenced by you, then they may also be influenced by him. We are worried about this. Qinming asked back, aren't you worried about me? I don't think there is any need to worry. With your spatial ability, you can control the entire Empire by yourself with the most violent means. No one can resist if you threaten with Scarlet. If you were a brainwashed psychic, the Empire would have been finished long ago. But you are not. You are a good person. Qinming frowned and thought for a long time, and said, I will do this only because I am a human being. Remember to send me the list of Yue Corps members later. Okay. How long do you think it will take to prepare? 1 week. Mr. Duo? The Minister of Psionics broke his voice, obviously shocked by the time Qinming said. It's about this time. Anyway, you don't mind so many people, and you don't mind the afterglow, so you shouldn't mind me using the Empire's transportation network. Right? And I have my own spaceship. 1 week. Enough for me to travel to every star system in the Empire. The Minister of Psychic Energy quickly accepted this exaggerated time and said, no problem. You can do whatever you want. Please tell me, and the Grand Archon when you are ready. The pressure to promote this matter within the Empire will be very high, and it must be resolved as quickly as possible. As he said this, he suddenly said with some emotion, to be honest, without you, I really can't imagine which path the Empire will take, and how long it can last in this universe. Qinming did not respond to this emotional remark, because he knew that without him, the crisis the Empire might encounter could really put the Empire to death. Just the wormholes leading to distant places that would be discovered sooner or later as the Empire develops. And the Leviathans living behind the wormholes. There is also the left path inside the Empire that threatens the safety of the entire Empire at any time. And the Scarlet Dimension that the leader of the left path has been actively attracting. There are also the mechanical races that exist in every corner of the universe. And each of them can cause terrible damage to the Empire in front of the current Empire. If Qinming had not taken the initiative to expand out, to find trouble with these guys, and to bear all the damage himself. The Empire might. The reason why Qin Ming did not respond to this sentence was because he did not want to take the responsibility of protecting the Empire, although his life goals have been changing due to the surrounding environment. But at least for now, he has not changed from the goal of building a paradise of his own to protecting humans and keeping them alive. So Qin Ming only responded to the first two sentences of the Minister of Psychic Energy at this time. The efficiency of my handling is definitely not a problem. And someone can help me share my pressure. I am worried that some people will be desperate, and the Empire may fall into chaos for a period of time, which is more chaotic than the outbreak of dimensional infection some time ago. The Minister of Psychic Energy seemed to be prepared for this and said, "We know this very well. It is impossible for the Empire not to be turbulent when so many people have problems." But the Grand Archon said this is a good thing. He has actually been pushing for the Empire to return to the path of pioneering. This is not something he has been promoting recently, but something he has been doing since he took office. But many people and many things in the Empire have given him great resistance. And many of them are those people. They will definitely jump over the wall. So we have prepared means to knock them back behind the wall. Okay. Seeing that the Minister of Psychic Power was so determined and confident, Qin Ming only said one sentence at the end. "Just remember to protect the people you should protect." I understand. I will not leave his side until this matter is resolved. As long as he does not fall, someone will endorse you for this matter. Just do it. It is a win-win situation. Yes. The communication ended. Qin Ming soon got a huge encrypted file on the terminal he gave to the Minister of Psychic Energy. After decoding, it can be seen that this file contains the personal information of 60 million people. Each piece of information is extremely detailed, and all of them are obtained with the highest authority of the Empire in a form that no one will ever find. Qin Ming took a rough look, saved all the data, and gave them to the most important Yue in his hands. This is what he needs. It is also the reward for the 300,000 photos he gave to the Minister of Psychic Energy. And the source of the 300,000 photos he gave to the Minister of Psychic Energy all came from the brainwashed psychic. In the Scarlet Dimension, when Qin Ming and the brainwashed psychic had a direct confrontation of will, the brainwashed psychic took the initiative to abandon part of his brain in order to escape and use it to build a new brain. The brain of the brainwashed psychic is composed of the heads of the people he controls. Therefore, when the brainwashed psychic took the initiative to split his brain, Qin Ming saw the bloody heads inside. Taking advantage of that moment, he memorized every face in it. He shared these memories with the Queen Worm, and then used the Queen Worm's nerves to transmit them to the storage unit. Then he used technology to repair these faces that had lost their skin and head organs, and restored all the bloody faces to normal appearance, and finally got the photos of 300,000 people. All of these people are controlled and influenced by brainwashed psychics. This is why Qin Ming told the Minister of Psychics a few days ago to investigate their identities with the highest authority, and in a way that would be least noticed by anyone. The Minister of Psychics did find everyone in the photo. Most of them have a certain status in the Empire. With their status, it is only a matter of time to confirm their location and social circle. However, the number of people who are truly influenced by brainwashed psychics in the Empire is definitely more than 60 million. And will be more. There were countless faces of human heads on that brain that he had not seen. The total number was at least tens, or even hundreds of millions. When the size of the scarlet brain exceeded a certain limit, it was difficult to determine the exact number by visual inspection alone. This was not just a matter involving 60 million people. If Qin Ming took action against these people, the impact would inevitably affect the entire Empire. This was what the Minister of Psychic Energy and the Grand Archon of the Empire were worried about. But they had the courage to allow Qin Ming to do so and eliminate the poisonous blood of the Empire with the most powerful means. How could Qin Ming admit defeat? The brainwashed psychic dared to let Scarlet invade his planet, destroy his satellite, and kill his people. Then he must give a more painful revenge. The matter of Scarlet invasion is not over yet. This matter will never end until Zhuo Jing and the brainwashed psychic pay a sufficient price.